And there's something about the way your sun shines on my face.
Well, a very beautiful morning right here. Thank you so much for keeping it TV47. It is time for Morning Cafe. My name is Linda Alela. As always, it is good doing this with you every other morning as we guarantee you of a good day ahead. Karibu sana. Yes, the program is Morning Cafe, and it is important that you be part and parcel of this session right from 6 a.m. all the way to 9 a.m. Hashtag Morning Cafe at Linda_Alela at TV47KE, the Twitter handles where you can drop your comments as we proceed with the show. Tell us what is happening around you, but importantly, be part of the sessions where we get to discuss candid issues that revolve around you. So once again, like I said, it is always a pleasure as we kickstart the day and we take a look at the news stories, we take a look at what is on the newspapers, and even better, we expand some more with candid discussions picking these particular issues that surround you. Today also we'll be having a good deal on matters banking later on the last segment, that is as of 8 to 9 a.m. on the lifestyle segment. So indeed, you need to open your ears and your eyes wide because this is a session that you do not want to miss out on. But first of all, let's pick the stories that have been prepared by my team. And Deputy President William Ruto has praised the formation of a mediation Senate committee to seek a consensus on the revenue sharing stalemate. DP Ruto said a win-win consensus is the indicator of great wisdom and leadership. Senate formed a 12-member committee to mediate the revenue standoff, as Joash Onsari now reports.
The Deputy President, Dr. William Ruto, through his Twitter account, has said the move taken by senators to constitute a committee to reach a win-win consensus on county allocation formula is great wisdom and leadership. Ruto further says the abuse of police and criminal justice officers to bully citizens and intimidate leaders is wrong. The committee that was formed during the Monday sitting consists of Senators Johnson Sakaja, Mohamud, Stewart Madzayo Mwachiru, Kipchumba Murkomen, Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Susan Kihika, Samson Cherargei, Moses Kajwang, Anwar Oloitiptip, Moses Wetangula, John Kinyua, and Ledama Olekina.
Both the committee and the Committee on National Security will inform us of what is happening so that as we reach next week, there will be no cloud surrounding our debate over this very important issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that is all I have to say, because if I say anything else, it will be beyond what has been agreed.
Arrest and this session at all. There is no connection at all. Those are issues.
Malala was in the opposition. He was among the only few senators that voted to get you 42 votes, Mr. Speaker, to become in that chair. Senator Lalekwa and Senator Lalakat were among the 42 people who voted for you to be the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you sacrificed me. You sacrificed Susan Kihika. Don't sacrifice Kenya.
The committee was formed after the House failed to agree on resolving the disputed formula that saw the 9th adjournment of the House proceedings. So far, 4 senators have submitted motions of amendments to the House. Senators Sakaja and Wetangula are the co-conveners of the team. On Tuesday met to set the ground rules for the discussions. The Senator Majority Leader Samuel Pogisio has said the sitting will resume once the committee has come up with a way forward on the county monies.
Us not call a special meeting unless we are ready. So that we don't say we are calling this meeting on Tuesday. Let us just make sure when we call a special meeting, we call it for that one meeting.
Monday's sitting hit on a hard rock after the arrest of 3 senators on different accounts of allegations. Joash Onsare, TV47, Nairobi.
And Kakamega Senator Cleopas Malala, Samburu's Steve Lelengwe and Christopher Langat of Bomet were released after their controversial arrest on Monday. Their release coming as a section of leaders condemned the government for using the police to intimidate senators opposed to the revenue sharing formula. Eli Logova with the details.
Chaos were for the better part of Tuesday morning, witnessed in Mumias after residents engaged the police in running battles demanding the release of Kakamega Senator Cleopas Malala. Malala was later freed without conditions. His release came after the Director of Public Prosecutions dropped charges against him. Senator Malala has vowed to defend his stand on the controversial revenue sharing formula that has seen division in the Senate.
I will still be in that house whatever day to vote as per the wishes of the people of Kakamega. And this is my stand on this matter. One, that we cannot have a divisive nation. We cannot have a country whereby half of the country is benefiting and another half is losing. We've said this time and again, and we've insisted on this point, that we need to have a win-win formula in this conversation.
The Law Society of Kenya has accused the government of using security officers to settle political scores against those opposed to state policies. LSK President Nelson Harvey warned continued use of police officers to intimidate political leaders was a recipe for disaster ahead of the 2022 general election.
We condemn the action on the part of the police, but way forward, the Director of Public Prosecution has directed that there is no reason as to why the senator should continue being held, and I believe as a lawyer can state affirmatively the decision by the Director of Public Prosecution is informed by the fact that there can be no valid charge in the manner in which it was intended by the police here.
Deputy President William Ruto has lauded the formation of a bipartisan Senate committee to end the revenue sharing stalemate. However, DP Ruto fired shots, saying the abuse of police and the criminal justice is not the reasons why millions of Kenyans voted for the Jubilee government. ODM leader Raila Odinga, through a statement to Newsroom, slammed the use of force to intimidate and create room for chaos. Raila urging the state to tone down the ethnic and regional rhetoric and diffuse the tensions that bubbled to the surface over the county revenue sharing formula. Bomet Senator Christopher Langat and his Samburu counterpart Steve Lelengwe were also released after recording statements with the police. The three senators were arrested Monday, a day when the Senate was to make a key decision on the county sharing formula. Eli Logova, TV47, Nairobi.
Thanks, Eli, for that. Now, it is too early to determine whether or not the COVID-19 curve is going down. This is according to the Ministry of Health, after claims that the curve is going down due to a recent drop in infections witnessed in the past few days. This is as the number of COVID-19 cases in the country rises to 30,636 after 267 more people tested positive of the virus. Let's take a look.
In the past few days, the country has continuously witnessed a drop in the number of COVID-19 infections reported in a period of 24 hours, from numbers as high as over 600 cases in a day to less than 300 cases in a day. A trend that has raised concerns across the country, with conclusive sentiments that the Kenyan curve is finally going down. However, the Ministry of Health warns that it might just be too early to determine whether or not the curve is dropping.
It is too early for us to be able to make any determination whether this is a trend, at least for the curve coming down.
According to the Health CS, Dr. Rashid Aman, there are specific indicators used by the Ministry of Health to make such a determination over a long period of time.
The strongest indicator really is people who get hospitalized because of COVID-19 and people who actually die from COVID-19.
The ministry further says issues with testing kits, sample size, targeted mass testings and contact tracing could play a huge role in the dropping numbers.
When we have enough testing kits and supplies, we are able to ramp up our testing. And testing, number of cases that you unearth is also a factor of the number of samples, the size of the samples that you collect.
This is as the number of COVID-19 cases in the country rose to 30,636 cases after 271 more people tested positive for the virus in the last 24 hours. 208 patients have recovered from the disease after receiving treatment from various hospitals across the country, as 5 more people succumbed to the virus. For TV47, I'm Zainab Mohammed.
Away from that, approximately 155 people living in the Dadaab refugee complex have contracted the COVID-19 disease since the first case was reported in May. This is according to Garissa Governor Ali Korien, who said up to 80% of the 194 cases in Garissa County are from Dadaab. This as the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, donated personal protective equipment, PPEs, for medical staff working in the Dadaab refugee complex.
3 months since the COVID-19 disease penetrated the porous borders of the Dadaab refugee complex, approximately 155 people have tested positive for COVID-19 there. This is according to Garissa Governor Ali Korien, who revealed that up to 80% of the 194 confirmed COVID-19 cases in the northeastern county are from Dadaab.
In terms of the infections in the county, 80% of the infections in Garissa County are from the refugee camps, the Dadaab complex.
However, Korien has insisted that the county government is up to speed in its preparedness to deal with COVID-19 in Garissa.
Currently, we have 294 isolation beds, including those which are in the refugee camps. We have 108 beds facility which is getting completed this week, and we are going to start another facility for 50 more beds, which will take 3 weeks.
While echoing the governor's sentiments, Health CAS Dr. Rashid Aman has said the condition in Dadaab is under control.
We have systems of monitoring, we have the testing systems, networks that we have put in place, and so we do follow up.
This as the Regional Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, donated personal protective equipment, otherwise known as PPEs, to frontline caregivers working in Dadaab.
Our regional response is specifically based upon internally displaced people, refugees, as well as the returnees and the urban vulnerable population and pastoralists as well. So we are working very closely with member states, all 7 member states.
David Muthoka, TV47.
Now, Jamia Mosque reopened its doors yesterday after closing for 5 months due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Muslim faithfuls observed their noon prayers under the strict conformity of the Interfaith Council guidelines, as Muhammad Ali reports.
It has been 5 months of waiting for the Muslim faithful who pray at Jamia Mosque, Nairobi. The mosque opened its doors earlier today, following the revised Interfaith Council guidelines that increased the number of worshippers from the earlier 100 limit per session. The management of Jamia Mosque pointed out some of the directives that include the wearing of masks and coming with ablution done, as the ablution and toilet areas remain closed. Worshippers were also forced to carry their prayer mats, as the initial mats were removed and the floor marked well, in order to observe the 1.5 meters social distancing rule. It was, however, a harvesting day for business people who sell mats near the mosque. Those who did not have their prayer mats were forced to buy one from the traders. The mosque opens 15 minutes before prayers and closes its doors 15 minutes after prayers. Those who came late and did not get an opportunity to pray inside the mosque were forced to observe the Dhuhr prayers outside the mosque. Jamia Mosque has the capacity to host 10,000 worshippers on a normal day, but due to COVID-19, the numbers have been reduced to 1,350, as directed by the Interfaith Council. Muhammad Ali, TV47, Nairobi.
And from that story, we now take a short break. We'll be right back with the newspapers. right, and we are back with the newspaper. Sky V. Ken, who's an author, joins me this morning and also a public speaker to expound more on the newspaper and the stories that have been captured. As always, we have the People Daily and we have the Standard and the Daily Nation newspapers. So we'll be going through the key stories that have been captured, especially on the front page, and delve a little bit deep as we, of course, leave it for you to grab a paper or copies of what it is that you'd want to expound more on or understand more. So starting with the Standard newspaper, and the front page, the biggest story is Stop the Madness, Raila and Ruto. This is captured on the front page as the biggest story of the Standard newspaper, and ODM leader and deputy president condemn senators' arrests, and they have warned on the attacks and cloning back the democratic gains, urges the strain. And this is in regards to what happened on Monday after 3 senators were arrested, stopping them from attending the key session that was to address the stalemate that is there in regards to the issue of sharing of revenue across different parts of the counties. And this story has been captured extensively on page 6, 7, and 8 as to the story that I had done right on, or taken you through, prepared by my team, is that the deputy president commended or said that it was a good move to have this committee that will address this issue, hoping that we're going to get answers to them. And Sky V, this is something that we've been treated to for like a month or two now. And it's not just a month or two, because reality is that this conversation has been ongoing, and this is something that is enshrined in the Constitution. This is a conversation that, the senators would have had prior, so that we do not find ourselves where we are today. What do you make of the events? And again, this condemnation that comes from these key leaders, that it is unfortunate to have senators arrested at this time and age just because they are against what is being proposed by, say, the government.
I think we are living at a different age right now. I don't think what happened to the senators is really the right thing to do. But when I look at what has happened with the deputy president and also Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, I think it's also a show of leadership when they're able to come together and be able to condemn what is wrong. Because no matter which senator or from which side of the political side they are, what happened to them was really unfair. So I really appreciate what these two political leaders are able to see from their end. Because I think in the past what we have seen is, people trying to protect their own people. And when others are held in such conditions, they're in support of that. So I really think that Raila Amolo Odinga and the deputy president really did good on this.
All right. Well, and we wait to see. I mean, we are all eagerly waiting to see what it is that the 12-member team will present for us. But like we have said, there's a story that has extensively been captured on those 3 pages, in a huge way, painting a picture of what has played out, what has culminated, and what is likely to take shape. So how COVID bailout favored the rich, and wondering why the billions released by Treasury to insulate Kenyans against coronavirus didn't reach you, then you must be among the majority poor, says KNBS data, captured on page 2 of the Standard newspaper. Let's just take a look at that. And it's pretty much unfortunate that we are talking about COVID-19, Sky V. Ken, and even worse, we're talking about funds that have been channeled towards addressing this. But reality is that these funds have not been used, or have not been put to the use that they are supposed to be used for. So what do you make of this? And talks of corruption have been rife on this one, even before we get to deal with the virus.
I think, just as you've mentioned, the biggest disease that hit us as a nation is corruption. Because I think I was seeing the review of how much we have received as a country. It should be so many billions of money. But when you look at what the common Mwananchi is receiving right now, it's basically nothing. There are people who have lost jobs, there are people who are sleeping hungry, there are people who have nothing going on around their lives, but we have made COVID-19 millionaires. We have people who are living now a better life courtesy of these funds from the donors of coronavirus to help us curb the coronavirus situation. So I don't think it is right, but I don't know, I pray that one day we will get leadership that is able to curb this corruption. We are able to get leaders who put the interest of Mwananchi first before themselves, because as long as we keep talking about I, myself, and me, the conversation of corruption will never end.
Okay, well, like you rightfully put it, we all wait to see what will happen. This, even as the conversation is still ongoing in regards to the same fresh, stuff coming up, or fresh evidence coming up and talks coming up in regards to the same involvement of the PS, that is Mochache, in regards to this particular issue, the tenders, and the monies, and where, of course, some of these PPEs were taken, is, something that has raised lots of concerns and reports, not so good. But yes, this is in the hands of the right people. We can only hope to get answers. Still on the front page, Kenya's shining star wows the world, and humanitarian Uma Omar has done well. I think this is a story that has been captured on page 10 of the Standard newspaper. You can always grab a copy and you get to enjoy what it is that she has done. But that aside, fresh push to reward talent over top grades. That's an interesting conversation right here. And this in regards to, the system of education, and also what we've been talking about, the incorporation or the coming in of the competence curriculum and the competence-based curriculum. And the talk of the town is that for the longest of time, our education system has been about awarding our students papers as opposed to ensuring that they come out of school with skills. So there's this fresh push to ensure that talent is rewarded more instead of, talking about the top grades, because they only remain as grades. And when you take a look at talent, a majority of people, a majority of youths now being called upon to tap into their talents and to make the best of their talents so that they can earn a living. And typically that is what the world is turning to as it stands. What do you make of this now that you're a person who deals with students so much? We lost. All right. Yes.
Many of us are living. So many of us are a product of our skills, not actually what we went to do at the university or what we learned in school.
Yeah.
For example, the thing that too, I didn't study talking. I remember I was really a very good speaker, but I went to do a course on Bachelor of Commerce. So you realize what I do today is not very much on the Bachelor of Commerce, but on talking and talking experience and things that I have achieved and I've been able to learn through the course of my life. So I agree with the competency-based curriculum. Let's not be able to judge students on their ability to remember and to be able to cram things, but let's reward them based on their skills. Because when you have skills on board, then you'll build a healthy and powerful nation. But if you decide to sit on the other end and judge people on their cramming ability, I think you might lose them on their abilities. Linda.
All right. Well, that's an interesting view right there. So we hope to see that, well, even as we incorporate this, yes, grades or good grades will not be rooted out 100%, but importantly, it will be for the best of our students. Just coming to page 2, to a story that we have touched already. Treasury bill, the rich to buy posh vehicles as the poor skipped meals. We have weighed into the same. And coming to page 3, how virus gave dyeing factories a lifetime after years of losses. And this also as different factories that were working on fabrics and were working on clothes right here for the longest of time had been out of the market, but then coming in of the virus, of course, at this time that there's that need of having masks, then of course these factories are thriving and doing good. And Kenya among countries to benefit from fast 300 COVID-19 vaccines. What do you make of these? I mean, the world has eagerly waited for a vaccine, and now that Russia says that it is likely to, have this vaccine that is going to work, numerous countries coming on board to order their vaccines, and now Kenya among the countries to benefit from fast 300 COVID-19 vaccine. A good move, a good thing. I mean, sigh of relief or hope for us or the global fraternity as we deal with COVID-19?
I really pray that this vaccine works on us. I think previously the conversation was that they were trying the vaccine on Africans. My hope and prayer is that this vaccine really works and it's not coming to be tested here in Africa and here in Kenya. I pray that it will be able to also help us bring back normalcy, because the new normal, in as much as we are trying to adapt, there is a lot of things that are not very functional. So I pray that it works, and at least we are now able to do such newspaper reviews when we are in the studio.
Yeah, I agree. But anyway, the ministry records decline in corona cases by 3.4%. In a story that we've also touched on, it says also people should not relax, saying that, well, maybe we hit the peak and now we are coming down. It is too early to declare that. And that aside, some bit of talk on matters politics on the stalemate, like we had weighed in on the same pages 6 and 7, says Ruto Raila falls state of arrest of senators. We've touched on that. Who wants what in the cash row? Some more revelations in regards to what could be causing this stalemate that is ongoing as it stands off. Integrity, public good missing in standoff over sharing revenue. This is according to Right Honorable Raila Odinga. And how plot to force formula backfired, and also we get to see more in regards to this, so you can grab your copy and get to see what is this that has been extensively expounded on the same. An agency to chart varsity pathway for dropouts, that's also an interesting one. That is Q, that is a commission for university education right here in the country. Let's drop what is of course on the Standard newspaper and cross over to the Daily Nation. And the front page of the Daily Nation, Ruto Raila criticized a state of arrest. Still the same conversation or the same story that is on the front page of the Standard newspaper. And according to Deputy President William Ruto, says abuse of police to bully citizens, threaten and intimidate leaders is wrong. It is not it's not the reason millions woke up early to vote for us as leaders now. And Raila Odinga says the state needs to pull back and abandon actions that take away the gains made on our path to democratization. And there you go, a different story right here. Studying abroad, your qualifications will be matched against Kenyan standards. Well, that should be a good news, or that should be good news, because in most cases, African countries have argued, or African people travel to abroad and they're forced to go back to class so they can meet the standards of this international scene. Another story, counties near Nairobi are new COVID-19 hotspots. And I think this is a case that we've seen, a trend that we've seen. Kiambu County now the hotspot, taking up number 2 from Mombasa. And the biggest fear is that also the likes of Machakos and Kajiado are going to face it rough. What do you make of this?
Yes, we've seen other hotspots coming up, and I think the conversation should be, we need to be safe. We need to keep safe. I think with the reduction of the number.
Sorry?
Hello, can you hear me?
I lost you, yeah?
Saying with the reduction of the number of COVID-19 cases, I think there is a lot of laxity, and people are not taking these very serious. And I think we need to ensure that we don't create more hotspots. I think Nairobi took it fast. Now, for the other counties, we need not be able to get there. We should not get there. Let's continue observing on the guidelines that have been given to us by the Ministry of Health, so that we don't continue this conversation where now we have new hotspots here, we have new hotspots in the counties. let's keep safe. In as much as the reduction of the number of cases is being experienced, and I think we need to keep safe.
All right, and speaking of which, also this story that has been captured on page 7 says that Nairobi metropolitan area, the new COVID-19 epicenter. Well, this in regards to the numbers that have been projected so far, and the number of COVID-19 cases in Nairobi stand at 17,889. And this is pretty much unfortunate numbers. In Kajiado, 1,627, and Machakos, 1,088, different from that one of Kiambu that I have mentioned, has taken the center stage of being amongst the top ones. Mugatana, once fraud case settled out of court. And just a week or two ago, we saw the arrest of former Garsen Member of Parliament, that is Danson Mugatana, who now seeks to have this conversation or this case be settled out of court. That's pretty much unfortunate. In most cases, I don't know, this is not the first time that he lands himself in this, and most of our leaders too. Why is it that fraud is quite much thriving in the country, and this is actually being conducted by the leaders who are supposed to stop and shun this?
Again, I think the problem we have in this country, Linda, is leadership. And I look forward actually to a time when leadership would be taught, so that we don't get to argue over certain things. Sometimes you look at these things and you really get to, you're angry, your feelings, because you realize there's a better way to handle things. But when you look at how things are really handled, it baffles you and it makes you really feel bad about it. So I think this falls to leadership, and if you're able to set good leadership examples in the country, I don't think we should be talking about this. We shouldn't be in this conversation again, having the same person in the same message again.
All right, and that aside, radicalization and terrorism is finding its way back. There's a story that has been captured on page 10 of the Daily Nation, speaking of how much, Kenya and Somalia have been out here, fighting at that point of the border because of the aspect of Al-Shabaab's and kidnapping that sparked war. And this is a story that has been captured. Say, before 2011, Kiwayu was an idyllic tourist spot, hailed in magazines as one of the best in the world. Things changed dramatically when the T-boats arrived, and all this talk of kidnappings and all this talk of some of the people in Kenya sort of going missing and disappearing for ages. I think you know very well that even the Cuban doctors disappeared, and this was something that's pretty much unfortunate. Also, in Mombasa, there is a mosque, that is Masjid Musa. How Bing Mosque became face of radicalization in Mombasa, that this mosque, instead of serving the purpose of people going there to worship Allah, it is serving the contrary, or it's contrary, because then you find that lots of radicalization activities are taking shape in this particular area. And why is it that our youths, or why do you suppose youths are so prone and, vulnerable to these acts of radicalization, that they get into this? What could be informing this, aside from the fact that, yes, there's lack of employment and poverty?
I think the youth have not been empowered enough. In as much as we talk about the opportunities that have been given to them, are they even real opportunities? So youth, I think we should come to a point and agree that these guys, we do not empower them. We do not have a future for our country. So when we look at the youth, we should see our tomorrow. We should see people who can be able to carry the conversation of development and growth of our country forward. I think the reason why they are radicalized is because do we even know how much potential these people carry? Do we even know that if we empower the youth, we've empowered the whole generation? So the conversation is, I think we do not really engage the youth also enough, because when we are setting so many things for the youth, we don't even involve them. So the conversation is not really centered on the people who really matter.
All right, and let's drop that one as we keep this conversation right close to our hearts, because that will come in handy to change so much. And we take a look at the People Daily, and the biggest story: Michelle rallies the U.S. against a Trump rule. Former First Lady urges voters to turn out in large numbers and send home President Trump, who she said only succeeded in dividing the nation. What do you make of her statement yesterday? Got very many people, surprised, but yes, she said it.
Now, her statement really, I don't know, it hits Trump in such an odd way, but I think when you look at what is coming, the elections in November, everyone feels like anything being said is a threat to them. I think Donald Trump didn't take it very lightly, because I think Michelle is supporting Joe to get into that seat in November. So I think it's a threat to Donald Trump feels threatened, and sometimes when you're in power, getting to hear people threaten your position and say all these things, you don't take them lightly, because loss of power is a bit painful. Ask those who've lost it, and I will tell you. I think it must have come very wrongly for him.
Okay, well, that's in the U.S. We wait to see how this will play out. Amid COVID-19, they still say or maintain that they are going to have the election anyway. So, as we proceed, outrage over police brutality. I think we've touched on this particular story, and also on this story where artisans are to get degrees and diplomas. That's an interesting story that we've captured on matters making the best of talent equally, as captured on page 13. And coming to page 2, experts warn minutes of a lift could leave you dead. So, nicotine pouch lift is the latest among the youth or the young ones. Industry players warn the dangers that the 20 sachet carries are lifelong, problem. And medical experts and anti-tobacco lobby groups are asking the government to ban lift, a nicotine product sold across the counter and which is being used by the youth and children. And first of all, at this time of COVID-19, these are the reports that are coming on board that actually youth are, abusing drugs even more. And as much as there's that ban on sale of alcohol in restaurants and all these places, they still are enjoying the drink while at home. And now this also lift is one, I don't know which one exactly, I've not had a chance to get a hold of it or even say it, but it's pretty much unfortunate and speaks volumes of how much our students, our children are abusing drugs.
Yes, Linda. I don't think banning the sale of alcohol was the real deal for solving problems during this time of the pandemic. I think we've said here again, this should have been addressed differently, and this goes back to the years these students are in school. Are we preparing them enough so that when such a thing happens and we are not able to monitor them as teachers, we are not able to monitor them, parents where they are at home, are they able to keep them in check? Secondly, you realize some of these students are using drugs because they are lacking love at home. They went home and they thought parents would embrace them, but unfortunately these parents are so hard on them, and some of them even turn into drug abuse as a way of trying to get relevant and to feel loved. So are we able to prepare these students enough, even when they're in school, so that when they go home, whether they're being monitored by the teachers or not, when they're with their parents, they're not doing the wrong things? Because let me tell you, Linda, those statistics are really true. There's a lot of drug abuse happening out here, and they actually do not fear. You even see some of them updating their status, and they're very happy about it. So the conversation is in mentorship and in training these students while they're in school, so that they're able to keep off from such things.
Okay, well, and there's an interesting piece right here on page 9 of the People Daily in regards to COVID-19, and so Mombasa lobby seeks compensation. That is a lobby group that seeks compensation for residents of Old Town, and they say they want to be reimbursed for the losses they claim were incurred during the lockdown period. It's a very interesting piece. They also want the government to ensure that they deal with the losses that they incurred at this particular time when they were locked down or they were declared a coronavirus epicenter. What do you make of this? Is it necessary, and would it not not take now the entire country to that point where, yes, they'll claim this from the government? And what does it speak about preparation in terms of cushioning people across the country as we deal with COVID-19?
Well, in as much as we might try to look at the government and try to read the myth, I think this pandemic hit so many countries in the world, and it was not very well prepared for. So I don't think it is right for one person to go and demand that the government, compensates them, because when you begin the conversation of compensation, the whole world, I think we've been inconvenienced in different ways. Even in what, as a company we do, we've been inconvenienced because we do a lot of things in schools and colleges. So we cannot go now to the government and tell them to compensate us. However, with the conversation of, being able to help people and cover them in such situations, I think it should be addressed very well, so that at least, I've seen in other countries, people are able to have access to, basic needs. Sometimes even the rent, the government in other places would say, let people not pay all the amounts, or maybe let them pay half, so that they are cushioned against such uncertainties. But I think here in Kenya, we've not had so much of that going on. It's been, do your thing, and the little that has been distributed to the poor and the less fortunate. But you realize when you go to the ground, not everyone was able to access these. So there are people who have equally been able to be cushioned, but others have been left out, and the conversation should be in better strategies in the future.
All right. Well, that aside, let's cross over to the Katun edition of all these sessions as we get to wind up. It's more about the Senate on the People Daily. Yes, governors are right there as the goalkeepers, and the Senate are out here trying to debate on how best they can address the stalemate, the revenue share stalemate, 8 shots off target and still counting. Well, I think, is there much to say about this Katun edition?
Yeah, I think there's something to say. Can we try to look at this not to be a competition between the senators? I think to score, then it goes, the ball goes different direction. Seems like it's really a competition. It shouldn't be a competition. It should be, these people coming together and agreeing this is what is best for the common man, and this is what is best for the whole country. I think when we begin it at there, we will win.
All right, and still more or less the same thing. Also on the Daily Nation, Senate will not be cowed. As you can see, President Uhuru Kenyatta sort of standing right there in front of the mirror, and all these voices coming from the Senate that, what, we will not be cowed, we will not be pushed to address something that we do not seek to address, or what we think is not right for our people. So, and I don't know, this is a little bit tricky, that when I'm not able to get it very clear, the butchery of Bujumbura under new management, still not quite clear. So I'm afraid we might be able to take a look at the Katun edition on the Standard newspaper. But I guess I have to say asante sana on that very note as we get to wind up on this session of the newspaper review. That's more like it on what is on the newspaper. And we cross over to a different conversation altogether. Sky Vikan, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Linda.
Lovely day as we cross over to the next segment. After this break, we'll have so much, so keep it at TV47.
Authentic, natural, planned.
The events that are taking center stage in Mali as of now are pretty much unfortunate occurrence, or if not unfortunate, then we get to know what this means for the African scene, what this means for growth of democracy, what this means for the changes or for the people of Mali as we proceed. The president has resigned after military mutiny upon yesterday's arrest. And aside from that, we also back home and talk the Senate stalemate that is still ongoing. More and more revelations coming on board. Arguments that there could be someone who wants the stalemate. Arguments that there could be a hand that is pushing it. This talk of pushing senators to a direction that probably they do not like. And the hard stance that they have maintained is something that one would not probably have expected. And the biggest question then, what way forward? Joining me for this session, Robert Nyakundi, lead consultant, NACU1. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. We still do not have him on screen, but not to worry, you'll get to see. Yes, Robert is here. Robert Nyakundi. Good morning, sir. Good morning. You well? Thank you so much for having me. And good. Thank you so much for finding time for us. We also expect Edwin Kigoli, who's a youth leader, to join us via Skype as we expound some more on this. And a conversation that we've had for the longest of time, yes. The revenue stalemate. Let's just say it's new because we probably haven't had this conversation with you. Yes. And who knows, you could be telling us something different from all what we've had, because something different is what the people of Kenya want today.
Okay. Yes. Good morning, Linda.
Morning.
The revenue stalemate, there was a clash in the Senate on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, was it Tuesday or Monday?
It was Monday.
It was Monday.
Yes.
There was a humongous clash. And these senators went at each other. At some point, the speaker almost lost control of the Senate. There were a bit of rumors on social media that some of these senators were going to try and reach for the mace. Symbolically, when the mace is not there, then the Senate does not have power. So it was a clash, it was a power struggle. And we could see what was happening. The revenue stalemate in this country is something that has cast aspersions on the psyche and the Kenyan direction and how we conduct our politics, our affairs. It is now emerging that there are two centers of debate in this issue. There are senators who are clamoring for one man, one vote, one shilling. And there are those who feel that equity is important, that those counties that have been marginalized for a very, very long time continue to get a larger chunk of the resources so that they can catch up. And this is a good argument. Kiambu, for example, as a county, is the second largest county after Nairobi in terms of GDP as well. But there are these other counties that are arguing that we might not be able to have the people, the population. We might not be as many, but we have resources. Narok is arguing, for example, that they have Masai Mara. It is a great revenue earner for this country. Mombasa is arguing that they have a port. Lamu as well. Marsabit and Mandera, they're arguing that they are border towns. Busia as well. Kericho is talking about that they are
the tea.
Kitale, the food basket. So the senators that are pro-equity, on this other side, for them it's about everybody to have equity. Johnson Sakaja for Nairobi, seeing that Nairobi is county number one and county that is likely to get much more of the one man, one vote, one shilling because of the population, 4 million, is clamoring for equity and saying Turkana has to catch up. Turkana has been marginalized for a very, very long time. It needs to catch up. And this is a very, very sensible argument, and I would agree with them. Because Turkana, if we were to continue marginalizing them, then they will continue remaining backward. However,
have they been marginalized in real sense? Because yes, even before, funds were channeled towards seeing the growth of Turkana. Probably lack of accountability, as many would argue. Probably lack of leadership that is focused on bringing development to the people. So that these people who've been giving so much money or so much energy, into the countries or into the national, kitty, sort of feel like, enough is enough. We have given you enough. We have watched you crawl. We have hoped that you would walk. But it seems like you do not catch up, or you do not want to catch up.
That is true. That is very, very true. But there's one thing that I want to say. In our farm, we deal with such issues. International relations, climate change, and sustainable development.
Yeah.
In sustainable development, we say that sustainable development is not development unless you can be able to replicate what you're doing today and tomorrow.
Okay.
It's been 10 years. Devolution has been 10 years now, we've started seeing counties getting the money at the grassroots for 10 years. You cannot expect for a country that has been existent, alive for 55 years, a country with Turkana as an area that has been marginalized for 55 years to catch up in 10. It is impossible. But then, look at it on the flip side. What does Turkana have? Turkana has two great resources that the country rely on, or is likely to rely on as we go on. Experts say that the next war that is coming, the next World War III, for example, is going to be a water war. The deposits of water that are around Turkana County today are able to provide safe, clean drinking water for this country for a very, very long time. Leave alone that, oil has been discovered. Already we've started exporting a bit of chunks. Don't you think, therefore, then, if we say that Turkana has been getting a lot of money, they do not deserve anymore, then let them get 80% of their oil. Let them get a larger chunk of their oil revenues so that they catch up on their own terms. Let Mombasa get 80% of the port revenue so that they catch up on their own time. Let Narok catch up through the park, through the levies, through the hotel money, so that these countries, therefore, whatever they have, whatever the resources that they have been adorned there, that are there for their people, let them profit from them.
Numerous proposals coming on board. If it was as easy as it sounds, do you suppose we would have been where we are today with the kind of stillment that we have? Does it then mean that there's some mathematics that is not balancing? It is becoming rocket science for the senators to be able to reach this conclusion?
When you take it on that perspective, the political angle comes in.
All right.
There's an election in 2 years, 2022. Many of these senators want to run for governorship. The country is shifting. The philosophies are changing. The political ideology is reforming. There's BBI right now. There are very, very many interests in this revenue allocation debate. From who is going to be governor in 2022 to who is going to be president in 2022. So when we bring the political brinkmanship, therefore, then we begin to see selfish interests.
So how then can we sit down and comfortably say that the same politicians, the likes that you've mentioned, the likes of Sakaja, in their own proposal, they genuinely have the interest of common mwananchi at heart?
It is very, very hard to argue like that, because for a very long time we all know in this country that politicians are rarely have interests of the mwananchi at heart. In fact, the senators that are now clamoring for equity, majority of them on this other side probably are getting back. They're probably getting back to what has happened to them as concerns House leadership. And somebody like distinguished Senator Murkomen, for example, he was a majority leader in the Senate. He is not now. So he's likely to say that every proposal that is coming from his own government is going to go against. Yes.
Right.
So they become defiant, they become personal interests at the end of the day. So the things are many. As I'm talking about brinkmanship, everybody wants to be on the top. So interest of Mwananchi is going to be number last if this is the case there.
All right, so where does it leave us? Because yes, like it or not, we've seen a game of interest playing out. And we are at that point where these senators have met for numerous times.
Yes, 9 times.
And we're still looking at them, and they have formed a member committee. What way forward? What are we likely to get out of this committee? Remember, it's not the first time that a committee is being formed to address the same.
Yes, they've said that they're meeting 12 members. A committee has been constituted to find a win-win solution, to put down partisan interests, to put down their differences and to get a formula that is going to work.
We're talking about 12 senators,
Yes.
and
Yes.
we're talking about 47 counties
Yes.
being represented. What are the likelihoods of these 12 getting a solution for the 47?
These 12, first of all, the members that make up this committee,
Yeah.
I think they are the vocal senators in that in the Bunge,
House,
yes,
okay.
the House, and the others who have put their amendments. They have almost 4 or 5 amendments right now, and I want to be very, very honest.
Yeah.
Politicians rarely agree. They might decide to agree to disagree, but when a special sitting is called again, I don't think this thing is going to drag on and drag on and drag on. I don't think they will agree.
Numerous proposals, and I think we've seen all the proposals from the Sakaja proposal, Kinjuri proposal, I mean, not Kinjuri, Rinturi proposal,
yes.
and this last proposal that we had. And then the question would be, amongst all these proposals, there is none really that addresses this issue in totality, addresses, this issue, on a long-term basis. It's more or less like a short-term basis for now, as we look into what we're going to get in the next other 5 years or in the next other 3 years, so to speak. Is it a polite way of saying that these leaders, as always, it's been the norm for them to come into power, leave trouble for the next regime and disappear, and then Kenyans are excited for this short-term period, but before we know it, we are in the other regime and we do not know what next again?
And that is exactly our Waterloo. That is exactly our Achilles. That is where we get it wrong. That we as voters in this country we forget too quickly.
Right.
A proposal is going to be put out there, it's going to be voted upon, and we will forget. So, like you're saying, the interest of the Mwananchi is the last thing on those, in my opinion, on those senators, on these people, because all these proposals, there's one that is saying equity, 1 man, 1 shilling. Another one is saying that this equity proposal to be implemented in stages for the next 5 years. Another one saying that the equity proposal to be implemented as soon as tomorrow, the country to begin losing money. If I am going to be a governor running in 2022, and I'm likely to win because I'm a vocal, popular senator, I would want to get a little bit more money.
Yeah.
But why would you want to get a little bit more money? If indeed you do not intend probably to steal or to get some of it.
Exactly, because
so
then
the interest of you and I and the millions of Kenyans out there is actually the last thing in the minds of this. That is why we have 9 meetings that have failed to provide a solution. We have a committee right now. There'll be a special sitting next time, to the extent that the speaker doesn't even have control of his own house. Yes.
All right. The counties are
Yes.
grappling as it stands right now, and we've seen the governor saying that, you know what, you need to fix this because we're not able to pay bills, we're not able to run activities at the counties. Healthcare workers some of them are on strike in different counties. What way forward for them?
The way forward, in my opinion, would be the most obvious thing, like everybody else has been saying. The 2 leaders on 2 political divides, the Honorable Raila Odinga and the Honorable Deputy President, have said, let these people put their differences aside and get a winning formula for everybody. Because like you're saying, countries are being starved, there's no money, the financially has passed on, has extended, has ended, and there's no money to run counties anymore. So let them sort it out and sort it out as soon as is possible.
A scenario that really requires the Solomonic wisdom.
Yes,
What's played out on Monday, the arrests of these senators, something that has been condemned by very many people across the country. Of course, the key figures, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, Deputy President William Ruto, condemning this as, barbaric, something that is getting us back to, tough times, the years that we were in, and the strides that we've made trying to whitewash or water them down. What do you make of such moves, sincerely, at this time and age?
3 senators were arrested on trumped-up charges. Others, legal minds calling them misdemeanors, things that do not really attract really serious, attention like what we saw. 3 senators who are voting on a certain particular manner, Team Kenya senators, were arrested, harassed, and taken back to their home counties to allow so that they do not vote. Is it therefore right to say that these senators should stay within the precincts of parliament, because there you cannot be arrested, vote, and then now become free Kenyans? You cannot use powers of state, tools of violence, tools of protection to intimidate elected, duly elected leaders of the people who have been sent to parliament, to senate, to vote on behalf of the people. It is retrogressive, it is old, it is late, it is wrong. So, in my opinion, that was the wrongest. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen on Tuesday, therefore.
Right.
Who's going to be arrested next? Or
what other move will
Yes,
be?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, Law Society of Kenya President Nelson Harvey has equally warned that continued use of police officers to intimidate political leaders is a recipe for disaster if not stopped at an early age. Charles Kanjama says also accused the DCI of intimidating the senators, which is something they consider very unfortunate. When you look at this, and the police also coming to defend themselves, as they are put on arrest they are spotted over these arrests, and they say, it is beyond us, it's upon orders. So, I mean, where do we get to strike a balance at such a scenario? Are we placing our officers at a very delicate spot?
There's a philosophy in political science that is called anarchy.
Yeah.
When there is no law and order, anarchy reigns. And that is what is happening. Because as a staunch supporter, you saw what happened in Kakamega yesterday, I'm sure. Wananchi came out in droves and they're saying, what the hell is this? It is wrong. There is no excuse for intimidating people, political leaders, in such a manner. Whatever way you want to say it, whether it was an order, against what? For example, distributing sanitizers, government sanitizers. Or putting together 200 youth so that they are oathing and some of these things you cannot even begin to understand.
Right.
So there is nothing other than condemning in the strongest terms possible what happened on Monday to these senators. It should not happen in this country. This is our space is too good and we are too advanced. This is 2020.
Before Right Honorable Raila Odinga condemned this, the conversation was that, what is this handshake actually that we brought to ourselves? Probably we would have had a different conversation in addressing this, if at all. ODM was just ODM, NASA was just NASA as an opposition party. But the coming together in the name of a handshake, in the name of getting unity, has it in a way come in to strangle the achievements that we've done towards achieving democracy in totality?
That is what is playing out. Jubilee Party is a coalition of many parties. And what we are seeing, which is not secret, is that we have a president who's not working in tandem with this deputy. These are two centers of power that are clashing, people who came together to form a government. BBI, Building Bridges Initiative, the handshake, has made ODM sort of government friendly. But when we are talking about this issue for Senate, I would like to look at it differently. The whips of the different sides, the minority side and the majority side, did not do probably are not doing their jobs.
Right.
The senator, Honorable Senator Kangata, used the whip on the majority side of Parliament. I think he has not whipped well. You're supposed to call yourself
in comparison to the others.
Yes, you whip your senators and you tell them this is the direction we are moving. Senator Aaron Cheriot, I know you do not like this, but this is what you're moving. This is government policy because senators act for the good of the policy, championing or sponsoring the policy in Senate. So if you're not whipping your people...
And Susan Kihika could have done well?
Absolutely.
You think so?
Kipchumba Murkomen, as majority leader of that parliament, would have...
made strides right now?
Yes, because Senator Pugisho, Honorable, entered parliament in 1988. I found out recently. In 1988, I was what, 3 years old? I mean, I'm not saying he's old but it's not effective. You cannot whip. You cannot ask a young firebrand senator like Aaron Cheruiyot, who's an alumni of Moi University. Like I was a year ahead of him. This guy is firebrand. He's strong. There is no way you can convince him otherwise. Senator Ledama from Narok, Murkomen takes it one-on-one with Senator Orengo, like their peers, you know. So
the likes of Haji are doing well. Orengo himself is doing well also.
And what yes, absolutely, they are doing well. But what I'm seeing is happening is that Senate is shifting. The politics of this country are shifting. Young people like you and I and others are taking more proactive roles in speaking. The days of Kijana Tulia are starting to ebb away. And that is why I feel it was wrong to de-whip leaders of Senate because of either BBI or some other interest, or to punish probably the deputy president. And by the way, by the actions that they are doing, they're empowering him. They're making him popular.
Okay.
And 2022 is going to be very, very interesting.
Is that a polite way of saying they're making the DP popular?
That's a polite way of saying.
That's obviously, you know, an ally of the DP.
Yes, that's a polite way of saying they are making hay.
While the sun
shines for this horse to nourish itself for this race. It's going to be two. We've already seen one. See Punda, this is going to be a very, very serious horse. It is not a dark horse. It is a stallion that they are making.
Right Honorable Raila Odinga seems to be a bit skeptical of the fact that you know, he comes on board to back what it is that the president suggests or thinks is right, the 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. But also the other time, you know, coming to condemn some of these things. And initially we know that his stand wasn't for that. What does he speak of him? Is he being coerced courtesy of the BBI, like Kangata said?
You know, many supporters of the Honorable Raila Odinga are keen on saying that for a very long time they've been on the receiving end. The tear gas, the stones, the backlash. And they're saying if Baba says that we chill and we follow wherever, that's what we'll do.
Right.
And others are also saying that as an opposition leader, he has opposed for far too long. Somebody else should take over because, I mean, Baba should now rest. The Honorable Raila Odinga should now rest because he has done so much for this country. And nobody can tell him anything. If anything, I think he's the one who's controlling the show.
He literally is, based on what we see. But some say he should not rest. Instead, we should award him. By giving him the presidency.
And that is probably what is panning out. And with this BBI, a referendum is beckoning. And this referendum, I kid you not, is to create more positions for people. And in my opinion, I'm not a political prophet or anything. I think they are trying to bring somebody on the table and legitimize him for the people of Kenya in preparation for probably 2027. This man could be the Baringo Senator, Gideon Moi, yes. Create more positions, make him probably a deputy prime minister or deputy president, so that, and also to try and push William Ruto. But we don't know, at the end of the day, what President Kenyatta is going to do, because he has not officially endorsed anybody. And you know, if he was to stand on the eve of the election in 2022, sometime in, because the election will be done in August, sometime in February, and say, I'm endorsing my deputy, things will change. So,
hugely, because they determine the metrics as it stands, and Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Anyway, let's not rush pretty much on that. But now that you mentioned President Uhuru Kenyatta, just what card is the executive pulling out, and to whose advantage, or trying to achieve what, especially on this talk of the stalemate?
Okay, yes. Senate the revenue allocation for what is the executive hand in all of this. I think the executive is also playing that 2022 card. They want to give a little bit more money to counties that have many people who are, that's why they're saying 1 shilling, 1 vote.
Yeah.
We are many voters. So it will be a campaign promise or tool when people are going around to say, we even gave you a little bit more money, vote for us. Vote for our preferred candidate. Because we added you 2 billion, we added you 300 million, we added you this and that. Because populous countries are likely to get more money. Why do you think, what else could be the reason, honestly? Yes, because only 314 billion is the share that national government is giving counties.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any other stake other than 2022 here.
Okay, well, and as we expound some more, still taking that line, but now away from the revenue stalemate, you have mentioned the strides that we've made as Kenya, and such are the strides that the likes of Africa have made in terms of, attaining democracy and all that. But when we see African leaders trying to choke this, trying to wash away, what is it that our forefathers, focused on in terms of giving us what we enjoy today? What do you make of it? Because every other time, every other African country is not stable. Stability is one thing that we do not know. Then we ask ourselves, is it our leaders or there's an external hand?
Thank you very much for that. We are experts in African affairs, and we've done up to 18 countries of research on what is ailing Africa. Uganda is doing elections 2021.
Yes.
7 years already said he's going to run for a 5th term. Magufuli is running for a 2nd term in October this year.
Yeah.
In Mali, there's a coup. Ibrahim Boubacar Keita has been, coups were the order of the day in Africa in the 70s.
Yeah.
I think the more we make a step ahead, the more we make 2 steps. Look at Zimbabwe, for example. A new president is already stifling democracy.
Yeah.
Look at a country like we've said, Mali, the issue of the coup. Look at Cameroon, a president who's been there for ages.
Paul
In
Biya.
fact, a friend of mine was saying that this is a man who runs Cameroon from the French Alps.
Yeah.
So Africa, I think our leaders are still marionettes of the West. We're still playing to the tune of the colonialists.
Right.
And it is not our interests that govern these people, because we removed Mobutu Sese Seko, fine. Then DRC is not at peace anymore. Even in Ethiopia, they're saying now that their prime minister, though he won the Nobel Peace Prize, there's a section of people that probably he does not like. And it is probably our generation, maybe.
Yeah.
Probably because baby boomers have failed. The people who are born after 1945, so the people who are running this country,
have not been able to.
They have not been able to. Maybe it is our generation, the people who came after the 70s to the 80s, and now we have young people, the XYZ generation, because we're millennials. Yes.
Now that you brought the aspect of the young people, and we'll take examples. We cross over to South Africa, Malema. We cross over to Zimbabwe, Chamisa. We cross over to Uganda,
Malawi.
Bobby Wine. Malawi. We see these young leaders cropping up. But theirs has been looked at as politics of intolerance. Do you suppose then that we are able to play politics of intolerance and win this? Or we need to go somewhere on the round table and have a sober conversation towards reviving Africa, or towards, restoring glory for Africa?
You said something very, very, very important. I'll give an example of Tanzania.
Yeah.
The person who's likely to carry the flag for Chadema, the opposition party, is Tundu Lissu, a young activist lawyer.
You've seen what he's been doing of late. Yeah.
Yes. And he has Malema in South Africa, and there's Bobby Wine in Uganda, and in our country here, who do we have? I don't know. But what I would suggest is a partisan, like the Pan-African Congress,
right?
The movement of the black man that ushered in the beginning of the end of colonialization in Africa. That's what we need. All these young leaders need to come on a table and sit and say, we are 45 or 50 and below, and we need to take back Africa, because the old guard has failed us.
Yeah.
And we need to change, introduce a new political culture, start to think on other new lines. This is the TikTok age. This is the Facebook, Twitter age. I mean, if a senator can stand in parliament, I heard Senator from Madira saying no, is it Madira? I don't know. I've forgotten his name.
Yeah.
That we should not tweet what's happening in Senate. I mean, what are you talking about? So I think what is happening is that the old people are realizing that, power is very sweet.
Right.
And they keep on holding on it. And I think that's why this coup has happened and other things. So the young people should continue rising up and say enough is enough. They congregate, meet, do a big meeting and say, we are taking back Africa.
Politics of social media, now that you brought that, is very important.
Yes.
And in a way, is favoring some countries, is an undoing for others well, and a huge undoing for the likes of Trump in what many people have argued, because, well, anything Trump is always there and, raises lots of controversy in regards to the same. At some point in time, his leadership has been put to question, courtesy of that. So when you're talking about the politics of social media and how it is panning out in Africa, numerous reforms talks or numerous cessation talks are being propagated on the social media, something that has been considered to be an undoing. For instance, now that you mentioned Cameroon is struggling. The cessation groups, the Ambazonia, are seeking to exit the stage, or saying that they want cessation, they want to go their way, because they feel like the government of Paul Biya is not doing them any kind of justice.
Yes.
And when you go on social media, you want to crash because of the cases that you see. Nigeria, for instance, Biafra, saying that they want to exit the stage. You look at how much some people actually who are not even in Nigeria are propagating this kind of hate and this kind of talks of exiting the stage. Doesn't it in a huge way instill so much fear that would end up costing the countries as opposed to bringing this revolution that they're looking for?
The people, the nations, countries are a collection of people who've suspended their interests, come together and formed something called a nation state. And the nation state is characterized by one people, sacrosanct in a state, people who are guided by principles of nationhood. So if I'm in Cameroon, and because of what I speak, a tongue that came from the colonialist, English, French, and that is our division.
Right.
And you're discriminating on me because of what I speak.
Yeah.
Of course, I deserve the right to self-rely on myself, become a nation. Look at Western Sahara with Morocco for a very long time. The Sahrawi people have always refused to be part of Morocco as a country. And they've said that they want to be their own people. And it's a debate that has been going on for a very, very long time, to the extent that when Kenya realized the Sahrawi people back in the 80s, when President Moi was the head of state, Morocco went to the extent of closing the embassy here. So in short, what I'm saying, even Eritrea came out of Ethiopia. South Sudan came out of what? The largest Sudan.
Yeah.
Biafra, there was a war in the 60s that ended in a lot of bloodshed, but they did not secede. So if your interests are not aligning with mine and you're hurting me, we've done a lot of work on Chad, for example, and Mauritania and Mali. All these countries along the Western Sahara, the Sahelian countries along that belt, all of them have an issue here and there. Algeria has separation, they are called separationists. All right?
Yeah.
And if we are not agreeing, if it is an inconvenient marriage, then let me do what? Walk out.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
You advocate for that.
Because
South Sudan did that. Sudan
yes.
did that. Today, the world's youngest nation has not seen peace because of cessation, because they exited the stage. And cessation really is not bad, like you rightfully put it. But just how much are these people or these groups, the separatist groups, prepared to form a nation that is going to thrive, that is going to stand?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, we cannot begin to talk about secession if we do not have philosophy.
Yeah.
If we do not have a culture, a wish, something that we want. If you're oppressing me and I want to secede and I get an opportunity, then I form government. I want to ask you one thing. Despite the problems that are still, the pockets of problems that are going on in Juba, for example.
Right.
Don't you think the people are happier as having their own city called Juba than
having been together?
Yes.
We are.
That at the end of the day, we are stronger together, alone. and we can be able to do our things on our own way alone.
Well, we say there's strength in that and joy and happiness that is derived in us. Again, some small formations come within, of course, the groups that have decided to secede. I can tell you for free, go to Biafra today. There is still a talk of, different leaders cropping up. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and other leaders from, IPUB, and they all have a common interest. Yes, we want to secede as Biafra, but equally they have, personal interest in terms of getting to the top of leadership. Some of them actually have been claimed to be the people who are sabotaging the efforts actually put on board, because again, because of the differences that they're having as leaders, you find that the main government is able to, whip them to this other side. Hence, curtailing the efforts that have been put on board.
Yes,
so when we talk about the unity of the groups that seek to secede, the unity of the Africans themselves, what does it speak? What does it speak of, a group that would say we are united towards one cause? We fail to get this unity.
Something that is very, very interesting. Muammar Gaddafi, before he was exited, spoke of one Africa, with lira as the only currency. We are disintegrating and making small countries here and there, wishing to be on our own, etc., etc. Africa is one diverse continent with almost 1,000 ethnic groups.
Yeah.
But to not really answer your question, to counter your argument, not really your argument, your opinion, for example, don't you think it's better, aren't we better together as Africa? If today Africa was a country, the way China is a country, our GDP will be the best in the country. We are saying right now in development that Africa is the next international stage. That Africa with our human capital, the amount of, we are 1.2 billion Africans today, of which 60% are young people.
Right.
With our resources, with technology, with where we are setting the stage to be the best among the best.
Let's talk about our leaders now that you bring this argument, and let's just be genuine with ourselves. That we acknowledge that Africa has the resource. We acknowledge that Africa has the capability. We acknowledge that Africa has the space. We acknowledge that Africa has the numbers. But just how many of our leaders are willing to take Africa to that level? Because you realize, like you said initially, there's that influence for the West. There's that, influence from our very own colonialists. That is why today you go to Nigeria and they're Francophone speaking and they're also Anglophone speaking, Nigerians. You go to any other African countries and such is the case. Just when are we going to shift from that point of, the colonial mind to a point where we as Africans are able to chart the way forward and tap into the resources and the goodies that Africa has?
We have already started.
Have we?
We have already started.
African Union has been faulted for the longest of time.
Yes. African Union is like a company. It's like a private entity, a privately owned company. We cannot begin to talk about African Union.
It's the body that has been mandated to address or chart the way forward for all these conversations that we have.
I can tell you today, because of the coup in Mali, for example, what ECOWAS has condemned strongly and has proposed to met out economic sanctions against Mali's leadership, new coup leadership.
Right.
What does the African Union say? African Union has put out a statement condemning. I'm not really saying that African Union is not sufficient, but it is not. It's a fact.
Yeah.
We
need the regional bodies, the likes of ECOWAS, the likes of IGAD, the SADC, are sufficient or are efficient in any way?
We cannot even sit and agree as EAC, for example, to have a free market in East Africa.
Right.
These small groups, these small political affiliations, these small organizations, international actors, they cannot be sufficient. What I'm talking about that Africa is ready is the movement of young people today that are saying that I can use TikTok, put a video up there, it will receive views in Nigeria. Somebody there will, for example, we normally have tweets, fights between countries on Twitter, for example. These are young people who are doing this. Look at that energy, look at that synergy. what if everybody says that enough is enough, let us bind together? Arab Spring.
Is it a unity of purpose? Because sincerely, we need to have these conversations. And like I said, you know, is it politics of intolerance? Is it politics that has, you know, is focused on achieving something? Or is just politics of getting and gaining the fame? And just how much are the incumbents, the leaders, the oldies, willing to join in and help the young, you know, to transform Africa? Because you see, when someone wakes up today and they go on social media and they start, you know, this revolution, of course you find that the oldies will come for them. Before you know it, Bobby Wine is battered. Before you know it, he's in prison. Before you know it, Bobby Wine cannot be able even to step foot in Uganda. And you ask yourself.
Yes, thank you. What is basically happening, and it is a fact of life, is that things are changing. The era of strongmanship, bringmanship, of big men is ending. And the people with the tools of power do not like it. They do not like it because they want to cling on to power. And because things are changing and we can be able, you can rally a movement using your Facebook, Twitter account. They do not want that to happen. And they are getting backing from the colonial governments because these colonial governments still want to continue controlling these people, the marionettes. Look at how successful the Arab Spring was, for example. It started in Tunisia. Somebody immolated, burnt himself on the front gates of the State House, and it spread like wildfire. My opinion is, let nature take its course. Let things change. Peace is very important. Peace is awesome, absolute. We could do this, for example. You could invite these people and sit with them, ask them, what do you want? Say, I'll be head of government, you'll be my prime minister, and let us run this country together. Because we can always talk. We can also agree to disagree, and we can disagree to agree. Like what is likely to happen with, like what happened with the BBI, for example.
Well, not so long ago, looking at the scenario in Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe being ousted, may his soul rest in peace. Looking at what played out with Zuma in South Africa, looking at what played out in DRC Congo, you know, in terms of the changes, it matches
even Malawi.
Yes, in Malawi of late, the latest. I mean Malawi, and equally Mali now coming in as the latest. Do you foresee a wind of change sweeping Africa in terms of leadership, and is it for the good of the people, or again, we probably are going to be gotten flat-footed?
You've used the right phrase, wind of change is sweeping across Africa. And that is a fact of life that is going to happen. On whether the philosophies will remain, you know, they normally say a revolution tends to eat its own people. Yeah. We might not know, but the unstoppable is coming. The wave is here. Yes, it is happening. Presidents like Museveni will exit one day, eventually. You know, eventually even the Cameroonian one will exit one day. The old
Muhammad Buhari.
Yes, they will exit. When change comes, it's unstoppable. And if it is unstoppable, what happens after that? Then, tunachia Mungu.
All right. Well, as we get to wind up, the African Union is still my main focus. You said, of course, the Sahrawi being incorporated to Morocco, and then finally Morocco found its way to the African Union after years of being away. And conversations are still ongoing. Do we still need to have the African Union while we all agree, or we all say that in a way it has not done well? And you talked about oil, you know, being tapped or having been discovered in Turkana, has been considered as one of Africa's biggest, you know, nightmare, curse instead of a blessing.
Yes.
So how do we shift the balance to ensure that our resources work in favor of us, as opposed to, you know, enticing, you know, these resources enticing the external hands, and they come and then again divide us and they get to rule us?
It is by, first of all, like what President Magufuli has done in Tanzania, stopping to do your projects using loans and foreign aid. For a very long time, IMF has been supporting Africa. Right now it is China with the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. So my opinion would be, the day we will stop relying on foreign aid and we say, let us suffer, but for the good of our people,
Yeah.
it will be the beginning of the end of all the fighting, all the political squabbles, all the problems, because we use our resources to buy the arms that we arm our people to fight each other. And that is, do you think a country like some countries in Europe would do that? No, they wouldn't.
They would not.
So
You cannot wash
somebody
away what
is
it is.
picked and they said we will fund you and we will supply you arms and you will do a small rebel fight, rebel war, then you will win, then you will become president, then you will allow us to come in and do this and that.
Yeah.
For how long, since 1960 till now, will that go on? It
Pretty
cannot.
much
So let us just feel the pinch of being poor and relying on ourselves. Then we say enough. We don't want your money anymore. We don't want your loans. We don't. And you, let us bargain. Let us sit and say we are value addition on our tea, on our coffee, our oil. You refine it, but you sell you sell it at affordable prices. We can move. The conversations can move.
Well, we can only hope that indeed the conversations will change for that matter and change for the better. Robert Nyakundi, lead consultant NAP1, thank you so much for the great insights. Now that we've touched on matters Africa, feels like a relief, and we all hope for a better Africa.
Thank you so much. And before we stop, Joe Biden is officially Democrat nominee. to run against Donald Trump in
Yes.
November.
It's going to be a tight race, you think?
Indeed so, yes.
All right, we
It will
wait
be.
and see. Amid COVID-19,
Yes.
countries have decided that they have to sail on.
Yes.
And it's going to be a race. One argues that it's going to be a
They're
race
doing the
for the
convention.
oldies.
They're doing the convention online using Zoom.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And they say it's going to be a race for the oldies. But anyway, it's a mature democracy. So even if it's for the oldies, they know that they're there for
Yes.
only 2 terms.
Absolutely.
And that's it.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much once again. We're hoping to have Kigoli, but I did not sure. But all the same, it was a nice conversation.
Thank you
And I will cross over to a different one after this short break. So don't go anywhere. and time for the lifestyle segment. But today we are a little bit different because we're talking matters, banking, or not exactly matters banking. Why it passes to be a lifestyle issues, because it is a time where different sectors have come on board to try and figure out or come up with imperative innovations of ensuring that we cushion ourselves at this time of the pandemic. And we have a guest from CDN Bank. CDN Bank has not been left aside on this motion. Aside from ensuring that their customers are well catered for financially, they're also coming up with innovative ways of ensuring that we cushion ourselves, like I said, at this time of COVID-19. Issues of importance is what we'll be discussing this morning, and they have come up with different projects that they will tell us, they will share this one particular project that is of importance and of essence for you. So I'd call for your attention as we have Catherine Kisamwa on board, who's the head of microfinance, CDN Bank, currently the WASH Portfolio Manager, and you'll get to know what WASH Portfolio is all about just in a bit, and equally in charge of partnership with CDN Bank, or in CDN Bank alongside Aqua for All. Good morning, Catherine.
Good morning to you.
Good to have you.
Good.
Yes, and we don't want to make it rocket science. We need to understand what is this different thing that CDN Bank brings on board. But before that, a brief, introduction of what exactly CDN Bank is all about, and importantly, the project that we are introducing.
Okay, CDN Bank is a fully commercial bank under CBK guidelines and policy. And when it comes to WASH, we have a long history on water and sanitation and hygiene. From all the way from 1990s, when we started financing community water projects. To date, we have a very good history, and we have been very much involved into financing water, sanitation, and hygiene. And currently, we have not been left behind on the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have taken a step forward to ensure that we work with Kenyans, we support Kenyans, we support our SMEs, we support everyone whom is working with us to ensure that we caution them against the opportunities, the challenges which have come up because of COVID-19 pandemic. And on this, we have come up with a partnership between CDN Bank, Aqua for All, and Daffy's and Shortleaf into this partnership. And the main purpose of this partnership is to caution Kenyans, to caution SMEs, to caution micro clients, to caution corporates, both public and private, who are in the space of water and sanitation, to ensure that at least they are not feeling the pinch in terms of maybe I don't have working capital, which maybe I can use to expand my business, which I can use to put in more stock into my business. So this partnership is all about cautioning Kenyans, cautioning our SMEs, our micros, our corporates, both private and public, those who are working in the space of water and sanitation.
All right. Why in particular is this interest on the SMEs, and what is so special about this at this point?
When you look at the pandemic, that is the effect of COVID-19. And globally, you find out that mostly those who are affected are the micro SMEs clients. And that is especially and the point and our objective as to why we are focusing on them. Because you find out that currently, when it comes to working capital, everyone is like, yes, we don't have working capital, we don't have money to expand our businesses. And as CDN Bank, we are not being left behind. We are coming, that's why we came up with this particular partnership and the product, so that we can caution them against the effect of the pandemic. And for the SMEs, the WASH product, we are calling it COVID-19 WASH loan. This will caution them to continue with their businesses, to expand their businesses, and not to feel much pinch in terms of the effect of the pandemic. Yeah.
All right. In a way, does it not pose the bank to have a point of risk? Because most of the banks have run away from the SMEs we've had for the longest of time, because they have considered them as high risks, and there's fear of lending to them, and most of them have wanted to shift the focus on the government and lending government for that matter. So what makes this one different?
At point of need, I believe that's the point when the SMEs needs the bank.
Yeah.
And the reason is why we cannot run away from our clients and even from those who are coming to us in terms of financing. And that's why, even despite the fact that many are shying away from financing, CDN Bank, we are on it in terms of trying to ensure that our clients, we listen to them, we provide to them according to the needs they are coming up with. And what is so unique about the WASH loan, you find out that many financial institutions, they shy away from lending into water and sanitation in the aspect that this is a very risky segment. But to us, we see an opportunity into water and sanitation. And for sure, there is quite a lot when you fund water and sanitation, because the impact is so huge. We are talking of health is wealth. So if our clients are not healthy, then you don't expect much in terms of returns from them. And apart from health, we look into so many aspects of water and sanitation. We are looking at incomes. A lot of people get a lot of income from water and sanitation. And for us, giving them like working capital, it boosts their businesses, and it brings bread on the table for these households and corporates and the rest.
And notable impacts that we've seen, what are some of the key impacts that we are talking about, and what has the response been for the SMEs? Because by the time you're also going out to get into yourself into a loan, you need to have the confidence that indeed it is not something that is going to end up backfiring on you.
Water is life, and not only human beings, even animals, they need water. And you find out that this is a very essential commodity as far as human beings are concerned. And one of the things you find out that as we fund the corporates, the SMEs, for example, to distribute water to to themselves and the neighborhoods in terms of piping, you find out that this will touch so many people in the country. And out of that, the impact triggers all the way to income. So at any one point, you find out that even these loans we are giving out there, they are not risky, because every day I'm supposed to use water and I'm supposed to pay for it. So what happens? Even if I've given out a facility in terms of a loan, automatically revenue will be collected to the person whom we are funded, and the loan will be automatically paid. So to us, it's an opportunity as CDN Bank. And for this particular COVID-19, we have seen a lot of opportunities despite challenges. Because when we are like the SMEs, the micros are like given tenders to supply PPEs, to supply masks, to supply water tanks, to supply pipes, maybe for connections of water. Someone has a problem with the sewer system, they want to ensure, because all about COVID-19 is about hygiene. So to us, it's an opportunity for us to fund into that particular segment. And that's why the loan will be addressing such issues in terms of need for the working capital, LPO financing, asset financing.
All right, because it's for the interest of the common Naichi, or the person who's watching us again. We'll want again that you expound deeper on how the bank has been on the forefront on supporting the WASH project, and what elements of business do you get to support in particular?
Okay. From our history, we have funded so many water projects, SMEs, corporates, households. And as I start from the household level, I need a water dispenser. If you don't have cash to purchase that, CDN Bank, you can come get the small loan, because the water dispenser for the household is not much money. And you can pay for a particular period of time. As a household, I need a water tank for maybe water harvesting. So we have really, from all the way from 1990s to date, quite supported the household level in terms of water and sanitation through financing them. To the SMEs, we have these people like IF and Hardware, which I normally stock water tanks, pipes, toilets, because we are talking of water and sanitation, toilets, taps. These people, they need working capital, and this touches all the way, it touches on water and sanitation. As Syrian Bank, we have come forward to finance our SMEs so that they can have sufficient capital to invest into anything on water and sanitation. To corporates, we are talking of water service providers. And when I talk of water service providers, the public ones, like for example, we have Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. We have examples like Murang'a Water, that is a public entity, Murang'a South. Naruturesh, these are public water service providers whom we are financed so that they can ensure that the communities, the neighborhoods, they have sufficient water and safe sanitation to everyone. So from our history, you find out that we have really supported everyone across the segments, from micros to SMEs to corporates. And we are not only talking of public corporates, we are even talking of private corporates. All right, let's talk monetary support for that matter, which is the biggest issue in most businesses, and that is one thing that we need to acknowledge. So how much are you looking to invest or as an investment into supporting the enterprises? Okay, like for example, on this COVID-19 wash loan, we are looking at building a €4 million portfolio. That is equivalent to around 500 million Kenyan shillings. So with our partners, Hakwa for All, and Duffy's and Shirtleaf, we are looking at, can we really support the communities, the SMEs, the public and private corporates, to a tune of building a portfolio of 500 million Kenya shillings. So that is our objective by the end of what we are really looking at into this partnership.
Does this in any way limit the number of the people who are going to grab the chance?
The many we have, the better for us.
Supposing they surpass this amount of money that we're talking about.
Okay, at Syrian Bank, it's not about the partnership, because these partnerships, they normally have time frames. But for us, already the loan is in the system. So despite the fact that the partners, the time frame will come to an end, but at Syrian Bank, the loan will stay with us. So we'll still continue funding into this space of water and sanitation and ending touching on COVID-19 pandemic.
That will be basic information that one would say, okay, well, call this number and you'll get more information. But I think we have the chance to tell the people more about the funding and access to it for that matter.
We have 41 branches across the country, and anyone interested can just get into one of our branches and make inquiries. Already we have done trainings to all our staff on the product. They are very much aware on what is expected, how they are supposed to handle any queries on the product. On the social media, we are there on the same product, which is everyone, for the knowledge of everyone. So for everyone across the nation, because our branches are distributed across the country, anyone can just get into a branch, make inquiries, and as Syrian Bank, we listen. We will listen to them and we'll provide for them the solution for their need.
A rate of interest and all that?
Well, the product we are giving it as a very substantial interest rate compared to what is being offered there in the market, because we are talking about 11% interest rate, which from where I'm seated as a banker is quite far below what is the average out there in the market. And this is to support, because to us it's not about the profit. We are like, this is about supporting our people during this particular time.
Okay, well, what would be the criteria of choosing the people who qualify, or the people who will be supported by the same in the event that this comes on board?
To speak, we really don't have a strict criteria on how we are going to choose these people. Because the products we are offering, we are looking at 4 of them. Yeah. We are looking at working capital, we are looking at LPO financing, we are looking at asset financing.
Okay.
And I'm looking at everyone who is coming to Sidian Bank. I believe when it comes to their need, they love to fall into these categories. Yeah. Be it an individual, be it a limited company, a corporate, I believe that when it comes to their need as far as water and sanitation is concerned, I believe that they will fall into these categories. Yeah.
For the sake of the viewer, does this offer then stands for the people who are in Sidian Bank, or it's open now? Once you march in, then a conversation can be built revolving around that?
This is for Kenyans.
Okay.
Those who are already in Sidian Bank and those who are still want to come.
Any added advantage for those who are already in Sidian Bank, or it's as open as it is for everyone?
All of them, I believe they have the same chance, they have the same opportunity, because to us, we want to support as many SMEs, as many micros, as many corporates as we can have them. Yeah.
All right. So, for what duration is this going to run? You've said that, yes, it's a project that you've had for the longest of time, but probably there are durations to it. So when someone will be told, rush before offer lasts, come while it lasts and all that.
Okay, because we are looking at the effect of the COVID-19, the program, the loan will be running for 2 years. We started 1st of July 2020, so it will run for 24 months. But with a possibility of extending the facility with our partners, because we are looking at, apart from the current effect of COVID-19, we will have still a post effect after COVID-19. Yeah.
All right. And the incorporation of all these other, bodies and all the likes of other companies and everything, how then does it guarantee the person who's coming to borrow the loan a event or streamlined event of activities moving on?
We have MOUs with all the partners, and when you look at the role of each partner is very clear. Like Sidian Bank, we are there for financing and financial education to our clients. On the other side of Duffy's and Shirtleaf, they are service provider. So the role of each and every person is very clear. Aqua for All, this is a non-government organization, and it is coming up with its own roles in terms of technical assistance, in terms of even for the liquidity when it comes for this facility to support us, to ensure that we have enough liquidity to ensure that we continue lending to this particular segment.
All right. Do you suppose then in these projects, there are likelihoods that most of the private and even the public sectors will come in or be mobilized to ensure that they increase investments in water and sanitization?
What we are looking at is for them to expand what they are doing. Because at this particular moment, we are looking at, like many corporates, many water service providers, people need water at this particular moment. So to me, I'm looking at, can they come for more funding so that they ensure that all the households, they have sufficient water? If it is household, can I get a second water tank, to ensure that I have sufficient water running in my home? The SMEs, they should ensure that they have enough stock for their hardwares, for their chemistry, for their clinics, to ensure that they caution Kenyans against the COVID-19 effects.
All right. What financial background would you then look at when this person marches into the bank, wanting to request this, whether for home use, whether for their businesses or a corporate session? What is the financial background that you would look into, or records would you expect?
Now, the records depends with the kind of a customer. Like when you are talking of the micro customer, I talk of the mama mbogas, and that is where the space I normally work in terms of microfinance. When you ask them for records, for sure, they will not provide such records. But when I go to their businesses and find out what they are doing, you'll be able as a banker to analyze what they are doing and to come up with just a simple financial record on maybe how much is their cash flows. So for such, we normally do the appraisals and we visit the client on what they are doing to determine that yes, they can afford the water tank. For the SMEs, it's different. If a limited company, you find out that they have financials with them. By the end of every year, they normally do records for their businesses. So it becomes much easier when you're analyzing them. They have bank accounts. That is wherever they are, they have been banking their proceeds. So such, we use them to analyze them. The same with the corporates. You find out that when it comes to financials, they are, so it depends with the kind of customer who will approach us. And we normally take different dimensions and different ways to assess them when it comes to their financials.
Okay. Well, apart from other, or this particular product, which indeed is commendable for that matter, what other, special programs are there this time of COVID-19 or have been there that, you'd love for the people to get to know?
CDN Bank, we have so many partnerships. Like when it comes to agriculture, that is very key for us, and we have been working very closely with our partner ENDB to ensure that we provide financing and as anything on agriculture. And we are looking at the value chain in terms of agriculture. So we are in that space, and we are really active in terms of giving our clients finances so that they can enhance their working capital, their asset finance needs as far as agriculture is concerned. On health, still CDN Bank, we are very much active into funding on the health sector, and anything to do with health in terms of hospitals, clinics, from working capital to construction, we are really very active in terms of funding into such space. And I can say that the overall working capital needs, and apart from that, we are very much involved in the trade finance at CDN Bank, and we have really helped our clients in the space of trade finance, all the way from bid bonds to NPO financing to LCs. So you find out that in the aspect of trade finance, CDN Bank, we are really in that space, and we are helping Kenyans to ensure that they meet their needs.
All right, so back to the WASH program, and today I march into the bank and I am interested in whatever capacity. How long does it take to process the entire to process the entire process, so to speak, or so to call it, lack of a better word, and boom, I have what it is that I requested for, up and functioning?
Now, in this facility, as I've said, we'll look at it depending on the kind of customer. If it's a micro client who is in a group, it will take 2 days for us to process the loan. Because for the micro client in a group, it will take just, and you have all the documentation for the group guarantee mechanism, if they have signed for you, it will take us 2 days to process the loan. The same with individual micro, very fast. It will take us the same time frames. When it comes to SME, and maybe we have taken security which needs perfection, then now it is not about our processing in the bank. We have to involve the outside because of the perfection of the securities. So depending, like if it's a local book, that one is very fast because that is done online. So it gives we can give a week to do that. But when it comes to perfection of land, at least it may take sometimes around 30 days. Because we have to involve the lands to ensure that the security is perfected. So it depends with the kind of client and maybe what securities they are offering to us.
And the standard of money is paid equally is dependent on what it is that the customer makes?
Exactly. The amount of loan depends on what is the purpose. Yes.
And also the payment processes, say the monthly payments, investments.
Okay, you see, the monthly payments depends on the ability of the client to pay. Because we can have the same amount, but my installment, I can choose a bigger installment, you can choose a smaller installment. So for the big installment, automatically the time frame is not much. It is short. For the small installment, you find out that it can take me 1 year or 2 years to finish the loan. So we normally look at what is the ability, what you are comfortable with, what amount in terms of repayment of the loan. And that now will determine is it 1 year, 6 months, is it 1.5 years, or is it 2 years?
Okay. All right. So as we get to wind up on this particular session, what this other special thing that you'd want to tell the person who's watching today in regards to the project, or also generally some of the key projects that you have at CDN Bank?
At CDN Bank, what I can tell Kenyans is that we are very much involved into water and sanitation, and we want to ensure that Kenyans the benefit from this particular product. So we are backing up what the government is doing to ensure that there is sufficient capital for these enterprises which they can ride on to ensure that their businesses move on.
All right. Thank you so much, Catherine Kisamwa. It was great having you this morning as we expound some more on the project or the product that is being sold to the people right now. And I think it's only important and fair that you call upon the people to take advantage of this.
Sure.
Coming from the horse's mouth, I think would make more sense.
Sure. So I'm saying not only the clients who are currently banking with the CDN Bank, but anyone else who has a need in the space of wash, kindly come to CDN Bank. We'll listen to your need, we'll assist you, we'll give you good quality customer service.
Catherine Kisamwa, Head of Microfinance, CDN Bank. Thank you so much for your time. And now we cross over to a different session altogether. After this short break, I'll take you through what is happening on the roads and importantly, what is happening on the international scene after this break. And we take a look at what is happening on the roads. We start off right here in Nairobi, Parklands, Westlands, in terms of what it is that you expect this morning. And this particular area, not so much of traffic. We peek on the key roads and we see what is happening. State House Road, not so bad. And we also have Loitoktok Road that has no traffic or much of traffic. And we're right here coming to Muthaiga Road, all the way from Limuru Road, coming to get a hold of Muthaiga Road and coming all the way. There's not so much of traffic, but somewhere around here, there's a bit of traffic where they meet, of course, Juja Road, Moi Airbase, Muthaiga. And there's a bit of traffic right there under the overpass. And of course, that definitely is at that point where, you know, different cars or vehicles will have to take different directions. So a bit of a snarl up right there, but then it eases up as you speak Muthaiga Road, as you speak Muranga Road, as you cross over to this other side, headed to Juja Road, not so bad. And coming to Valley Road right down here, also not so bad. Around Upper Hill area, Kilimani, Oloitoktok Road, the sides of Lavington, James Gishuru Road, and not so much of traffic. This entire of Ngong Road, not as bad all the way. It seems like it's an easy flow of affairs down there. And we cross over to Gitanga Road somewhere in around where as you headed to Kawangware, that's where in Lavington, not so bad of traffic. Also, James Gishuru is not badly off, as you can see, in terms of traffic coming all the way to Kuna, Lower Kabete, still pretty much easy. Peponi Road, pretty much easy override. Like I said, Parklands Road is also not as bad. And we have come to these sides where Upper Hill, Nairobi, this road where you headed to South B, some bit of traffic somewhere here around Muhoho Avenue, and somewhere coming over to Mbagathi, equally not so bad, crossing all the way to Valley Road. Langata Road is not bad this morning, going all the way to the National Park, Langata Road all the way. It's not the Bomas of Kenya, still pretty much clear. And coming to the Southern Bypass, also a sigh of relief, or it's pretty much of an easy affair moving on. And coming to this side, Lusaka Road, also not as bad. Landis Road, pretty much easy. Jogo Road, pretty much of an ease, coming all the way up to this point of Makadara. Some bit of traffic or snarl up around Makadara. This side of Mtindwa, it's an ease. Heshima Road, pretty much of an ease. Lunga Lunga, trying to build up, but traffic is moving, as you can see right there. And coming to this point where there is Manyanja Road and connecting to Donholm is an ease all the way. Maradaima, coming to say Likoni Road, picking Mombasa Road and Enterprise, where they come to meet up somewhere around Maradaima, and some bit of traffic holding up or catching up, or some bit of snarl up starting to be experienced, but it is moving. Embakasi is a little bit tight, all this airport road. It's pretty much of a snarl up right there. So in the event that you're using this direction, you need to know what to expect moving on all the way to this side of Syokimau, some bit of a snarl up, that is Mombasa Road. But yes, as it is, looks like it evens up at some point, and then of course, they get back to it. So if you're using again that road, you definitely also know what to expect. Let's cross over to this other side. Let's see what's more on this side of Ungacha Rungai. It's a bit of a snarl up, not so much though. Gataka Road, Magadi Road, as you go all the way, it's not as bad. Forest Lane, all these sides of Kiserian, also not much of traffic. Like we said, there's not been a series of times of traffic because of what we are going through. The pandemic, of course, COVID-19 is getting most of the people working from home, so there's not so much of traffic that you experience. So it's not bad at Kiambu, all the way to Kiambu Road. Like I said, is nothing much in terms of traffic. Going to Thika and Juja using Kenyatta Road all the way. Thika Road is not as bad this morning. This is from Thika coming to Juja, coming to Kenyatta Road, Riru, all the way to Kahawa, Githurai. It's an ease somewhere there all the way to this road that there is that connection with Moi Airbase as well. You get some beat of traffic. But like as it is, Nairobi is not so bad this morning. In the event that something else crops up, I'll be right here to ensure that you are updated accordingly. And away from the roads, let's cross over to what is happening on the international scene. So much so in the world of news. And like we had started by saying earlier on, Democrats have officially nominated Joe Biden to vie for presidency, and of course going to face Trump, going to end the Trump chaos right here in the country. Democrats formally say that Joe Biden is the choice for presidency. That it was declared, that is on Tuesday, and indeed vying that this election or his election would repair a pandemic battered America and put an end to the chaos that has defined Republican President Donald Trump. And of course, we know very well that we've seen also on the international scene. And in regards to the American election, that is Michelle Obama coming out to say that Trump is certainly not the best option for the United States. Trump the other day also criticizing the choice of Biden for the DP or for the vice president, arguing that he could have done better, and he's literally not impressed. And most of which many people have argued also is an advantage or a disadvantage based on how they view it. The first female and black American to be considered, or African American to be considered as one who would run for a vice president seat, or would couple or back president, or that is, of course, someone who wants to contend for presidency as a vice president. And also crossing over to a different story, dollar has told up. And of course, at this particular time of the economy, tough times on matters pandemic, so dollars tolls as economic uncertainties continue to linger. The dollar edged slightly higher on Wednesday after slipping to 27-month low the previous session. But the uncertainties about the U.S. economic recovery and the new fiscal stimulus package continue to weigh down the market. And such is not just for the dollar. We've seen how much there's been that fluctuation in the market as different countries continue to grapple on trying to find back to balance, or equilibrium on matters economy. On what many have projected, or financial gurus have projected, is that it will take years for the global fraternity to be able to go back to where it was financially before the pandemic hit, and hit so hard for that matter. Elsewhere, and still on the matters of the pandemic, the pandemic bull market, S&P 500 closes at a record high, and the S&P 500 closed at a record high on Tuesday, rebounding from huge losses that triggered by the coronavirus pandemic, and crowning one of the most dramatic recoveries index history. As you can see, there goes the map or the trajectory, and just trying to paint a picture of how trillions of dollars in fiscal monetary stimulus have made Wall Street flush with cash, pushing yield-seek investors into equities. Amazon and other high-growth technology related to stocks have been viewed as the most reliable to ride out the crisis. So we can only wait to see what will happen, that is on the international scene or the global fraternity, as we deal with the pandemic. And Japan exports. So here we are, and Japan's exports tumble as U.S. demand collapses, orders shrink. Still on matters economy, and I think this is what is making center stage across different parts, even as different countries now try to chart a way forward or the path towards recovery. Some of them, easing the lockdowns, easing the COVID-19 restrictions, saying that, it is hard to strike that balance between maintaining the economy and equally preserving the lives of their citizens. And Japan's exports extended their double-digit slump into a fifth month in July as the coronavirus pandemic took a heavy toll on auto shipments to the United States, dashing hopes for a trade-led recovery from the deep recession. And like I said, this is something that cuts across different parts. We've seen the prices of oil going up because of these tough times. So, and aside from that, China evacuates. Yes, here we are. China evacuates 100,000 as floods threaten heritage sites amid this time where the country is dealing with COVID-19. Also, the aspect of floods, wreaking havoc across different parts of the country. So, floods of the upper reaches of China's Yangtze River forced authorities to evacuate more than 100,000 people as of yesterday, and threatened a 1,200-year-old World Heritage Site. Staff, police, and volunteers used sandbags to try to protect the 71-meter, that is about 233-foot, Leshan giant Buddha. And of course, this is pretty much of an unfortunate. And floods also continue to wreak havoc across different parts, also in the country right here, across different parts of Africa, even as the countries try to grapple on how best they can be able to help their citizens at this time. So, aside from that, Japan PM Abe returns to office after health exam, and it says that he is ready to work, as you can see. So, Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has returned to his office, that is as of today, telling reporters that he was ready to work 2 days after undergoing a medical checkup at Tokyo Hospital. In his own words, he says, "I underwent a medical examination to make sure my health was in good shape, and now I'm ready to get back to work and do my best," Abe told reporters. That is, of course, in regards to this. Abe spent much of Monday at a hospital in Tokyo undergoing follow-up checkups after a regular health exam in June. The visit came amid concerns from some lawmakers that Japan's longest-serving prime minister may be suffering from fatigue. And the results are out there, and yes, he is out and ready to run the activities. Like I said, the prices of oil have gone up, and oil slips now as demand fears outweigh strong U.S. stocks draw, and oil prices eased on Wednesday, that is as of today, on concerns that U.S. fuel demand may not recover as quickly as expected amid stalled talks on economic stimulus package overshadowing a bigger than expected draw in the United States crude stocks. And I think this has high ramifications across different parts of the world, even as commodities continue to hit up high prices because of the prices of the shoot up on the prices of oil. So we can only wait to see what will happen in regards to the same, even as the world continues to deal with COVID-19. And like we had started by saying, on the African scene, change of events as Mali's president decides to resign, and Mali's president resigns and dissolves parliament. This is courtesy of the BBC. And they say that Mali's president Ibrahim Boubacar Keita resigned after being detained by soldiers, that is yesterday, Tuesday, according to state TV reports. In a televised address, Mr. Keita said he was also dissolving the government and parliament. And this is what he says: "I want no blood to be spilled to keep me in power," he said. It comes hours after he and the Prime Minister, Bobo Sise, were taken to a military camp near the capital, Bamako, drawing condemnation from regional powers and France. It says, "If today certain elements of our armed forces want this to end through their intervention, do I really have a choice? And I hold no hatred towards anyone. My love for my country does not allow me to do so," he says. And earlier, the mutinying soldiers took control of the Kati camp. There's been anger among troops about pay and over-accounting conflict with jihadists, as well as widespread discontent with the former president. And we've seen most of them going out there on the streets calling for his resignation based on how he's handled issues in the country. They say that Mali has not been in the best of shape. And of course, Mr. Keita won a second-term elections, or won a second term in elections, that is in 2018. But there has been anger over corruption, the mismanagement of the economy, and the rise of communal violence in areas of of the country. So about 2 years into it, and he decides to step aside. What way for Mali is something that we'll be following up, and we'll ensure that we are here to update you on the same accordingly on our respective programs that in regards to matters and news. Otherwise, it was great having you since morning, and I must say thank you so much for the great feedback. We have a great session, and we look forward to see you again tomorrow on Morning Cafe. And it's now time that we get to wind up the session. Thank you so much for keeping me company right from the start up until now. My name is Linda Alela. We have so much in store for you at TV47, the home of untold stories. So always keep it right here. Do enjoy the rest of the day. I get to see you again at 1 p.m. for more updates.
Since late last year, the coronavirus COVID-19 has emerged as a serious healthcare threat. This is an infection that has gone global and no one has been spared. The government, through the Ministry of Health, has put in measures to keep Kenyans safe against COVID-19, which is currently rampant around the world, with new confirmed infections and death cases daily. Such sanitization and screening of visitors at this border post and across every entry point in the country is very vital in preventing the spread of the disease in the country.
I'm very happy about the screenings that are going on in Tanzania and Kenya. I think it's very proactive that you're thinking about stopping it at the border so that it does not spread.
It is scary that a single cough here can lead to an outbreak of epic proportions. In order to prevent that, the government has instituted measures to keep Kenyans safe.
The facility has all the equipments you need, from handling a basic patient up to ICU setting.
However, you also have a role to play in preventing spread of infections.
Citizen responsibility is the key to the success of this initiative and these measures. Let's all do what we have to do individually. And this is how we are going to defeat this disease.
It's just our general hygiene, okay? And that now means at workplaces, we should ensure that our work surfaces are clean.
Let's ensure that nimefanya proper sanitation ya mikono. Every time na board matatu, lazima ni sanitize mikono.
We have faced many severe challenges as a nation, and we have always found a way to rise above them. COVID-19 is no different, and we will overcome the pandemic. Stop coronavirus. Follow all directives from the Ministry of Health. Wash your hands properly.
This August on TV47, we unlock your unlimited entertainment.
It's just one night.
Ranging from Adventure Monday,
not all good,
Horrific Tuesday, Wednesday Romance, TBT Thursday, Action Friday Saturday,
Solomon Lane escaped in Paris.
And Family Sun.
One night.
Do bears even have names?
My name is...
Make a date with us every day at 10 p.m.
Kila siku ya Jumatano tunazungumza, tunaulizana na tunajuzana masuala ibuka ya kisiasa.
He is not
in Kirinyaga.
Maisha yangu ni huru na watu wangu wanyali.
Tulivunja vyama vya URP na TNA na vyama vingine tanzu, ndio tukaunda chama inaitwa Jubilee.
Mijadala komavu kuhusu yanayokuhusu, na zaidi ya yote tunakupa nafasi kumfahamu kiongozi wako katika kipindi Mfahamu Kiongozi.
Yako kama mtoto ulikuwa gani?
Mimi nilizaliwa, sasa najuaje
wakati namuuliza maisha.
Kwanza ilikuwa tu ni jaribu kabisa kufikia pahali ambapo nitafika Nairobi. Najua ilikuwa ni kazi ambayo ilichukua siku mingi sana kufika Nairobi.
Kila siku ya Jumatano kuanzia saa 1:30 hadi saa 2:30. Ungana naye Elizabeth Mutuku. Usikose.
Shule zifungwe milele, shule zifungwe milele.
Jaden, hiyo nini unaimba wewe? Ufai kukisoma wewe.
Si ni wimbo daddy, kwani ufurahi vile ulipi school fees?
Jaden, wajua umekuwa mjinga wewe tangu shule zifungwe.
Daddy, unanionanga aje? Mimi bado sijasahau masomo.
Wajua Jaden wasema hivyo kila wakati, lakini mtihani ukija wewe waanguka.
Daddy, kama uniamini niulize maswali.
Sawa. Kiswahili, udogo wa mawe ni nini?
Udogo wa mawe ni tumawe tudogo, kwa hivyo ni kokoto.
Oi Jaden, sawa. Kanusha sentensi hii. Babu amepata matibabu.
Nyanya amepata matinyanya.
To get this tune, type skiza 5580123 and send to 811.
Welcome to the exciting world of M-Truck Solutions, your trusted provider for bulk SMSs. We also offer API integrations for all your communication and payment needs. We also provide you with tailor-made payment getaway solution to receive and disperse cash quickly, affordable and securely. Let us expand your reach and connectivity on USSD, SMS and voice today. Call us on 0723-030-030 or email hello@mtruck.limited.co.ke. For more details, visit our website www.mtrucklimited.co.ke.
This is where real hype lives. Mind-blowing entertainment is found right here.
Hi, what's up, beautiful people? This is your girl Nadia Mokali, aka Kanadia Kantambe.
Your favorite superstars brought to you by us straight to your living room. This is where we party non-stop, beat after beat. Bomba la Sanaa every Saturday from 10 a.m. with Tony Mwirigi.
Ina show bab kubwa, show ya kizazi, show ya kibabe, show imeenda shule ikasoma, ika-graduate, show ikaletwa on air. Bomba la Sanaa.
And DJ Suleiman.
I don't know about my heart. I want to stay with me.
Shiko mawatu.
Mount Kenya University takes pride in being an academic giant with some of the best infrastructure, imparting knowledge to the best brains in the country and the region. Our members of faculty are keen to deliver market-driven programs in science and humanities with a keen focus on linkages with relevant organizations. We admit both self-sponsored and government-sponsored students under the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service. Join us today, Mount Kenya University, unlocking infinite possibilities.
Acne's Creamy Wash removes excessive oil and dirt.
Acne's toner rejuvenates skin. Acne Sealing Gel fights bacteria.
The exciting world of M-Truck Solutions, your trusted provider for bulk SMSs. We also offer API integrations for all your communication and payment needs. We also provide you with tailor-made payment getaway solution to receive and disperse cash quickly, affordable and securely. Let us expand your reach and connectivity on USSD, SMS and voice today. Call us on 0723 030 030 or email hello@mtruck.limited.co.ke. For more details, visit our website www.mtrucklimited.co.ke.
Job went through many troubles, but the Bible says that at the end of it, he was more blessed, he was stronger, and he was more wealthy than he had ever been. This is our prayer, this is our belief, that when this is all over, we will be stronger, we will be more blessed, we will be a greater nation than we ever been. God bless you and stay safe.
As we take personal responsibility and adhere to all government regulations and guidelines in relation to coronavirus, may we remember that God is faithful. He will not allow us to be pressed, crushed, and perplexed by the epidemic to a point of total destruction. 2 Corinthians chapter 4 verse 9 teaches us that we may be hard pressed on every side, but shall not be crushed. We can be persecuted, but shall not be abandoned. We can be struck down, but shall not be destroyed.
It's our responsibility to fully participate in ending this coronavirus pandemic. Let us know that early detection of the symptoms will ensure early intervention to manage the symptoms and a quick recovery from the disease. Let us therefore be vigilant and not anxious as we trust and believe in God, our source of healing and restoration, as stated in Jeremiah chapters 30 and verses 17. But I will restore you. I will heal you. I will heal your wounds, declares the Lord.
Mount Kenya University takes pride in being an academic giant with some of the best infrastructure, imparting knowledge to the best brains in the country and the region. Our members of faculty are keen to deliver market-driven programs in science and humanities with a keen focus on linkages with relevant organizations. We admit both self-sponsored and government-sponsored students under the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service. Join us today, Mount Kenya University, unlocking infinite possibilities.
Goal moja, goal mbili.
Arsenali baby wangu. Si unajua nakupenda?
Najua unanipenda baby.
Lakini Arsenali, si unapenda kuniangusha?
Nilikuangushaje baby?
Si juzi nilisikia uliolewa na Man U.
Man U hawajaini oa, Man U ni ushetani, mwekundu anakuwaga tu nayo.
Lakini baby nikuulize, na huyu demu wa blue?
Demu gani?
Huyu mwenye anapenda kuchange ma sponsor?
Gani?
Chelsea. Lakini Arsenali, mnaleta kikombe lini?
Kikombe si ya maana kama ile upendo mimi na wewe tuko nayo baby.
To get this tune, type Skiza 5580125 and send to 811.
Welcome to today's lecture. Today we are going to handle the unit of political sociology. The unit code is BED 3207. The facilitator for this course is Gordon Ochola. So welcome to the lecture. We are going to start with a recap on our previous lecture, and based on other platforms that we've interacted with, we've looked at definition of political sociology, and we saw that political sociology is a field of study that emerged as a result of marriage between political science and sociology. So it is a rich field that tries to expound the relationship between political field and society. Apart from that, we've also looked at the theoretical approaches to political sociology. We've also looked at the concept of power, state, and society. And we've also looked at the theories of state formation, where we looked at different theoretical explanations that tries to expound how a state is formed. Last but not least, on our previous lecture, we also looked at power and the classics of political sociology. So it is a continuation on what we have discussed. Now for today, we are going to look at a different topic, and that is social movements. Now, social movement emanates from two different words, that is society and movement. So when you talk about social movement, is the process by which a society moves from one state to another. And within this lecture, we are going to look at the following areas. We are going to look at the introduction. We are going to define what is social movement. Social movement is often confused with special interest groups. So we are also going to look at the characteristics of these two different, often confused groups. We'll also look at the typologies of social movements. Apart from that, we'll also look at the causes of social movement. What is it that can make a society to move from one social state to another? Apart from that, we are going to look at different phases of social movement, and in that context, we are going to look at the life cycle of social movement. We are also going to look at participation in social movement action. Which category of people in the society are likely to participate in a social movement? And then we'll give a conclusion, which will give a summary of what we shall have discussed today. Starting with the introduction, we want to ask ourselves, what is a social movement? And a social movement is an organized effort by a large number of people to bring about or impede social, political, economic, or cultural change. So when you talk about social movement, it is an organized effort by a large number of people to bring about or impede social, political, and economic changes. So key in understanding what social movement is, it is critical to understand that it is involving a large number of people. And apart from involving large number of people, it can bring about change. And the change it can bring about can either be the social change, political change, economic change, or cultural change. At the same time, it can impede change, and this change that it can impede or it can reverse can be the social change, political change, economic change, or cultural change. So examples of social movements that exist or that we may be well conversant with is the apartheid movement. We also have the anti-war movement, especially in war-torn countries where you find that citizens, they gather together and they can organize a demonstration to express their dissatisfaction with a war happening in their country. You can also have anti-vaccination movement, and anti-vaccination movement, especially in this part of the world, specifically Kenya, we've had the Catholic Church giving their voice against vaccination, specifically the polio vaccine, and that can be an example of a social movement that is resisting or that is against use of polio vaccine. We also have the Black Lives Matters, and a few weeks ago, or around mid-year 2020, there was this incident of mistreatment of some black citizen in America, which brought a lot of demonstration, and that is an example of a social movement. We also have children rights movement, and these are movements that tries to agitate for the protection of the children's the rights of the young ones. We can also have the civil rights movement and conservation movements. And conservation movement are those that could be a movement that is geared towards protection of a protected forest area, protection of wildlife, and conservation movements are usually coordinated by environmental conservation groups. Now, going straight to the difference between these often confused terminologies, that is the social movement and special interest groups. Key characteristics that define social movement is that it often works outside the system by engaging various kinds of protest, including demonstration, picket line, sit-ins, and sometimes outright violence. So social movements are usually outside the system, in the sense that it is just a group of people that may feel agitated or they may feel oppressed, and then they gather themselves and then they use different means of expression to express their support or to express their dissatisfaction, and this means can either be demonstration, picketing, sit-ins, or outright violence. Apart from that, social movements are also characterized by focusing on issue on moral and social nature as well as political. So social movements, they generally focus on issues of moral, social, or even political in nature. Another key characteristic of social movement is it emphasizes participation and inclusionary and democratic organization. In the definition, we mentioned that social movement involve large number of people, and that is what the point here is emphasizing, that it is inclusionary and emphasizes on participatory. Apart from that, social movements, they also hold critical attitude towards bureaucratic and state solutions. So in most cases, you will find that social movements, they are always big critics about existing bureaucratic systems, especially if the bureaucratic system is trying to implement change, or the bureaucratic system is trying to impede or to prevent change that the oppressed group is against. The other or less critical characteristic of social movement that differentiate it from special interest group is that the ultimate goal, form of action are not negotiable within existing political arrangements. In other words, when social movement is taking place, despite the existence of means and mechanisms through which issues can be addressed, either by reporting it to the authority, either by taking it following the legal procedure, social movements usually achieve its goal without involving existing political arrangements. Now let's look at the characteristics of special groups. And in the characteristics of the special groups, which is the reverse of the social movement, is that normally they work within systems, i.e. lobbying or political campaigns. So the special interest groups, this could be well-organized groups like non-governmental organizations that have got structures, that have got well-documented constitution on how they approach their issues, and therefore when they work with the system. So if it is an issue that the non-governmental organization feel that needs to be addressed, they will tend to use the existing political arrangements to ensure that their issues are addressed. And this can either be through lobbying or conducting campaign. So looking at this specific characteristic, special interest groups are usually very organized, and in most cases they tend not to use other means that can bring chaos if they are agitating for their issues to be dealt with. Apart from that, special interest groups have some autonomy from government or political parties, and therefore they try to influence policy. So special interest groups, being organized, their approach is to ensure that the issues of the policy are addressed within existing political arrangement. If it is an issue that they want addressed, they will always call the policy makers, they will always call maybe the parliamentarians who are supposed to pass the laws, and engage them in a formal platform. Unlike the social movement organization, that despite the existence of such mechanisms, they tend to ignore such. Even when engaging policymakers, they would want to cause chaos, they would want to cause commotion, such that by causing commotion or by causing chaos, which is a means outside the existing political arrangement, through that is how their issue could be understood. And that is the reverse of the special interest groups. Now, another characteristic of special interest group is they seek to influence government, but unlike political parties, they do not aspire to take control of it. So special interest groups, they usually target to engage government, but they are not political entities. So special interest group, they would want to engage politicians to address specific issue that could be affecting the society, either socially, politically, economically, or culturally, but they would not want to be directly involved in political leadership, and that is the formation of government. Another critical characteristic of special interest group is that they focus on influencing governments. And as we've said, in focusing on influencing government, they use existing political arrangements to achieve that specific objective. Now, having looked at the difference between special interest groups and the social movements, let's move ahead and look at the typologies or the types of social movements. Now, one of the types of social movement is a reformative social movement. And this reformative social movement, as the name suggests, it agitates for reforms. And reforms here, it means going back to, as the name suggests, going back to relooking at an issue to ensure that it is done differently. And here, a reformative social movement, they seek changes in some aspects of national, political, economic, or social systems. So, in other words, they seek reforms. within the national politics, national economic environment, or national social systems. So as the name suggests, reformative social movement seek to gain or seek to influence change within the national political or social system. We also have revolutionary social movements, and revolutionary social movement here is a type of social movement that seek to promote a revolution. And when you talk about revolution here, it is a complete change of every aspect of the society. A good example of a revolutionary leader that the world has had is the Fidel Castro, which was a former minister of Cuba, and he was agitating for communist system of governance within his country. So when you talk about a revolutionary social movement here, it seeks to completely change every aspect of the society. And usually revolutionary movements are mostly political, and they are driven by a radical change in the political system, and mostly involve the civil society movement as well as the political aspect of it. The other typology of social movement is the redemptive social movement. And redemptive here comes from the word redemption. And redemption got to do with religious changes. So when you talk about redemptive social movement, it deals with religious matters, and it can also be referred to as religious social movement. And it focuses on a specific segment of the population. And this can either be Christians, it can either be the Hindu community, it can either be the Muslim. So when you talk about redemptive social movement, it focuses on a specific segment of the population, and the goal is to provoke the inner changes or the spiritual growth of an individual. So redemptive social movement focuses on spiritual growth of an individual or a given group of people. And then the other typology, which is the last one, is reactionary social movement. And reactionary social movement, as the name suggests, is as a result of reaction. And reaction is an activity that is preceding another one. So reactionary social movement here is tries to block social changes or reverse social changes that have already been achieved. An example of a reactionary social movement is the anti-abortion movement. Anti-abortion movement is a contemporary example of reactionary social movement, in the sense that if maybe a government has enacted a law that is promoting abortion, and some people feel agitated or some people feel wronged as a result of that, then that organization or people trying to agitate for reversal of that particular scenario, then that type of social movement can qualify to be a reactionary social movement. Having looked at the types or typologies of social movements, let's move ahead and look at the causes of social movement. And I'd begin by saying that social movements do not just occur, that you wake up one day and then you find social movement in existence. No. Social movement occur for a reason and to achieve a specific purpose. So social movement is usually a social unrest which gives rise to a social movement. So there must be some social unrest or social uncomfortability for social movement to come into existence. Now, one of the major causes of social movement is the cultural drift. And cultural drift here can also be referred to as major cultural changes. So As the society undergoes constant changes, and as the society undergoes constant changes, values, behaviors usually change. And thus, the society becomes civilized. So in the course of this cultural change, most people tend to develop new ideas. So when people develop new ideas, mostly as a result of globalization or interaction with the global atmosphere or interaction with the global community, people tend to have some new ideas. And some of these new ideas could be conflicting what was previously embraced as the gospel truth existing within a community in form of culture. So when people gain new ideas, people become civilized. There is that element of people trying to abandon their cultural orientation, and that can cause social movement. And a good example of cultural drift is in some communities, especially in indigenous communities in Kenya. They have been practicing some retrogressive cultural practices. And some of these retrogressive cultural practices tend to affect other people's rights. A good example is the female genital mutilation. So as a result of social change or civilization, some of these activities that culture or specific cultures have previously embraced, they tend to be considered as being retrogressive or being against some people's rights. And therefore, a social movement can result when people become civilized and then they now look at things very differently. So cultural drift is a major cause of social movement. Apart from that, we also have social disorganization, and a changing society is to some extent disorganized, because changes in different parts of the society do not take place simultaneously. One part changes more rapidly than the other. So as a society changes, it becomes disorganized. For example, a society can change in form of being urbanized. So when a society becomes urbanized, things tend to be very different in the urban setup compared with the rural area. And that causes what we call social disorganization, where people within the urban area tend to look at things very differently from people within the rural area. And that social disorganization can cause social movement. We also have social injustice, and social injustice leads to frustration and alienation that provides fertile ground for social movement. So social injustice is also a major cause of social movement. Having looked at the causes of social movements, let's look at the social movement cycle. And social movement cycle, for this particular lecture, we borrow a lot from these two sociologists, and that is Bloomer and Tilly. And in their write-up, they have outlined that social movement life cycle involves 4 different stages. That is the emergence, the coalescence stage, institutionalization stage, and the decline stage. Starting with the first one, which is the emergence stage, which is stage 1. People realize that there is a specific problem in their society that they want to address. And the potential movement participants may be unhappy with some policy or some social conditions, but they have not yet taken any action in order to redress them. For example, you may just be unhappy with a scenario, but you don't know how to address it, but you have no platform on how to express your grievance. And therefore, a good example is you may be unhappy with a case, and then what you do is you comment it in your family. But maybe I don't like the issue of maybe the traffic jam in this particular part of in the city, and therefore we need to do something about it. Or I don't like the idea of maybe noise pollution we are experiencing within our neighborhood, and therefore you just whisper it to your family member or your friend. So that is an emergence. So what happens at the emergent stage is people just realize that there is a specific problem among them that needs to be addressed. Then the second stage is the coalescent stage, and this is the next level where people join together and organize in order to publicize the issue. So rather than the issue becoming an individual, people start talking about it together, and therefore they join together, and then they start raising awareness about it. And the social movement does develop a plan of action, recruit members, hold protest marches, form networks, and get resources. Apart from that, the movement also becomes more than just random, discontented individuals at this point, and they now organize and strategize on their outlook. So at this stage, it is now not an individual affair, but people start talking about it together, and people start thinking about how it can be addressed. The next stage is the institutionalization stage, and in the institutionalization stage, it can also be referred to as the bureaucratization or formalization. And this is where the social movement, rather than being just an organization that has got no structure or institution is created with different levels of responsibilities and power. Staffs are recruited who are professionals on how to handle that are supposed to handle different issues within the organization. And in this phase, political power is greater for the social movement than in the previous stages, and it may have more regular access to political elites. So the social movement at this level, if it has reached this level, then it can have formal engagement with political elites. Last but not least is the fourth stage, which is the decline stage. When you talk about decline stage, it is not that the social movement has failed. The word decline here means that social movement is progressing to the next level, and it can progress to the next level either through repression, co-option, success, failure, or establishment with the mainstream. So when you talk about decline, it does not necessarily mean that social movement has failed, but it has progressed to the next level, either because the issue they were agitating for has been tackled, or the issue that they were addressing has been passed by time. A good example in this country was the multi-party movement that we had in the early 90s. Now, we had multi-party movement, we had multi-party demonstrations, we had multi-party organizations that were fighting for multi-party system to be adopted in Kenya. Now, once multi-party has been achieved, then these social movements lifespan, they either end or they start doing other things. And that is what we mean when we talk about the decline stage in stage 4 of the social movement life cycle. So of critical here is that people fall away or adopt a new movement, and the movement successfully brings about change it sought, or where people no longer take the issue seriously. So it can reach a point when people also stop taking the issue seriously, and therefore the social movement just disappears naturally. Whatever we have discussed in the life cycle of social movement can be explained using a diagram where it starts with emergence, go to coalescence, go to the bureaucratic stage, and the bureaucratic stage here, or institutionalization here, it can either result into success, failure, co-option, repression, or go mainstream. But then all these stages, at the end of all these stages, or different means of decline, all this refers to different levels of decline. And as I've said, these stages we are talking about have been adopted from Bloomer and Thiele. Before we conclude, we need to ask ourselves, in this social movement we are talking about, who is likely to be an active participant? Actually, social movement, when it's taking place, not everybody usually participates. There are people who sit in the office. There are people who, even if they don't know what people are demonstrating about, you'll always find them on the road. And there are people who, even if they are the ones who are seriously affected, they would not actively participate in social movement. So the question we need to ask ourselves is, who is likely to be an active participant in a social movement action? One of the major participants is the mobile and have little chances to become integrated in the life of the community. So people who have lesser chances of being integrated in the community, it means they are facing some level of deprivation. So this group of people, when they feel deprived, they are likely to be the most people in the front line in a social movement. Actually, a question you can ask yourself is, wherever we have demonstration, especially in developing countries like Kenya here, you will find that the active participants in that process are usually people from the slum area. Why don't we have people from leafy suburbs actively participating in demonstrations, actively participating in social movements? It is because most likely they don't fall in this category. So they have, based on their socioeconomic status, they have higher chances of being integrated in the life in the community. Another group is those who are not fully accepted or integrated in the group and are termed as the marginal. So people who are not the marginalized community or the marginalized group of people are also likely to be active participants in social movement. And the reason as to why they are likely to be active participants, our lesson 1.
These televised lectures supplement our robust online learning going on our MKU online platform. You can view more on our televised lectures via our online platform. We are in a digital era, and Mount Kenya University knows this. The following are the steps to follow so as to complete your online application. Download the application form from the website www.mku.ac.ke. Attach copies of your academic certificates and ID. Pay the application fees via M-Pesa pay bill number 270988. Your ID is the account number. 2,000 shillings is the charge for a postgraduate. You can also deposit in the bank accounts provided on the website. Then email all the above to apply@mku.ac.ke.
When it comes to pimple care, Acne's Creamy Wash contains multiple vitamins and removes excessive oil and dirt. Acne's Toner rejuvenates skin. Acne's Sealing Gel fights bacteria. Use Mentholatum Acne's for clear and smooth skin every day.
Akili, akili, huyu akili, anayo siri. Tell us. Walikizama, akili analala, anaingia dunia ya maajabu. Akili, 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 naloshangaza, wanyama kuongea, ni Kiingereza tupu, akili haelewi, yafaa kumsaidia, tunajua yawezekana. Akili ajue Kiingereza kwa furaha. Akili, 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 akili. I speak English! Yay!
Leo Akili alicheza mchezo wa kujificha na mdogo wake. Walijificha nyuma ya mlango na chini ya dirisha. Walifurahi sana. Akili amechoka sana baada ya kucheza siku nzima mchezo wa kujificha. Ni muda sasa wa Akili kwenda kulala. Usiku mwema Akili. Oh, ona hii miti yenye rangi ya kuvutia. Akili yupo La La Land.
Hello, Akili. What you do? Hello, Akili.
Rafiki zake Akili wako hapa, lakini mmoja anakosekana.
Bush baby.
Bush baby yuko wapi?
Bush baby. Bush baby. Boo. Aha! There you are, Bush baby.
Oh, Bush baby. Kumbe ulikuwa umejificha nyuma ya Happy Hippo muda wote huu. Unapenda kucheza mchezo wa kujificha eh? Labda mtafute rafiki wengine wa kucheza nao, si ndio?
What's that? Let's go.
Nyumba nzuri eh? Hii itakuwa nyumba ya mbwa.
Door. Door.
Sawa kabisa. Door ni mlango. Sauti ya mbwa inatoka ndani ya nyumba toka upande wa pili wa door. Gongeni door na mumuulize mbwa kama atapenda kucheza.
Open the door. Yes, open the door, please. Knock, knock, knock.
Ndiyo, fungua mlango.
Hello, friend. Hello, friend.
Akili anapenda mbwa. Ni rafiki wazuri na wanapenda kucheza. Huyu mbwa anapenda kucheza mchezo wa kujificha. Oh, subiri. Subiri. Mbwa ameona kitu.
Look! Door!
Oh, jamani. Ona lile chungwa lina doo. Kuna mtu atakuwa anaishi pale. Tena lina dirisha. Dirisha ni window kwa Kiingereza.
Window! Window!
Sawa kabisa, window ndogo sana.
Window!
Labda mchungulie kwenye window kuona kama kuna mtu ndani.
Look! Hello!
Hatusikii unachosema, sisimizi. Fungua window. Sisimizi hawezi kusikia. Labda tumsaidie akili kusema kwa nguvu zaidi.
Yes! Open the window!
Vizuri, amewasikia.
Yes! Open the window!
Sisimizi anapenda kucheza pia. Sasa Happy Hippo atahesabu mpaka 10 wakati wengine wanajificha.
1.
Little Lion na mbwa, fanyeni haraka. Hamjui wapi pa kujificha?
2. Door!
Wazo zuri. Little Lion na mbwa, jificheni nyuma ya door.
3. Open the door, please.
Vipi kuhusu nyinyi wengine? Akili, sisimizi, mnahitaji kutafuta sehemu ya kujificha haraka.
5.
Jamani, tuwasaidie. Wajifiche wapi?
Window! Window!
Wazo zuri. Wanatakiwa wafungue window na kujificha nyuma yake. Fanyeni haraka. Happy Hippo anamaliza.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ready or not, here I come.
Kuweni makini. Happy Hippo anakuja kuwatafuta, sawa?
Door!
Oh, wow. Happy Hippo. Nafikiri karibu utawapata.
Open the door!
Sawa kabisa. Fungua door uone kama wamejificha nyuma yake.
Gotcha!
Lakini bado hujawapata wote. Oh, wamejificha vizuri. Happy Hippo atafute wapi tena?
Window! Open the window! Oh! There you are!
Vizuri sana Happy Hippo. Bush Baby yuko wapi? Maana anajua kujificha. Akili.
Mother?
Umepata rainbow. Utakuwa nyumbani sasa hivi. Bush Baby, ulikuwa umejificha nyuma ya rainbow muda wote huo? Sehemu nzuri kweli ya kujificha. Akili, kwanza kuna kitu unatakiwa kufanya. Inabidi muimbe wimbo wa maajabu ili kufungua door.
Okay. Open the door, please. Open the door, please. Please
Vizuri sana. Sasa unaweza kurudi nyumbani. Waage rafiki zako Akili.
Bye friends. Bye Akili.
Akili amerudi nyumbani. Na sasa ni muda wa kuanza siku. Leo atawaalika rafiki zake vifaranga ili wacheze wote. Watajificha nyuma ya doors na windows, watafurahi sana. Na leo usiku akienda kulala atakutana na maajabu mazuri ya La La Land.
Hey there friends, what time is it? It's time for the alphabet.
Ani kwa Akili, Akili.
B ni kwa bata, nampenda bata. Shh, ni kwa chura, tumtoe chura. D ni kwa dafu, de dafu. A, B, ch, D, kuimba ni raha. E ni kwa embe, eti tule embe. F ni familia, furahi familia. G ni kwa gauni, gauni. H ni kwa hatua, hesabu hatua. F, G, H, tujifunze kwa furaha. I ni kwa imba, imba. J ni kwa jani, jani. K ni kwa kuku, kimbizeni kuku. L ni kwa lala, leni la. I, J, K, L, najua kutaja herufi. M ni kwa milima, milima ipo mingi. N ni kwa nanasi, napenda nanasi. O ni kwa oga, siwezi kuogopa. P ni kwa paka, mpapase paka. Hizi ni herufi, tunasoma Kiswahili. Mene, ope, Johnny, tusome. R ni kwa ruka na raba. S ni kwa simba, sikiliza simba. T ni kwa tembo, tuna tembo watatu. U ni kwa ua zuri. V ni kwa baba, hivyo viatu. Resete ube, endeleni kusikia. W ni kwa watoto, sisi wote watoto. Tunapendeza, bustani ya amani. Ye ni kwa yai, napenda kula yai. Z ni kwa zabibu, zabibu ziko nyingi. Weyeze, ye, tumemaliza herufi.
Ruka na herufi re. Herufi re ni ya pekee. Anataka kuruka tu. Sema rare riroru. Rare riroru. Ra 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 ra. Re 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 re. Ra 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 ra. Tujifunze herufi re. Ra 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 ra.
Ramani.
Ra 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 ra.
Ruga.
Ra 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 ra. Ra 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 ra.
Rangi.
Ra 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 ra.
Rafiki.
Ra 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 ra.
Radio.
Ra 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 ra.
Ruga juu. Mama sikilize.
Safi sana mwanangu. Tena kuna kitu nimekiona hapa kitakusaidia na utakifurahia.
Wajua shule zinakaribia kufunguliwa? Hivi mwanao yuko tayari? Anza kumfundisha alfabeti kwa kutumia app yetu mpya ya Herufi na Akili, inayopatikana sasa bure kupitia Google Play. App hii itamuonyesha mwanao jinsi ya kutamka herufi na maneno kwa Kiswahili fasaha. Kwenye menu kuu ya simu yako, nenda kwenye Play Store kama hivi. Kwenye sehemu ya kutafuta, andika Herufi na Akili na utaona app yetu. Bonyeza install na app itaanza kudownload. Ikimaliza, utakuta app kwenye menu kuu. Fungua app na ufurahie Herufi na Akili.
Eti tule
Kumbuka, app hii inapatikana bure. Unangoja nini? Itafute sasa, umpe mwanao mwanzo bora wa elimu.
Kwa hatua, hesabu hatua. FGH, tujifunze kwa furaha.
Bush Baby wants to draw with you. Are you ready to draw with him too? Bush Baby anataka sana kuchora. Jiandae kuchora na Bush Baby. Unataka kuchora nini Bush Baby?
Oh yeah! Pew 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 pew.
Oho, unataka kuchora mipira?
Wow!
Mwambie Bush Baby mpira ni umbo gani?
Duara!
Sawa Bush Baby, tuchore sasa. Oh wow, duara zuri Bush Baby. Kazi nzuri sana. Sasa una mpira mmoja, unatosha? Sawa, tuchore mwingine. Vizuri sana Bush Baby. Wewe ni mchoraji mzuri kweli. Una mipira ya kutosha Bush Baby? Ongeza mpira mmoja Bush Baby, unaweza. Tuhesabu mipira yote Bush Baby.
Flip 1, flip 2. I just love to come with you. Let's go! Tukusanye vijiti pamoja. Tujenge kibanda pamoja. Nina vijiti vitano. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nionyeshe vidole vitano. 5. Tujenge kibanda pamoja. Tujenge kibanda kikubwa. Nina vijiti 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nionyeshe vidole 10. Tujenge kibanda pamoja. Tujenge kibanda kikubwa. Tuna vijiti 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Nionyeshe vidole 15. Sasa tunaweza kuhesabu mpaka 15. Sasa tunaweza kuhesabu mpaka 15. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Na barabara mpenzi mtazamaji, popote ulipo, fursa nzuri kabisa kuweza kukuletea taarifa za matukio mtambuko siku ya leo. Uweze kumakinika popote ulipo kwa kujifahamisha taarifa tendeti na sahihi. Vile vile mpenzi mtazamaji, siku ya leo tuko na mengi tu ambayo tungependa kukujuza. Wakwetu wananiita Joash Onsare, na moja kwa moja mtazamaji tunafululiza ili tuweze kukujuza ni taarifa zipi ambazo zimo siku ya leo. Na ni kwamba maambukizi ya virusi vya corona mtazamaji nchini hayapungui kama inavyosemekana inasemekana na wengi. Hii ni kulingana na Wizara ya Afya inayopinga kauli kwamba idadi ya maambukizi ya virusi hivyo inazidi kupungua. Tutazame taarifa hii ambayo imeweza kuandaliwa na mwanahabari wetu Zainab Mohamed.
Idadi ya visa vya virusi vya korona vinavyoripotiwa nchini imeonekana kupungua kwa siku kadhaa sasa, kutoka idadi ya juu mno ya visa takriban 600 kwa siku kufikia idadi ndogo ya visa 300 kwa siku, jambo ambalo imewapa Wakenya wengi matumaini, huku madai yakizuka kote kuwa Kenya sasa itaanza kushuhudia upungufu wa idadi ya virusi vya korona. Hata hivyo, Wizara ya Afya inaonya kuwa ni mapema sana kuanza kusherehekea, kwani upungufu huo umeshuhudiwa kwa siku chache mno.
It is too early for us to be able to make any determination whether this is a trend, at least for the curve coming down.
Kulingana na wizara hiyo, kunayo vigezo vinavyotumika na Wizara ya Afya ili kubaini upungufu wa aina hiyo, vigezo ambavyo Kenya haijatimiza bado.
The strongest indicator really is people who get hospitalized because of COVID-19 and people who actually die from COVID-19.
Hayo yanajiri huku idadi ya virusi vya korona nchini kifikia visa 30,236 baada ya watu 271 kuripotiwa kuwa na virusi hivyo chini ya saa 24 zilizopita. Watu wapatao 208 wamepata nafuu baada ya kupokea matibabu kutoka hospitali mbalimbali, huku wengine 5 wakifariki kutokana na makali ya virusi hivyo. Zainab Mohamed, TV47.
Na sasa tukizidi kufululiza mbele na taarifa zaidi, ni kwamba takriban wakimbizi 155 katika kambi ya wakimbizi ya Dadaab wameripotiwa kuambukizwa virusi vya korona tangu kisa cha kwanza kuripotiwa mnamo Mei. Hii ni kulingana na gavana wa Garissa Ali Korane, ambaye amesema 80% ya visa vya maambukizi katika kaunti ya Garissa vinatoka katika kambi hiyo ya Dadaab.
Miezi mitatu baada ya ugonjwa wa korona kupenyeza katika kambi kubwa zaidi ya wakimbizi barani Afrika ya Dadaab, takriban watu 155 wameripotiwa kuambukizwa virusi hivyo kufikia sasa. Hii ni kulingana na gavana wa kaunti ya Garissa Ali Korane, aliyesema kuwa 80% ya wagonjwa wa korona katika kaunti ya Garissa ni wakimbizi wanaotoka Dadaab. Takwimu za Wizara ya Afya zinaashiria kuwa watu 194 wameambukizwa korona katika kaunti ya Garissa.
In terms of the infections in the county, 80% of the infections in Garissa County are from the refugee camps, the Dadaab complex.
Hata hivyo, Gavana Korane amesema kuwa serikali ya kaunti hiyo inajitahidi kwa udi na uvumba kukabili mkurupuko wa korona katika kambi hiyo ambayo imeripotiwa kuwa na wakimbizi zaidi ya 200,000.
Currently we have 294 isolation beds, including those which are in the refugee camps. We have 108 beds facility which is getting completed this week, and we are going to start another facility for 50 more beds which will take 3 weeks.
Ni usemi ambao umekaririwa na waziri mwandamizi katika Wizara ya Afya Dr. Rashid Aman.
Condition I think is under control in those areas. We have systems of monitoring, we have the testing systems, networks that we have put in place. And so we do follow up.
Wakati huo shirika la maendeleo ya kiserikali la nchi za Afrika Mashariki IGAD limetoa msaada wa vifaa vya kujikinga korona almaarufu PPEs kwa wahudumu wa afya katika kituo hicho cha Dadaab kinachohusisha kambi za Dagahali, Hagadera na Ifo.
Our regional response is specifically based upon the internally displaced people, refugees, as well as the returnees and the urban vulnerable population and pastoralists as well. So we are working very closely with member states, all 7 member states.
David Muthoka, TV47.
Na tukizidi kusonga mbele na taarifa zaidi ni kwamba msikiti wa Jamia umefungua milango yake jana, na hii ni baada ya kufungwa kwa miezi 5 kutokana na janga la corona. Waumini wa dini ya Kiislamu walifanya sala yao ya mchana katika msikiti huo huku wakifuata masharti na maagizo ya baraza la viongozi wa kidini.
Ni takriban miezi 5 baada ya msikiti wa Jamia hapa jijini Nairobi kufungwa kutokana na msambao wa virusi vya corona nchini. Hii leo msikiti wa Jamia umefunguliwa baada ya idadi ya waumini watakaoshiriki katika sala moja kuongezwa na baraza la viongozi wa kidini. Usimamizi wa msikiti wa Jamia umetoa maagizo kadhaa yakiwemo kuvaa barakoa, huku waumini wakiagizwa kwenda wakiwa na udhu, huku maeneo ya kutawadhi na vyoo yakifungwa. Waumini walilazimika kubeba mikeka yao ya sala, kwani mikeka rasmi ya msikiti iliondolewa, huku sakafu ikiwekwa alama ili kufuata sheria ya umbali wa mita 1.5 kulingana na maagizo ya serikali. Wafanyabiashara wanaouza mikeka karibu na msikiti huo walikuwa na tabasamu mno, huku waumini wasiokuwa na mikeka wakilazimika kuinunua. Kulingana na usimamizi wa msikiti wa Jamia, milango itafunguliwa dakika 15 kabla ya sala na kufungwa dakika 15 baada ya sala. Waliokosa nafasi ya kuswali ndani ya msikiti huo walilazimika kuswali nje ya msikiti. Msikiti wa Jamia una uwezo wa kubeba waabudu 10,000 kwa siku ya kawaida, lakini kwa sababu ya COVID-19 idadi hiyo imepunguzwa hadi 1,350 kama ilivyoelekezwa na baraza la viongozi wa kidini. Nikiripotia runinga ya TV47 kutoka jijini Nairobi, jina langu ni Muhammad Ali.
Na bila shaka mtazamaji, kumbuko ya kwamba jaribio ama mabadiliko haya yaliweza kutolewa ambapo watoto walio chini ya miaka 6 wataruhusiwa kuingia kanisani na walio zaidi ya miaka 65 vile vile hawataruhusiwa kuingia kanisani. Lakini hayo yote wale ambao wanaruhusiwa lazima wafuate masharti ambayo yaliyowekwa na serikali na vile vile Wizara ya Afya. Mtazamaji, tunazidi kusonga mbele na ni kwamba baada ya jaribio la Seneti kutatua mzozo wa ugavi wa mapato kufeli siku ya Jumatatu kwa mara ya 9, naibu wa rais Daktari William Ruto amesema kuwa uongozi wa kaunti ulifanya busara ya kubuni kamati ili kuona hakuna kaunti itapoteza mgao wake. Kikao cha siku ya Jumatatu kiliahirishwa baada ya maseneta watatu kukamatwa na kukosa mwafaka kuhusu mfumo ugavi wa fedha za kaunti.
Naibu wa rais Daktari William Ruto katika ukurasa wake wa Twitter amesema kuwa hatua ya maseneta kuunda kamati ya upatanisho iliyobuniwa jana ni uamuzi wa busara. Ruto akiitaka kamati hiyo kuhakikisha kuna kaunti itapoteza mgao wake wa fedha. Ruto hata hivyo amekashifu kile ametaja kama ukatili wa polisi na idara ya upelelezi kuhangaisha na kutishia maseneta. Bunge la Seneti lilikubaliana kubuni kamati ya wanachama 12 watakaojadili utata huo kabla ya kikao kingine kuandaliwa. Kamati hiyo inajumuisha maseneta Johnson Sakaja, Mohamud, Stewart Madzayo Mwachiru, Kipchumba Murkomen, Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Susan Kihika, Samson Cherargei, Moses Kajwang, Anwar Oloitiptip, Moses Wetangula, John Kinywa na Lidama Olekina.
Both the committee and the Committee on National Security will inform us of what is happening, so that as we reach next week, there will be no cloud surrounding our debate over this very important issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that is all I have to say, because if I say anything else, it will be beyond what has been agreed.
Arrest and this session at all. There is no connection at all. Those are issues.
Malala was in the opposition.
He was among the only few senators that voted to get you 42 votes, Mr. Speaker, to become in that chair. Senator Lalekwa and Senator Lalakat were among the 42 people who voted for you to be the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you sacrificed me. You sacrificed Susan Kihika. Don't sacrifice Kenya.
Kamati hii ilibuniwa baada ya bunge hilo kukosa kukubaliana kuhusu mfumo wa ugavi wa fedha kwa mara ya 9 katika kikao cha Jumatatu. Kamati hiyo sasa inatarajiwa kuangazia baadhi ya marekebisho yanayopendekezwa na maseneta, tayari kukiwa na mapendekezo 4. Kiongozi wa wengi Samuel Pogisho akisema kuwa vikao vitarejelewa wakati suluhu ya mzozo huo imepatikana.
Does not call a special meeting unless we are ready. So that we don't say we are calling this meeting on Tuesday. Let us just make sure when we call a special meeting, we call it for that one meeting.
Kikao cha Jumatatu kilisambaratika baada ya maseneta 3 kukamatwa kwa madai mbalimbali. Nikiripotia TV47 Nairobi, jina langu ni Joash Onsare.
Na mtazamaji, kwingineko ni kwamba mwanaume mmoja katika eneo la Mlango Kubwa katika jiji hili la Nairobi anadaiwa kumuua mkewe kutokana na madai ya mzozo wa kifamilia. Maafisa wa polisi wametakiwa na wakazi kuweza kuchukua hatua madhubuti kumtafuta mhusika ambaye yuko mafichoni kwa sasa.
Wakazi wa Mlango Kubwa waliamka na habari ya mwanamke anayedaiwa kuuawa na mumewe kutokana na kile walichokitaja kama mgogoro wa kifamilia. Kulingana na majirani wa marehemu, walisikia nduru kutoka nyumbani mwake, lakini hakuna aliyeweza kutoka nje, huku wakihofia usalama yao.
Sasa sisi tulisikia nduru na hakuna mwenye anaweza toka juni usiku. Huku ni Mlango Kubwa, kuna giza imejaa. Ukitaka kusaidia mtu na uko na kitu na wetu unaibiwa.
Amemchinja na kisu, amechinja kuchinja na kisu. Kuchinja amechinja, mama amechinja na kisu. Hii shingo imebakia kidogo sana hapa. Na huku amedungwa na huku visu zingine huku kwa tumbo.
Kulingana na Kasim Karioki, mkazi wa Mlango Kubwa, maafisa wa usalama walijulishwa tukio hilo, huku akisema kuwa walichukua mwili ya mwenda zake.
Hiyo habari iliweza kusikia asubuhi. Asubuhi nilipokuja hapa nikapata kuna umati na nyumba ilikuwa imefungwa. Baada ya hapo ndio niliweza kupigia OCS na askari waliweza kukuja mwendo wa saa 2:30 ambapo saa 3:30 ndio waliweza kumchukua.
Wakazi hao walikashifu tukio hilo, huku wakihimiza serikali kuchukua hatua kamili dhidi ya mshukiwa.
Hata huyo bwana yake mwenye amemfanya hiyo kitendo, Mungu popote alipo, serikali imchukulie hatua kali, kwa sababu watu wengi wamekuwa na hii tabia ya kuwa wakizaa watu wanauana kama wanyama. Na ningeomba Mungu asaidie wanadamu kujua uhai wa mtu si vizuri kuutoa.
Nikiripotia runinga ya TV47, jina langu ni Mohamed Ali.
Na bila shaka ni taarifa ya kuhuzunisha kweli kweli, yani unyama umeweza kuwatoka wanyama ukawaingia binadamu. Mtazamaji, tunasonga mbele na ni kwamba kufuatia hatua ya shirika la kukadiria ubora wa bidhaa nchini KEBS kuondoa marufuku ya uingizaji wa nguo na viatu vilivyotumika almaarufu mitumba, wanabiashara katika sekta hii wameonekana kupokea habari hizi vyema, ila wanalalamikia baadhi ya masharti yaliyowekwa. Mwanahabari wetu Nanok Loren alizuru soko la Gikomba na sasa anatueleza.
Katika soko la Gikomba, wafanyabiashara hawa wako katika pilka za kuuza bidhaa zao. Tangu Jumapili ambapo shirika la kukadiri ubora wa bidhaa nchini KEBS lilifutilia mbali marufuku ya uingizaji wa mitumba nchini, wanabiashara hawa wamejawa na furaha, ila tu wataendelea kusubiri hadi siku 45 zipite ili waanze kupata bidhaa zao mpya. Tangu usafirishaji kupigwa marufuku nchini, wamekuwa wakipata hasara ya shilingi milioni 2 kila wiki kama ushuru. Hata hivyo, wengi wa waigizaji wa bidhaa wamejikakamua ili kufuata sheria ya kusajiliwa katika shirika la KEBS.
Kuna 45 days kutoka Sunday ndio hiyo mtumba ianza kuingia.
na lazima pia tufuate mikakati ya KEBS yenye serikali pia KEBS ilitoa. Kwa hivyo within those 45 days kutoka Sunday mtumba itakuwa inaingia. Watu wengi wamekimbia pia huko, ama umetuma representative akakurepresent huko. Lazima pia ujiandikishe ndio ufuate ile mikakati KEBS inaleta. Huwezi kosa ati kuleta mtumba saa hii na wewe hujajiandikisha, itakuwa ngumu.
Huku wakiendelea kutilia maanani sheria za kukumbana na virusi vya korona, agizo la upunguzaji wa uzito wa bidhaa za mitumba kutoka kilo 45 hadi kufikia 30 limekerwa na wengi na kupingwa vikali. Wanaoshughulika na uingizaji wa bidhaa hizi nchini wamelalamikia kupata hasara kubwa endapo watakuwa wakipokea kilo 30 kwa kila mfuko.
Mtumba my rent, mtumba my food, mtumba my everything. Kwa hivyo ifunguliwe. Tutafuata vile wanataka, lakini the 30 kgs no, it is a no to me.
Kando na hayo, kuanzia sasa uuzaji wa nguo za ndani pamoja na taulo za mitumba zimepigwa marufuku, ikisemekana ni hatua ya kuhakikisha virusi vya korona havisambai kwa kasi.
Ni vizuri iwe inakaguliwa vizuri, lakini muda huo wote jameni tumekuwa tukivaa, wamekuwa wakivaa. Sitapigwa dawa na sitaendelea na mambo iendelee sawa.
Hata baada ya idhini ya uingizaji wa nguo na viatu vilivyotumiwa nchini kutolewa, wanabiashara sasa wanalalamikia kupunguzwa kwa uzito wa bidhaa hizi kutoka kilo 45 hadi 30, hatua ambayo imepingwa vikali. Nikiripotia runinga ya TV47 kutoka soko la Gikomba, jina langu ni Nanok Loren.
Namshukran Nanok Loren. Tunatumai kilio chao kitaweza kusikika na wahusika haswa. Tukisonga mbele mtazamaji, katika kaunti ya Machakos ni kwamba mahakama katika kaunti ya Machakos inatarajiwa kutoa uamuzi kuhusu watu 9 wanaoshtakiwa kwa mauaji ya mama wa miaka 55 na uharibifu wa mali katika kijiji cha Chambuko, kaunti ya Machakos, kama wataendelea kuzuiliwa wakisubiri uchunguzi zaidi. Hii ni kulingana na naibu msajili wa koti kuu Machakos Kipchumba Kenei. Hii ni kufuatia ombi lilofanywa na mwendeshaji wa mashtaka akiomba muda zaidi kuendelea kuwazuilia washtakiwa hao ndio uchunguzi umalizike.
I have called for and perused miscellaneous application 54 of 2020, wherein the parties are Republic versus Paul Zakaria, Benson Monzia, Harrison Monzia, and Shadrach Mutie and Noah Mutiso. The murders of Jackson Makau, Jacinta Makau, and Nelson Ngui Mutiso, which occurred within Kibwezi in Makueni County, and the offense of malicious damage to property. From the application, the attack is said to have been carried out by over 11 persons, 11 assailants. Those before the court were mentioned by the surviving complainants. Section 36A of the Civil Criminal Procedure Code allows the court to grant orders for the detention of suspects by police where an alleged crime recognized by law has been committed. The matter herein is complex, as many assailants are said to have perpetrated the offenses being investigated, which happened across 2 counties. I therefore find merit in the same and allow the detention of the respondents for 7 days, mentioned on 24th of August before the duty court.
The only recourse to them is to violate their rights at the behest of the complainants.
Na mtazamaji, taarifa hizi unazipata live kupitia ukurasa wetu wa Facebook TV47 Kenya. Vile vile unaweza changia taarifa hizi kwa kutuma rafa fupi kwa nambari 22047 22047. Nambari hiyo iko kwenye runinga yako. Tutumia rafa fupi, tuambie unatazama kutoka wapi na vile vile unaitwa nani. Tukielekea katika kaunti ya Bungoma ni kwamba wakazi wa maeneo bunge ya Webuye Mashariki na Tongaren wamelalamikia kucheleweshwa kwa ukarabati wa barabara ya kutoka Naitiri hadi Misiho, licha ya waziri wa barabara James Macharia kuizindua yapata mwezi mmoja uliopita. Mwandishi wetu Mike Kugungo na taarifa hiyo.
Tukimaliza hii barabara hapa, hii mahali inaitwa Naitiri, ukifika mwaka moja ujao utaona tofauti, kwa sababu investors wanafuatilia infrastructure.
Tukakubaliana national government itengeneze hii nusu iliyobaki kutoka hapa Naitiri hadi Miziho. Mnakumbuka hiyo ahadi?
Wakiongea katika soko la Naitiri, baadhi ya wakazi wanahoji kuwa tangu waziri wa uchukuzi James Macharia anzishe ukarabati wa barabara hiyo, hakuna shughuli yoyote ambayo imefanyika kufikia sasa.
Na hii barabara walitupa wiki mbili ya kwamba inaenda kuwekwa lami, kila kitu iko sawasawa. Sasa tunashangaa, sasa mwezi imeisha.
Wakatuambia kwamba wanatengeneza lami ya kutoka Naitiri kwenda Miziho. Wakatuambia kwamba tumepewa wiki mbili watutengeneze, na mpaka saizi mwezi imeisha hawajatengeneza. Sasa tumeshindwa, ni vitendawili ama ni namna gani?
Kama mlijua ya kwamba contractor ambayo mlipea kazi ako busy sana, mbona mlikubalia? Na ile hali hata kule nyuma tunapoangalia Tongaren mpaka kufika Naitiri Junction, kazi contractor hakumaliza.
Wanahoji kuwa walikuwa wametarajia kupata vibarua, lakini hadi sasa hawana la kufurahia.
Wakati barabara ilipokuwa mbaya, wakatuambia wanakuja kutengeneza, sisi tukafurahi, tukasema tutapata kazi hapo. Kwa sababu COVID imefanya hatuna kazi, tukasema wakati huu tutaponea kwa hii barabara. Kumbe ilikuwa ni kitendawili. Sisi tunajiuliza, hii kitendawili kama wangekuja tu watuambie kaeni tumkule na muende nyumbani, sisi tungeenda. Lakini wakatuambia barabara itakuwemo, tukatarajia kazi, tujaona kazi.
Hali sawia inaonekana katika eneo la Miziho, ambapo wakazi wanadai huenda kuzinduliwa huku kulikuwa ni kutafuta umaarufu wa kisiasa. Kwa sasa wameitaka serikali ya kaunti ya Bungoma na ile ya kitaifa kujitokeza kuweka bayana swala la barabara hiyo.
Hatujui shida yao ni nini. Ama walikuja tu wakutanganye ndio waende, sisi tuone wanafanya kazi ama wanataka wafanyie wananchi kazi.
Tunaomba county government itusaidie ili tuone hii njia lami ikiwekwa nasi tunakuwa na gasi rahisi.
Kutoka kaunti ya Bungoma nikiarifia TV47, mimi ni Mike Kagwango.
Shukran sana Mike Kagwango kwa taarifa hiyo. Tukisonga mbele ni kwamba familia moja kutoka kijiji cha Mayanja Kibuke, eneo bunge la Bumula, kaunti ya Bungoma, inaomboleza kifo cha mwanao wa miaka 7 baada ya kudaiwa kula mboga aina ya managu zinazoshukiwa kuwa na sumu. Wanji Sustin na uketo wa taarifa hiyo.
Carolina Nyango, mamake mtoto huyo, anaelezea kuwa alichuna mboga hizo shambani na baada yake na wanao wawili kuzila wakaanza kuumwa na tumbo. Muda mfupi baadaye mwanao alifariki, huku wengine wakiendelea kupokea matibabu.
Tuko hapa Bungoma district na chenye kilituua, tulikula mboga ilikuwa imepoisoniwa, na mmoja aliaga dunia lakini wawili wako hai, mimi na mtoto mmoja. Ilini affect kuendesha na kutapika. Nilikuwa na hara tu green.
Inadaiwa kuwa huenda sumu hiyo ilisambazwa kwa mboga wakati jirani yao alikuwa akipuliza dawa kwa mimea ya shamba lake.
Hiyo mboga kuna mwenye alikuwa anatibu maharagwe yake jirani. Sasa sijui vile hiyo dawa ilikuja kwa mboga yangu, ndio sasa ikapoisoniwa.
Tumetembea in that area, hakukuwa na mboga yenye ni ya kienyeji to neighboring. Ni hiyo shamba yake peke yake lilikuwa na mboga ya kienyeji. And even the son alituambia mama alichuna mboga hapa. It took me time, nikaenda mpaka kwa hiyo shamba yenyewe, there is fresh plugging ya nini ya mboga.
Akizungumza baada ya mwili wa mvulana huyo mwenye umri wa miaka 7 kufanyiwa upasuaji katika chumba cha kuhifadhi maiti cha hospitali ya rufaa ya mjini Bungoma, Daktari Clinton Mulati anaarifu kuwa matokeo ya upasuaji yanaonyesha kuwa alikula sumu.
Wakati tumekuwa tunafanya postmortem, tumeidentify the gastric fluids zilikuwa contaminated with the poison, of which actually we cannot identify using the natural eyes. Tunahitaji kuangalia maybe with the microscope. So we've taken samples ya liver, gastric fluids, tumechukua ya lung. We are going for histochemistry at MTRH. Sasa after the histochemistry, hapo ndo tunaweza pata the real answer ya poison ilikuwa gani.
Wanji Sustin, TV47.
Na mtazamaji, dakika 26 zimeweza kukatika baada ya kugonga saa 4 juu ya alama saa za Afrika Mashariki, na hapo ndipo tunatia nanga. Lakini nikiangalia Facebook Live, anasema anaitwa Mutai Arab Sang, anasema anatazama. Mwingine hapa anasema anaitwa Motangi Nyakirario, vile vile anatazama. Asante sana, ni baadhi ya wale tu ambao sasa wako katika mtandao wa Facebook Live wakifuatilia taarifa hizi. Mtazamaji, asante kwa kumtazamaji mwema kila wakati kufuatilia TV47. Shukran kwa kikosi chote ambacho kimeweza kufanikisha taarifa hizi. Wakwetu wananiita Joash Onsare. Tupatane mwendo wa saa 6 kwa habari zaidi katika taarifa za matukio mtambuko.
Good afternoon and welcome to Newsfeed. My name is Linda Alela. We have so much lined up for you this afternoon, so make sure that you keep me company right from the word go and all the way. Once again, like I said, it's always a pleasure to have you joining us as we update you on what is happening on the world of news. We have so much in store, ranging from matters politics, matters sports, matters education, matters everything that is happening around you. So welcome once again as we proceed over to take a look at what exactly has been captured. And the Kenya Private Schools Association has urged the government to fast track the process of releasing 7 billion shillings meant to cushion school children, meant to cushion schools, even as they are set to commence the virtual learning program. Students from private institutions will, however, wait until proper guidelines are laid to ensure they all get to benefit online learning. Now, the virtual program launched today will see students from private schools benefit from learning as the government rolled out community-based learning programs for public schools. Let's take a look.
We have started a platform. This platform may not be 100% complete, but we know it is ready for takeoff. We will continue to improve on it because we want this system to be used now and in the future. We are not just looking at this period of the pandemic, but we are looking at even after the schools reopen, how are we going to use this particular system to support education? Because when we eventually reopen in 2021, it is not yet very clear of how we are going to reopen. We have not been told that everybody will go back to school.
Now, as the world marks Breastfeeding Month this August, Kiambu County Government is set to establish several breastfeeding points in public areas in order to promote breastfeeding across the county. Speaking at Makongeni Dispensary Health, a CEC, Dr. Joseph Murega says observation of good nutrition and diet is a major factor in a successful breastfeeding practice that translates to healthier kids.
We're in the process of ensuring that in most of the public areas and facilities we have breastfeeding corners.
Maziwa ya mama ni tosha. Maziwa ya mama iko na maji ya kutosha, iko na madini ya kutosha kuweza kuwezesha huyu mtoto aweze kukua kwa afya kwa hiyo miezi 6. Kwa hivyo ndio tunahamasisha kabisa.
Now, business in Kalundu Trading Center within Kitui town was disrupted for hours as hundreds of youth staged demonstrations to protest the county assembly's move to deny Kitui County Textile Center, Kikutech, funds in the 2020-2021 budget. The youth who work at the government-making factory accused the assembly of orchestrating a scheme to sabotage the factory, which has been producing PPEs to help fight coronavirus in Kenya. But the protesters who were marching from the factory at Shugila towards the CBD were intercepted by police at Kalundu, who blocked and later dispersed them, denying them a chance to present their petition to the assembly.
MCS wameleta shida jameni. Wameleta shida ya kukosa approve of the budget ya wale vijana.
Kuna kampuni nyingine iko Kanyonyo imeanzishwa. Already kuna mashini. Na inategemea wanayuthi hawa kwa nyuma yetu wenda wakafanye kazi huko. Mkikosa kupisia budget, hawa watoto wataenda wapi? Kikotech wanalia. Kuna kampuni nyingine mama alikuwa anataka kuanzisha Mtomo. Kuna nyingine ilikuwa Mwingi. kuna ingine iko Krasha huko, na yote mnapinga. Mnataka vijana tuibe ama mnataka tufanye nini?
Sisi twaomba mng'ang'ane, msing'ang'ane, mpingane, msipigane, lakini nia yetu twaomba mpitishe hiyo budget ili kikoteki ya Mutomo iendelee na Mwingi iendelee, ili tupate nafasi za kufanya, ili tuendeleze maisha yetu.
And back to Nairobi, journalists were barred from covering the Senate Security Committee's sitting that was grilling Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i this morning. The media was chased from the committee room, a move that a section of senators have criticized. Elizabeth Mutuko is in Parliament and now joins us live. Elizabeth, what transpired?
Well, good afternoon, Linda Lela. Just as we've said that this Cabinet Secretary for Interior was appearing before this Security Committee chaired by one Senator Yusuf Haji, though the media was barred from the committee because of reasons which were not being mentioned to us. But from what I've gathered, this committee met because of the arrest of the three senators, that is Christopher Langat of Bomet, Cleophas Malala of Kakamega, and Lelegwe of Samburu. Their arrests during the previous special sitting in the Senate. And from what I've gathered is that the Interior Cabinet Secretary came without the required information, though he says the three senators had and have had active cases and investigations were going on. That is the only reason they were arrested over the special sitting, and he was required by the committee and senators to present a written report over why the senators were arrested, and if they were not arrested because of the revenue sharing formula, he has to give the committee a detailed report. As I said earlier, is that we were not allowed in the committee, but we'll keep on following to know what really transpired, because I understand it was not easy for Matiang'i, who is the Cabinet Secretary for Interior. It wasn't easy for him, but I will be gathering the details later on and file a report pertaining that.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Indeed, we are hoping to get more later. Moving on, residents of Garite village in Magarini sub-county, Kilifi County, have rejected a salt farm project that is set to be implemented on a 2,000-acre parcel of land, terming it illegal. They staged demonstrations protesting against the project after the tycoon began clearing over 40 acres of mangroves to begin setting up the site.
Tatizo ni kwamba kuna hawa wawekezaji ambao waliingia hapa wiki mbili zilizopita, ikiwa wiki hii ambayo tuko nayo ni wiki ya 3. Walipokuwa wakiendelea, jamii iliweza kuulizia kama waliingia hapa kwa njia ya namna gani, lakini wao wenyewe waliweza kujielezea ya kwamba waliingia hapa kwa sababu kila ofisi husika waliweza kupata vibali, ndio posa wameingia hapa waendeleze mradi wao. Hata hivyo, watu wa Malindi Rights Forum waliweza kuja hapa na kuweza kuwahoji. Lakini wakaambiwa ya kwamba kama itawezekana mradi wa usimamishe kwanza, waende katika ofisi ya Malindi Rights Forum na ofisi nyingine husika, ili miradi huo unaweza kuendelea na jamii ikiwa inajua. Na wakaambiwa kwamba kama itawezekana ili mradi uendelee, ni jamii ihusishwe kikamilifu, waelezewe jinsi mradi huu utakavyoanza na jinsi utakavyoendelea. Lakini hata hivyo walipoambiwa waache mradi huu usiendelee, wao walianza kuendelea.
And to a bit of politics, a section of leaders in Trans Nzoia County have backed a move by the Ford Kenya Party's National Executive Council to expel the party's Secretary General Aseli Simiyu, Kandui Member of Parliament Wafula Wamunyinyi, and nominated Member of County Assembly, that is Cynthia Mutere. Boniface Baraza reports.
Nominated MCA Philip Nyongesa said the move will restore sanity in the Lion Party, which has in the recent past been hit with turbulences following the attempted coup.
Wale ambao walipanga kuu katika chama, najua kwamba wengine walitumika, wengine walifanya kwa sababu ya tumbo zao, lakini tunawaambia kwamba warudi chini, warudi wakue wanachama tu hapa chini, na wajifunze kukaa kuongozwa na wengine. Na pia tunajua kwamba chama kiko na utaratibu wake, Naambiwa tarehe 20 mwezi wa 9 tutakuwa na NDC na tutapata sasa uongozi wa chama kutoka chini mpaka juu.
Kapomboi Ward MCA Bernard Mlipuko says the move is a step in containing divisions in the party, saying it was wrong for Wafula Wamunyinyi and Eseli Simiyu to be used by leaders they are termed as detractors of the party.
Najua Dr. Eseli pamoja na Wamunyinyi na Wangamati si kwamba wamefanya mambo haya kutoka kwa moyo. Walitumika, na wametumika ni kwa sababu serikali yenyewe imekuwa na mipango ya kuangamiza upinzani. Wamekuwa na mpango wa kuangamiza upinzani ili tuwe na sauti moja, na sisi hatungelipenda. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Moses Wetangula bado yeye ni kinara. But mimi namuomba kwamba aendelee kuwaleta watu hawa pamoja. Wasiwatimue namna hivyo, tuende mbele.
Mlipuko further sounded an alarm on youth who are being used to drive divisions within the party.
Na vijana wengi wanaozungumza mambo ya Ford Kenya, ukweli mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu, hawachakuwa wanachama wa chama cha Ford Kenya. Wale ni ndugu zetu, tunawajua, wamekuwa mrengo wa Jubilee, wamekuwa katika mirengo ya New Ford Kenya, hawajawahi kuwa katika chama cha Ford Kenya. So ni vizuri kama vijana kuzungumuza, tukizungumuza kama sisi ni wafuasi wa Arsenal. Na Arsenal leo hii haiko kwa uwanja. Tusijifanye kwamba sisi sasa ni wafuasi wa Man U.
The decision by the Ford Kenya National Executive Council NEC is awaiting ratification by the National Delegates Conference. Boniface Barasa, TV47, Trans Nzoia County.
And on that note, it's time now that we take a short break. Newsfeed will be right back with more news, so keep it right here. Paul, thank you so much for choosing to stay with us. Newsfeed is back and we still have so much in store for you. So make sure that you keep it right here as we proceed and we pick some of these stories that have been left moving on, the updates of the latest that you've heard. And Trans Nzoia County has recorded over 11,000 cases of teenage pregnancies in the last 1 year. This is according to the report or a survey conducted by the County Department of Health Services that was released today during the launch of a Linda Jamii initiative, Trans Nzoia chapter. Boniface Baraza has the details.
Speaking during the launch of Inua Jamii initiative, Trans Nzoia Deputy Governor Dr. Stanley Terus expressed fears that if drastic measures are not taken, teenage pregnancies will surge beyond 11,000 cases that have been reported so far.
Today, 11,000 children or girls pregnant in Trans Nzoia. The Ministry of Health, can we have the data for every ward? I'm also directing that all girls who are pregnant and boys who have made them pregnant undergo counseling to be provided with social protection and allowed to resume schools with no victimization.
Many girls are said to have fallen prey while trying to get sanitary towels.
When we sat and listened to these girls, most of them actually fall prey because they do not have sanitary towels, mafuta ya kujipaka, and those small things.
The Health Committee chairperson in the County Assembly, Daniel Kaburu, challenged the county leadership to empower youth through programs that will keep them busy during this pandemic.
As a county, let's also impress youth financing so that these people are always engaged, so that they also don't just appear idle.
Tuhakikishe kwamba kuna filamu ambazo zinatembea kwenye mitandao. Tuangalie kisawasawa ni filamu gani ambazo zinaweza pewa jamii kuangalia.
Teenage pregnancy is coming at the time when we have all our focus on COVID-19, and the effect of COVID-19 has now contributed the reason of early pregnancy.
Chiefs and their assistants have also been warned against entertaining teenage pregnancies in their areas of jurisdiction.
Deputy County Commissioner Security Committee zao tuko na jukumu ya kuhakikisha tuna deal na wale wanafanya mambo haya, na number 2 we prevent. That is why hatuta entertain mahali ati dhuluma hiyo itakuwa kubwa and we assistant chief na chief there is nothing they are doing about it, then we will not have a job to do.
Boniface Barasa, TV47, Trans Nzoia County.
Mombasa County Old Town residents want the government to compensate them for the losses and suffering they endured during the 1-month lockdown between May and June. The residents now say there was no justification for the lockdown.
The residents want the national government to provide justification for the cessation of movement that was in place in the area.
We are almost certain hii lockdown ya Old Town ilikuwa ni uonevu, na to challenge county government and central government waje very clear, watuambie the reason behind the lockdown imetokamana na ABCD. Maana mpaka sasa wanazungumza tu, wanasema hapa ilikuwa hivi, na watu wote wanasema no, it is not true. Shafamu. So hili ni jukumu la serikali sasa kuja na kutuambia ule ukweli.
Malipo ya ridhaa, mwanzo malipo kwa wale waliokuwa karantina wakalipishwa, pili malipo ya ridhaa kwa wafanyi biashara, raia walioumia kwa njia tofauti, masomo, watoto waliokosa ridhaa, tulipe kwa shida zote zile zilizopatikana.
According to a survey which was conducted by Okoa Mombasa in collaboration with Muhuri, 91% of the respondents of Old Town have not been tested for COVID-19, given their belief that the disease is either not real or is not in Kenya. A vast majority did not know anyone who has been tested for COVID-19 in their neighborhood.
Sasa hao walikuja kaka pale for Jesus wakapiga bla 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 bla. County government ikafanya national government ifunge. But there was no need scientifically, there was no need unfairly justified by anybody. So sisi tukaje tukasema there's need to form an association that will address not only governance but service delivery, mambo ya maji, mashimo, mataka na kila kitu. So we're not here to fight, we're here to have a platform where we can talk. so that next time mtu asije tu akaja akatuambia leo basi msivute pumzi tutawachaji huko Old Town ama mtani, so we'll have somebody to fight you back. So that is the reason we're here.
Abdallah said many businesses suffered losses as a result, while families of those forced into quarantine were forced to cough up to more than 1 million shillings cumulatively. They want the national government to compensate them for the losses incurred and suffering they were subjected to.
All right, now, elders from Embu, Meru and Tharaka Nithi counties have supported ODM leader Raila Odinga's call to have a referendum before the 2022 general elections. The elders have said there are critical amendments that need to be done on the constitution through the Building Bridges initiative before the country goes to the polls.
Wakati Deputy President alienda njia yake kufanya mikutano na njia yake, naye president anaenda njia yake, ni kama nchi ya Kenya iko na watawala wawili. Hiyo ndio tumeona, na ni shinda kubwa, na imeleta shinda Kenya hii yetu mpaka wa leo. Kulingana vile tumeona hiyo ugumu vile umeenda, ni president achaguliwe, alafu deputy president awe ameelekezewa kidole na president, alafu aapishwe, kwa sababu huyu ni mtu wake yule ambaye anaweza kutuma mahali. Na ndipo tunapendekeza sisi referendum ianze, ili yao marekebisho iwe imerekebishwa, tukienda uchaguzi tuende ikiwa tumerekebisha mambo hili ambayo tumeona imetatisha Kenya hii yetu.
All the way to Kigali, the Rwanda Biomedical Center, RBC, is starting the use of disinfection kiosks as man-made Rwanda anti-COVID-19 solution that technologically facilitates a full-body disinfection. Diana Iriza with the details.
So what you're seeing behind me is a disinfection kiosk that was made by a local tech company known as SMS Group. And basically this kiosk is designed to spray disinfectants on individuals that walk through it. According to the Rwanda Biomedical Center, SMS Group has been working in consultation with officials from RBC while developing this technology. They also say that it is a good development and there is hope that it can be rolled out to benefit the wider society of Rwanda. Such a kiosk costs 10,350,000, but there are cheaper models that don't have the option to collect information costing about 3.5 million Rwandan francs. SMS Group say that they are capable of manufacturing up to 5 kiosks in a day, but can step up their capacity depending on the demand that is there. Once fully rolled out, the kiosk will be set up at places where many people meet, including churches, schools, markets, and shopping malls, among others. Now, all raw materials that were used to make this kiosk were sourced in Rwanda. The kiosk has a 40-liter tank of sanitizing liquid that can treat 1,200 people. That is 1 liter per 30 people. Diana Iriza, Kigali, Rwanda.
And away from that, Mali
We're aware that different studies are being undertaken, and some of these studies have actually informed our response here in the country. When we focus back here in Kenya, and as we carry out our research, we're key to answer certain key questions. For example, how can we characterize the pandemic here in Kenya? Is the pandemic in Kenya any different from what is happening in other countries? Who is being affected? Element when it comes to our symptomatic cases. Who then proceeds to develop symptoms? How long does it take before someone moves perhaps from an asymptomatic stage to a symptomatic stage? What does it look like when we talk about severity of symptoms in Kenya? Who is dying from COVID-19 in Kenya? What risk factors are involved? And then, of course, when it comes to the management of COVID-19, what interventions have been successful when it comes to managing COVID-19? What has contributed to the successful containment of COVID-19 in Kenya? Are some of our management practices reducing the morbidity or mortality of COVID-19 in Kenya? And so in collaboration with various research organizations, including universities, including Kenya Medical Research Institute and the Kenya AIDS Vaccine Initiative, Kenya has participated and continues to participate in local and international collaborative COVID-19 researches. And the ministry continues to follow up as we continuously collect data in terms of our infected patients, exposed persons within the country. All this information is being used to develop a robust COVID-19 management strategy. And as we draw lessons from this, we are looking at investing further in research and development in the country. We are looking to see through the Health Act, implementation of the National Research Fund, which then will create several opportunities for COVID-19 research within the country, and also looking at engaging more at the bilateral and multilateral level to be able to inspire and resource more research activities. Currently, we do have some progress. It's important to note Kenya is participating in several clinical trials. We are participating in, amongst others, and aside from COVID, the HIV vaccine trial, having made a lot of headway through CAVI here in Kenya. We're looking at research that deals with Ebola, research that deals with other therapeutic trials of different other vaccines and initiatives within the country. We've gone ahead as a country and conducted COVID-19 genome sequencing. What this means is that we've been able to pick our COVID-19 cases within the country, and we've been able to study the DNA, the RNA that makes up this virus to be able to understand it. We've been able to look at research when it comes to molecular immunology to see, is there a different response that Kenyans have when it comes to building immunity against COVID-19? We continue to also do research when it comes to non-communicable diseases. There's research ongoing in terms of cancer, research ongoing when it comes to stem cell therapy, regenerative medicine. Most recently, in the past 2 weeks, we've been developing a study protocol that will look at the use of plasma. This means we will be taking the blood of someone who has recovered from COVID-19 and trying to use it as a medicine for those who have moderate cases of COVID-19. So there's a lot that we're doing as a country when it comes to research. Of course, we continue to do epidemiological research to be able to understand the patterns of this disease, how it spreads. As you're all aware, we have a robust team that has been conducting epidemiological modeling, and they continue to collaborate with the Ministry of Health to inform us. We have also undertaken health systems research. What has been the effect of COVID when it comes to other essential medical services in the country? What is the cost of managing a COVID case? How has COVID impacted issues that deal with health insurance? How has COVID impacted our society? Has there been any economic impact of COVID that touches on the health sector? We've gone ahead at KEMRI. I'm aware that they continue to review and conduct validation for diagnostic kits for COVID-19. And so a lot really has been contributed through research in Kenya. Now, turning on to our COVID-19 statistics today, we have recorded 379 new cases, raising the country's total to 31,015 cases. And this was drawn from a sample of 3,867 people within the last 24 hours. Of our positive cases, 372 are Kenyans, whereas 7 are foreigners. And in terms of gender, 223 are male, whereas 156 are female. The youngest is a 1-year-old baby, while the oldest is 87. In terms of distribution by county, Nairobi leads with 219. Kiambu has since taken the second position at 40. Uasin Gishu 28. Kajiado 14. Machakos 13. Kisumu 10. Mombasa and Kericho having 7, with Kericho 6. Bomet, Baringo having 5, Nandi, Nyeri having 4, Isiolo 3, Narok 3, Busia 2, Garissa 2, Homa Bay and Kilifi also having 2 cases, 1 in Kirinyaga, Kisii, Laikipia, Makueni, Nyamira, Taita Taveta and Trans Nzoia all have 1 case. We have provided the disaggregation in terms of county, and we'll provide that to you to be able to see what it looks like at the sub-county level. In terms of our recoveries, today we have 244 patients that have recovered from the disease. bringing the total number of recoveries to 17,612. And from the discharge, 76 were from various facilities, whereas 168 were from the home-based care program. And we continue to thank our healthcare workers for this great achievement. Unfortunately, today, we've lost 19 patients to COVID-19. One of these patients was a death that happened in the household, in the community. And today, as we've continuously said, 18 of our patients all have comorbid states, with the two leading states being diabetes and hypertension. We continue to extend our sincere and heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of those who've lost their loved ones. We thank you, and we now can have a question and answer session.
My name is Mutanu from the Daily Nation. I have 3 questions. Why is our COVID-19 strategy failing? Because if we look at the way we are doing contact tracing, it's almost it is not visible, the contact tracing program. And also, why are samples which we are testing every day are falling? And again, where are the reagents? Yeah, some institutions like Emory are saying that they do not have testing reagents. And in terms of epidemiology, how is the curve right now? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Purity Musa from KBC. My question is, now, since March, we are still reporting cases of COVID-19 with the daily briefings, of course, and 47 counties have been affected. What is the, let me not say end game of this, but what is the plan by the government, through the Ministry of Health, to stop the spread of coronavirus, because all the 47 counties have been affected? The strategy, because we are seeing now the samples that are being taken, the number of the samples has reduced. So where are we headed? What is the challenge, and how do we overcome this? Is it something that has overwhelmed the ministry, or what is the plan with the reduced samples that are being tested every single day?
My name is Nancy Mwe, Milele FM. 2 questions. One, about the state of the Nairobi County doctors. Last week they offered a 1-week ultimatum, but today, as I was speaking to some of these doctors, they're saying they're receiving threatening messages and calls asking them to either go down with a strike, or rather they will be dismissed from their jobs. And 2, as we're using our local or the matatus, we have noticed the 2 guys sitting in the same seat is now back, and when you confront these people and ask, why am I even sitting with someone else, they tell you either get out of the matatu, or you have no any other alternative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Helen Aura from NTV. 2 questions as well. The first question, can you ascertain that the PPE kits in the country right now being distributed are of good quality? And my second question is, you said the virus is mutating among us. From the research so far, can you elaborate and be able to explain why right now we see a lot of cases of young people being the ones who are most affected, as the message was before, comparing to those who are older with underlying conditions, yet these young people do not really have any underlying conditions?
Thank you. Thank you all for your questions. I'll begin with Helen's last question. Is the virus mutating? One, I'd like to correct that. What we're saying is that we've now established what is known as community transmission. And what this means is that the virus has spread within our communities to the extent where, if you were to follow one case within the community, you may not be able to determine a true exposure of that case. If you remember, when we started dealing with COVID-19, we had perhaps some people coming in, perhaps imported cases. It was at that point easy to be able to trace that Mercy came in from the UK. Mercy was with Helen and Jane. Helen has tested positive, so we were able to sort of have a chain of transmission and determining. That has changed. Right now, when we find our positive cases, it is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to be able to determine who their area or, area contacts or level exposures were. That's what we mean by community transmission. When you talk about a virus mutating, you're talking about a virus changing its genotype, what it is in terms of the makeup of a virus. That we've not experienced in Kenya. Like I said, I have actually seen the study that was conducted by KEMRI Wellcome Trust, where they were able to take different samples of COVID-19 across the country and type and, do a genetic mapping of that virus. And what we found is that our virus remains the same. It is very characteristic of the virus that is identified, in different countries across the world, and that within Kenya, there's very little disparities, if any, between a virus sample collected in Nairobi and one in Mombasa, one in Kakamega. In other words, our virus is not mutating. However, you raise an important point, Helen, that yes, we are seeing now more and more cases amongst young people. And remember today, focusing on research, we continue to ask ourselves, is there anything different when it comes to what is happening in terms of transmission of the virus in young people in Kenya? What we've noticed, and scientists are continuing to study this, is that there is a laxity when it comes to ensuring that you're protecting yourself as a young person. Perhaps it seems that the older population in the country has taken heed and is actually shielding themselves, they're protecting themselves, and that they're actually following these measures in terms of adherence to a higher level compared to young people. That being said, like I mentioned today, out of our cases, I remember looking at the report, about 18 of them have comorbid states. And today I was remarking that we have a 28-year-old who's passed on, who's diabetic. So really what it means is that we need to be careful. Remember, we've highlighted that COVID-19 is a new disease, a disease that we're trying to understand with each new day. And the interesting phenomenon that is happening right now is that COVID-19 is being seen to sort of stimulate a form of high blood sugar. So that means you could be young, you could be okay, but perhaps this disease, being a multisystemic disease, can actually have effects on other organs within your body. Now, there's a question here, and I want to tie it in with, before I get to the PPE question, with what Purity has asked and what we've, I think we had a question also from Daily Nation on what is exactly the COVID-19 strategy. Is it failing? Why is contact tracing not being felt? I've seen a question again concerning the matatus and the sitting, in terms of people not adhering to these measures. And to say that COVID-19 strategy really, like we've said today, is a strategy that is very clear. Kenya is following the mantra that we've often talked about, that you're trying to trace cases, that you're trying to isolate cases, that you're trying to treat cases, and you're trying to, ensure that you're following that pathway when it comes to COVID-19 management. Now, what is interesting is that as the disease evolves, Kenya is no different in terms of other country experiences. We've had conversations with different organizations such as Africa CDC and WHO, and now I'm pointing out to the Daily Nation question. And the biggest question at hand in America, the biggest question at hand in Kenya is, how do you actually sustain proper contact tracing, appreciating that contact tracing is a very resource-intensive exercise, and also with our scientists telling us that when it comes to community transmission, you actually have to change your contact tracing approach. And so in the beginning of the pandemic, like I mentioned, if Mercy has come in from the UK and I had dinner with Helen and Susan, I would easily give the contacts of Helen and Susan. We would go capture Helen, perhaps put her in some form of isolation, and continue managing the pandemic. That has changed, fellow Kenyans. Africa CDC informs us that perhaps when it comes to contact tracing, when you've established community transmission, you need to relook at your approach, because it will be futile, because the disease is within the community, it has already spread, and contact tracing then, and in terms of its merits, becomes a little bit weaker. However, there's a disclaimer there, and the disclaimer is that as countries reassess their contact tracing approach, that then perhaps they need to contact trace not the whole of, the community, but people who, are more vulnerable and susceptible. And so the idea is to be able to find out who is that person who we must absolutely get? What are those events? For example, say a church event. If someone is, attending a church service and they're singing, that then becomes an important cluster to ensure that we are contact tracing. But doing contact tracing as we did in the beginning, unfortunately, is not feasible. And this is the same experience that different countries are having. In terms of our strategy purity, yes, I do hear your frustrations. These are the same frustrations that we've had from different people in the citizenry. What is our end game? Are we succeeding? Are we overwhelmed? One, I can tell you we are not overwhelmed. We are actually being able to manage this pandemic, and we are in a place of progress. Yesterday I saw questions concerning, are we flattening the curve? No, we are not flattening the curve. According to our statistics, our daily summary statistics, our research when it comes to prevalence of this disease, we are well aware that our curve has not yet flattened. Yes, there are challenges when it comes to, the daily tests that we're doing. We are experiencing, as we've mentioned, disruptions in terms of reagents, being able to get those supply chains sorted. But this is something that we are managing. Camry next week will actually be getting a batch of reagents coming in, and so this situation will normalize by next week, and we'll be able to get back to our previous numbers of testing and sampling. And as we look into the future, and we really did try to touch on this in terms of our briefing, what is the end game? What does it look like? One, for us to all remember, this is a new normal. Things may never get back to the way they were before coronavirus hit us. But then in this new, dispensation of a pandemic, we then need to learn how to live with it. And as a sector, as a Ministry of Health, we are looking to see public health security is now one of the key program areas in the Ministry of Health, considering and learning that pandemics continue to reoccur. So it is most likely that there will be another one and another one coming. And so what we're doing as a Ministry of Health is to look at that program area, to be able to ensure it is well-resourced, to ensure it is well-institutionalized, to ensure that there's national and county government collaboration. And there's numerous lessons that we've learned while managing this pandemic that we hope to streamline when it comes to our response. Someone did ask, what does the curve look like? I think tomorrow what we will do is we will actually have the curve drawn, because this is a question that we've been asked over and over by members of the Fourth Estate. So tomorrow we'll share some summary statistics as part of the daily presser. But I can tell you the curve continues to peak. Yes, you may see that we have, fewer numbers being tested, but remember, a curve is not just the sample sizes or the numbers that we report daily. There are other studies that we are triangulating to be able to actually model our epidemiological curve. I think the last question was from Nancy, who asked a question on the situation in NMS and the issue of the strike. I'm briefed by the team in NMS that they continue to engage the union in terms of trying to address the issues that were raised. I've also seen communication, particularly on the issue that deals with medical insurance. The discussions are underway, budgets have been availed, and this issue will be dealt with. A cover will be provided under NHIF for the healthcare workers. The issue of threats, I think that should be reported. We are a country that follows the law, so if anyone has been threatened, they should go to the right authorities and report that. Again, in terms of sitting, remember we've always said we are all duty-bound to take care of each other. Yes, we shall continue to engage the matatu industry. I think this calls for another sitting with the stakeholders to be able to define why there is need to observe these adherence measures. But at the same time, as a Kenyan, the choice is yours to get into that matatu or not. And so we really do continue to ask you all, if you find that they're not adhering to the measures, find an alternative. Otherwise, you'd be gambling with your own life, really, at the end of it all. There's a question on PPEs. Helen asks, can we ascertain that the PPEs are of good quality? And I think last week we were able to share with you the very elaborate mechanism that is undertaken while reviewing PPEs, ensuring that they are of good quality. Now, we all buy phones, we all buy gadgets. As you all know, when it comes to good manufacturing practice, perhaps you've bought an Android phone or a Samsung phone and, the microphone is off. That can happen when it comes to PPEs. What we are saying is that then should a healthcare worker come across PPEs that are defective, and I'm happy in the past week I've actually had 2 or 3 people bring some PPEs to us, then bring them. Don't choose them, bring them. And of course, there'd be a replacement mechanism to ensure that you have the right kit. That being said, we continue to collaborate with KEBS to ensure that the PPEs are of good quality and are availed to our healthcare workers. I think I've touched on most questions. I'll ask Dr. Kibias to perhaps elaborate a little bit further on the epidemiology of the disease.
Thank you, Chief Administrative Secretary. I think you have rightfully stated the way it is. I think the general trend of the epidemiological curve of COVID-19 within our country is still on the rise, so it's not yet peaked, and that's how it is. And there was an issue about a breach of the seating arrangements in our public transport system. I think that's a very unfortunate situation because we still emphasize the fact that we must still maintain the public health measures to ensure that we continue to the containment measures of the COVID-19 in our country. This is the time to even adhere more to the set regulations because this is a time when there is a lot of community transmission, as you have already been informed. So we cannot afford to take chances at this time. Otherwise, we will be taking ourselves back again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And so as promised, tomorrow we'll get into the statistics of things. We'll have the curve ready for you. We'll discuss positivity rates. And then, of course, assure you that we are in control of the situation. Thank you.
Haya ndo yajayo katika upeo wa TV47. Kamati maalum ya Seneti kutafuta mwafaka ugavi wa fedha yaanza vikao vyake. Waziri wa usalama wa ndani Daktari Fred Matiang'i akanusha kuwa kukamatwa kwa maseneta watatu kulitokana na misimamo yao kuhusu ugavi wa fedha za kaunti. Na wizara ya afya yashikilia kwamba maambukizi ya corona yangali kupungua.
We are not flattening the curve. According to our statistics, our daily summary statistics, our research when it comes to prevalence of this disease, we are well aware that our curve has not yet flattened.
Lakini wataalamu wa maabara wanasema corona inapungua.
Number of new cases and also the number of the positive rate, what we call the positive rate or the test positive rate, the number of positive cases out of a pool of tests that were done on a particular day. It had peaked in the last 3-4 weeks and it's starting to go down.
Ndio hivyo mpenzi mtazamaji, iwapo ndo unajiunga nasi, bila shaka ni TV47 ukiwa ni upeo wa TV47. Mimi nafahamika kama Elizabeth Mtuko, mfasiri kwenye lugha ya meza ya ishara, si mwingine ila ni Anna Wairimu. Unawasiliana nasi kwa 22047 na katika mitandao ya kijamii @TV47 Kenya katika ukurasa wetu wa Facebook na TV47 KE katika ukurasa wetu wa Twitter. Ukurasa wangu binafsi ikiwa ni L_Liza, na moja kwa moja ni kwa mchakato kuhusu upungufu wa maambukizi ya virusi vya corona nchini unazidi kutokota, huku hisia mbalimbali zikiibuka kutokana na swala hilo nyeti. Kwa upande mmoja, wataalamu wanadadisi kuwa Kenya ipo katika wakati mwafaka wa janga hilo, ambapo visa vya maambukizi vinaendelea kupungua kiasi kikubwa. Wizara ya afya nayo kwa upande mwingine ikishikilia kuwa bado Kenya ipo katika hatari ya maambukizi ya corona.
We are not flattening the curve. According to our statistics, our daily summary statistics, our research when it comes to prevalence of this disease, we are well aware that our curve has not yet flattened.
Kumbuka kwamba mpenzi mtazamaji, ndio hivyo, unawasiliana nasi kwa 22047. Na je, unahisi kwamba maambukizi ya corona yamepungua humu nchini au unahisi kwamba bado tupo katika hatari? Kumbuka unanitumia harafa kwa 22047. Na serikali ya kitaifa inanuia kuondoa lori za kubeba mizigo katika barabara kutoka Nakuru kuelekea Kisumu. Hii ni kutokana na ukarabati unaoendelea katika reli ya Nakuru kuelekea Kisumu. Katibu mkuu wa utawala wa ulinzi Peter Odoyo alibaini kuwa wanafanya kazi kurudisha laini hiyo ya lori kufanya biashara ya usafirishaji rahisi na salama.
Akiongea mjini Nakuru wakati akikagua zoezi linaloendelea katika kituo hicho, katibu mkuu katika wizara hiyo Peter Odoyo amebaini kuwa jumla ya shilingi bilioni 3.8 zimewekwa kando kwa zoezi hilo ambalo linatarajiwa kuchukua angalau miezi 8. Amesisitiza kuwa kupitia ukarabati huu hali ya kiuchumi mjini Nakuru na maeneo yaliyo karibu itainuka.
Kenya Port in Kisumu, rehabilitated by the Kenya Navy under the guidance and direction of the President. That port will remain a white elephant unless this railway is done. This railway will carry the cargo that's going to the port. So I cannot overemphasize the importance of this railway line from Nakuru to Kisumu.
Shirika la reli linasema kuwa linakusudia kuchukua ardhi yote inayokodishwa ndani ya kaunti hiyo. Barua za kusitisha ukodishaji wa mashamba hayo inatarajiwa kupeanwa wiki ijayo.
Well, part of those leases was if the land is needed for rail transport, it shall be surrendered to KR within 90 days. So we are legally on course and we shall recover all the land which has been leased. About the cultivation, this land is just they were cultivated on the operational land. We have communicated to them that now the government need to reclaim and revamp the railways. So these people, we have stopped cultivation from today going forward.
Kwa upande wake, mhandisi wa reli Veronica Ngugi alisema kuwa fedha zilizowekwa pia zitawekwa kando kwa kufufuliwa kwa treni za huduma ya abiria.
The budgets that have been set aside for Nakuru Kisumu line is 3.8 billion, and passenger is also considered. As we construct the line, we are also looking at what we are going to do to the people along the corridor, and passenger services is one of them.
Nikiripotia TV47, mimi ni Tony Mwirigi.
Asante sana Tony Mwirigi kutuandalia taarifa hiyo. Na mwili wa mwanamke mmoja umepatikana katika mojawapo ya vidimbwi vya maji katika kampuni ya ukuzaji wa maua katika kampuni moja eneo la Molo. Rahab Kinuthia amefuatilia kwa undani tukio hilo na kutuandalia taarifa ifuatayo.
Junior Apio, kama alivyojulikana na watu, hakurejea nyumbani siku ya Ijumaa wala kupatikana kwa njia ya simu. Jambo hilo lilifanya jamaa na marafiki zake kupiga ripoti katika kituo cha polisi cha Molo. Uchunguzi uliofanywa uliarifu kuwa hakutoka nje ya kampuni baada ya kuingia kazini asubuhi. Na kwa vile mahali anapofanyia kazi ni karibu na kidimbwi cha maji, ilishukiwa huenda Junior alipata ajali na kuteleza ndani ya kidimbwi hicho. Siku 4 baadaye, mwili wa mwenda zake ulipatikana ukielea katika kidimbwi cha maji. Kitendawili cha yaliyotendeka, anayeweza kukitegua atenda nacho kaburini. Rahab Kinuthia, TV47.
Bali tuna hayo, kumbuka ni baadhi ya masuala ambayo tunafuatilia, kukiwemo swala la kamati maalum ambayo inastahili kushughulikia masuala ya fedha, haswa fedha ambazo zinaelekea katika kaunti ya Najiri. Hayo mpenzi mtazamaji, kukiwemo kumeripotiwa kaunti mbalimbali ambazo zimekosea kuwalipa wafanyikazi kwa uhusiana na utata huu. Ni masuala ambayo tunafuatilia kwa karibu, na bila shaka usiku huu leo tutakuwa tukilizungumzia swala hilo moja kwa moja katika kipindi Mfahamu Kiongozi. viongozi, lakini kwa sasa ni kusonga baada ya bunge la Seneti kukosa kuafikia uamuzi kuhusu mfumo wa ugavi wa fedha za bunge ama fedha za kaunti. Bunge hilo liliunda kamati maalum ya maseneta 12 ili kutatua utata huo. Kamati hiyo imeanza vikao vyake rasmi hii leo.
Baada ya bunge la Seneti kukosa kuafikiana wiki jana na kukubaliana kuunda kamati maalum inayojumuisha maseneta 12, sasa kamati hiyo imeanza vikao vyake rasmi. Kamati hii ikiwa inatarajiwa kuwasilisha ripoti yake mbele ya kikao cha faraga maarufu kama kamukunji kabla ya kuwasilishwa katika bunge la Seneti kuidhinishwa.
Both the committee and the Committee on National Security will inform us of what is happening, so that as we reach next week, there will be no cloud surrounding our debate over this very important issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that is all I have to say, because if I say anything else, it will be beyond what has been agreed. Thank you.
Kamati hii inaongozwa na maseneta Moses Wetangula wa Bungoma na Johnson Sakaja wa Nairobi itakuwa na jukumu la kuangalia mapendekezo 4 ya maseneta yaliyowasilishwa bungeni.
Wabunge watatu ambao wako na mjadala muhimu sana unaohusikana na kitaifa.
Hayo yanajiri huku ikidaiwa kuwa changamoto kuu kwa maseneta hawa ikiwa ni kuainisha baina ya idadi ya watu sawa na ukubwa wa ardhi na pia swala la kaunti yoyote kupoteza mgao wake, swala ambalo kufikia sasa hawajakubaliana. Kamati hii ina jukumu la kuhakikisha kuwa inapata suluhu kabla ya wiki ijayo ili kuandaliwa kwa kikao maalum cha bunge.
Okay, leader of majority.
Nikiripotia TV47 kutoka Nairobi, mimi ni Tony Mwirigi.
Asante sana Tony Mwirigi kutuandalia taarifa hiyo. Na gavana wa Meru Kiraitu Murungi amekariri pendekezo la baraza la magavana la kutaka ukiritimba wa shirika linalosimamia ununuzi wa bidhaa za afya KEMSA kusitishwa. Shinikizo hili la magavana linajiri huku uchunguzi ukiendelea kuhusiana na kashfa za ufisadi katika shirika hilo. David Mudhoka na mengi zaidi.
Kwa miaka 7 shirika linalosimamia ununuzi wa bidhaa za afya nchini KEMSA limekuwa shirika pekee linalonunua bidhaa za matibabu kwa niaba ya serikali na kaunti pamoja na kuzisambaza katika vituo mbalimbali vya matibabu nchini. Lakini magavana sasa wameendelea kushtumu ukiritimba wa KEMSA wakisema unalemaza utoaji wa huduma za matibabu nchini. Gavana wa Meru Kiraitu Murungi ni wa hivi karibuni kutaka serikali kulegeza kamba na kuidhinisha jukumu la KEMSA kuendeshwa na kampuni mbalimbali zikiwemo za kibinafsi.
Let Mutaikawe relax the rules they have put to us so that we can be able to source our drugs from the cheapest suppliers in the market through a tender system. So let there be competition.
Kiraitu ambaye amekariri pendekezo la magavana wenzake, aidha amenyoosha kidole cha lawama kwa KEMSA kwa kuuza baadhi ya bidhaa kwa bei ghali mno.
Sometimes we have seen drugs, even PPE equipment in KEMSA costing much more than what private sector suppliers are offering.
Kiraitu amesema hilo pamoja na misukosuko ya ufisadi katika KEMSA yameonekana kuathiri utendakazi wa shirika hilo, huku hospitali za kaunti zikionekana kushindwa kukabiliana na COVID-19 kwa kukosa bidhaa za matibabu.
Mheshimiwa Mutaikawe, who talks straight, a very clean man, saying Afya House is no longer Afya House. Afya House is Mafia House. And he has said he's going to deal with the criminals and gangs in that house so that we can improve our delivery.
Haya yanajiri huku bodi ya KEMSA ikiagizwa kufika mbele ya kamati ya bunge kuhusu afya kujibu maswali kuhusu utendakazi wake pamoja na madai ya ubadhirifu wa takriban shilingi bilioni 2.5 zilizofaa kutumika kununua vifaa vya kujikinga corona almaarufu PPEs. David Muthoka, TV47.
Na tukiachana na hayo ya afya, ni kwa waziri wa usalama wa ndani Daktari Fred Matiang'i hii leo amefanya mabadiliko miongoni mwa maafisa wakuu katika wizara hiyo, vile kuwateua maafisa wapya pamoja na washirikishi wa kanda na makamishna wa kaunti tofauti, kama anavyoeleza mwandishi wetu Mwangi Maina.
Kwenye mabadiliko hayo, Waziri Matiang'i amemteua Moffat Kangi kama katibu mkuu wa masuala ya kiutawala katika wizara hiyo, naye Wilson Jega akateuliwa kuwa katibu mkuu wa usalama wa ndani. Wilson Jega alikuwa kamishna wa kanda ya Nairobi na sasa atakuwa akihudumu kwenye afisi ya rais, na nafasi yake kuchukuliwa na James Kianda ambaye alikuwa kamishna wa kanda ya Nyanza. Anne Ngetich pia atakuwa akihudumu kwenye afisi ya rais. Magu Mutindika ameteuliwa kuwa mshirikishi wa kanda ya Nyanza, naye Esther Maina kuteuliwa kuwa mshirikishi wa kanda ya Magharibi. Vilevile Waziri Matiang'i amefanya mabadiliko kwenye afisi za makamishna, huku Onesmus Kiatha akihamishiwa kutoka Mombasa hadi Mandera, Joshua Nkanatha kutoka Kajiado hadi Marsabit, Evans Achoki kutoka Marsabit hadi Kajiado, Michael Tialal Siaya hadi Garissa, Gilbert Kitio akitolewa Mombasa hadi Mandera, Stephen Kihara kutoka Kisii hadi Uasin Gishu, naye Mwangi Meru akitolewa Garissa hadi Narok, Jojo Moding kutoka Bomet hadi Kakamega, Samuel Kimiti kutoka Narok hadi Bungoma, Olaka Kutswa Nandi hadi Kilifi, Boaz Cherotich akihamishiwa kutoka Nyandarua hadi Migori, Abdirazak Jaldesa kutoka Uasin Gishu hadi Kisii, David Kipkemei kutoka Homa Bay hadi afisi ya rais. Joseph Rotich aliyekuwa kamishna Migori akateuliwa kuwa msaidizi wa mshirikishi wa Nyanza, naye Abdi Hassan akahamishwa kutoka Bungoma hadi afisi ya rais. Vilevile Matiang'i amewateua makamishna wapya, huku Frederick Dunga akiteuliwa kuwa kamishna wa Machakos, Paul Rotich kamishna wa Siaya, Mathias Mbogai Tana River, Moses Leland Homa Bay, Benson Lepar Morijo Nyandarua, naye Josephine huko hadi Bomet. Wakati huo huo, Matiang'i amewahamisha manaibu kamishna 98 na kuwateua manaibu kamishna wapya 84. Mabadiliko haya yataanza kutekelezwa mara moja. Mwangi Maina, TV47, Nairobi.
Na mchakato kuhusu upungufu wa maambukizi ya COVID-19 nchini unazidi kutokota, huku hisia mbalimbali zikiibuka kutokana na swala hilo. Kwa upande mmoja, wataalamu wa dedisi wanahisi kuwa Kenya ipo katika wakati mwafaka wa janga hilo, ambapo visa vya maambukizi vitaendelea kupungua kiasi kikubwa. Wizara ya Afya nayo kwa upande wake ikisema kuwa bado Kenya ipo katika hatari ya maambukizi zaidi. Zainab Mohamed na wengi zaidi.
Mjadala kuhusu taswira kamili ya janga la COVID-19 nchini unazidi kutokota, huku hisia tofauti zikiibuka iwapo upungufu wa maambukizi ya virusi vya korona vitaendelea kushuhudiwa nchini. Kulingana na Wizara ya Afya, Kenya bado ipo katika hatari ya maambukizi zaidi ya virusi vya korona. Hata hivyo, kulingana na mkurugenzi mkuu wa maabara ya Lancet, Daktari Ahmed Kalebi, Kenya haipo tena katika hatari kubwa ya maambukizi zaidi, pale ambapo maambukizi ya virusi hivyo sasa yameanza kupungua kwa kiasi kikubwa. Kalebi akiongeza kuwa hali hiyo inatarajiwa kuendelea kwa siku kadhaa zijazo.
We are not flattening the curve. According to our statistics, our daily summary statistics, our research when it comes to prevalence of this disease, we are well aware that our curve has not yet flattened.
I think the worst is behind us, at least for Nairobi and Mombasa. As a country, maybe not. It depends on what happens in the rest of the country, in other counties. But if you look at the figures, the peak in terms of new cases, and number of new cases, and also the number of the positive rate, what we call the positive rate or the test positive rate, the number of positive cases out of a pool of tests that were done on a particular day. It had peaked in the last 3-4 weeks and it's starting to go down.
Na licha Wizara ya Afya kusema kuwa upungufu ambao umeshuhudiwa kwa siku kadhaa zilizopita umetokana na idadi finyu ya watu waliopimwa, Kalebi anaeleza kuwa idadi ya watu wanaozuru hospitali nyingi na hata kupata maambukizi hayo yana tofauti kubwa na hapo awali.
Saying that even the number of people coming in with flu-like symptoms, respiratory illnesses have reduced. The number of cases that they have to follow up as positive contacts, through contact tracing is reducing. So even their request, the number of tests that they're requesting is reducing.
Aidha, kulingana na Kalebi, idadi kubwa ya maambukizi ya watu tayari imeshatokea, hivyo basi kuwa chanzo kikuu cha idadi ndogo ya maambukizi kwa sasa.
People have discussed and said, if you're testing less people, then you expect less number of positives. Yes, that's true, but as a percentage. So sometimes the ministry can announce that they have tested 6,000 people. Sometimes they can announce that they have tested 3,000 people. But if you look at it in terms of percentage, the percentage has been pretty consistent. Initially, in the very early stages, it was 1%, 2%. Then it shot up to 13%, 12%. I think the highest we have ever had is around 14%. Then now it started going down. And that's the most interesting thing. If you look at what you call the rolling average, every 3 days, the rolling average of the number of new positive cases as a positive rate is going down. So, in my view, the consistent decline for 2-3 weeks is a trend.
Hayo yanajiri huku idadi ya visa vya virusi vya corona nchini kifikia visa 31,015 baada ya watu 379 kuripotiwa kuwa na virusi hivyo chini ya saa 24 zilizopita. Watu 244 zaidi wamepata nafuu baada ya kupata matibabu kutoka hospitali mbalimbali nchini, huku wengine 19 wakiaga dunia kutokana na makali ya virusi hivyo. Zainab Mohamed, TV47.
Na mpenzi mtazamaji, zikawa zimekatika dakika 20 baada ya saa 1, sina budi kuchukua mapumziko kidogo tu, lakini mapumziko mafupi. Lakini kabla sijakwenda, Likima anasema pesa za corona zimeliwa kwa wingi, ndio maana corona imepungua. Sio maoni yangu, ni ya Likim. Francis Rono anasema serikali ifungue shule ndio watoto wetu waweze kurejea. Likim vile vile anasema corona at least inaelekea kuisha. Sio maoni yangu, bali ni maoni yako. Kumbuka kwamba unawasiliana na siku 2247 na katika mitandao ya kijamii @TV47 Kenya. Usicheze mbali. Na ndio hivyo mpenzi mtazamaji, wapo ndio unajiunga nasi, bila shaka ni TV47 ikiwa ni upeo wa TV47. Mimi nafahamika kama Elizabeth Mutuku. Mfasiri wangu wa lugha ishara ni Ano Irimu. Nilisema awali unawasiliana nasi kwa 2247 na katika mitandao ya kijamii @TV47 Kenya. Lakini tukisonga mbele ni kwa chama cha ODM kinapendekeza mabadiliko katika uongozi wa wachache katika bunge la kaunti ya Nairobi. Mohamed Ali ametuandalia taarifa hiyo.
Spika wa bunge la kaunti ya Nairobi Benson Mutura amepokea barua kutoka kwa chama cha ODM ambacho kimewasilisha mapendekezo kuhusu uongozi wa wachache katika bunge hilo. Kulingana na barua hiyo, kamati ya chama cha ODM ilifanya mabadiliko katika uongozi wa wachache kwa kile chama kimetaja kama juhudi za kuunda mazingira yenye usawa ndani ya bunge la Nairobi. Baadhi ya watu ambao wamependekezwa kuendesha biashara za chama cha ODM katika bunge la Nairobi ni Geoffrey Majiwa katika wadhifa wa naibu spika mteule, Michael Okumu akipendekezwa kama kiongozi wa wachache, naye Melab Atema anapendekezwa kuwa naibu wake. ODM inapendekeza kiranja wa wachache kuwa Peter Imwatok, naye naibu kiranja wa wachache akipendekezwa kuwa Moses Ogeto. Mwenyekiti wa kamati ya mawasiliano Morris Gari na naibu mwenyekiti wa kamati ya bajeti Nimo Haji pia ni miongoni wa walioteuliwa na chama hicho. Wiki jana bunge hilo lilimchagua Benson Mutura kuwa spika wa bunge baada ya Beatrice Elachi. Nikiripotia runinga ya TV47 kutoka Nairobi, jina langu ni Muhammad Ali.
Bila shaka masuala hayo ya siasa za Nairobi sawa na siasa humu nchini ni baadhi ya masuala ambayo tunaweka karibu, kukiwemo vile masuala ya ripoti ya BBI ambayo najua kwa muda kidogo ujao yatakuwa yakijadiliwa. Lakini kwa sasa wanafunzi katika shule za kibinafsi nchini wamepata afueni ya kwenda ama ya kuendeleza masomo yao baada ya usimamizi wa muungano wa shule za kibinafsi kuzindua mfumo wa masomo ya kidijitali. Hata hivyo, shule za kibinafsi zingali zinakabiliwa na ukosefu wa fedha za kuwalipa walimu, sasa zikitaka serikali kutoa shilingi bilioni 7 za kunusuru shule hizo.
Mustakabali wa iwapo shule zitafunguliwa Januari mwakani ukiwa bado hujulikani, zaidi ya wanafunzi milioni 10 watasalia nyumbani, huku mifumo kadhaa ikiendelea kutolewa kwa wanafunzi kuendeleza masomo yao wakiwa nyumbani. Wa hivi punde ukiwa muungano wa shule za kibinafsi nchini ambao umezindua mfumo mpya wa masomo kupitia mtandao. Wanafunzi pamoja na walimu watahitajika kujisajili ili kutumia mfumo huo. Hata hivyo, ni walimu waliosajiliwa na tume ya TSC pekee ambao wataruhusiwa kutoa mafunzo kwa wanafunzi kando na kupata marupurupu.
We have started a platform. This platform may not be 100% complete, but we know it is ready for takeoff. We will continue to improve on it because we want this system to be used now and in the future.
Ombi la kuitaka serikali kutoa msaada wa fedha kwa shule za kibinafsi unazidi kukaririwa, huku muungano wa shule hizo ukiitaka serikali kuharakisha kutolewa kwa shilingi bilioni 7 ambazo serikali iliahidi ili kuzisaidia kukabiliana na hali ngumu inayokumba shule hizo. Kulingana na muungano huo ni kwamba fedha hizo zitatumika kulipa walimu wa shule hizo ambao hawajapokea mishahara tangu mwezi Machi mwaka huu, na pia kuzinusuru shule hizo ambazo baadhi zimeanza kutokomea kutokana na kushindwa kulipa fedha za kodi. Mfumo huo almaarufu masomo iendelee Linda Mwalimu unafadhiliwa na benki ya Absa na unatarajiwa kunufaisha zaidi ya shule 8,000 za msingi na upili kote nchini. Eli Logova, TV47.
Namna kwingineko, wakazi wa eneo la Utiri wadi ya Bukayo kaskazini kaunti ya Busia wameandaa maandamano ya amani kukashifu barabara mbovu, wakidokeza kwamba viongozi wa eneo hilo wamewatekeleza na kutekeleza miradi hiyo.
Wenyeji hao wakiwemo wahudumu wa bodaboda wanasema wanapitia hali ngumu ya usafiri kutokana na hali duni ya barabara za eneo hilo, huku viongozi wakidaiwa kufumbia jicho tatizo hilo.
MCA hataki kutengenezea njia, mpaka hata watu wamefungua njia kwa shamba yangu, ameharibu chakula yangu. Sasa tujui hii njia, na huko chini kuna watu wengi sana kwa hii njia, magari zinapita hapa, boda wanapita hapa. Sasa hata sasa maji imejaa njia, hakuna mahali pa kupita, na mimi nimepanda chakula, watu wanaharibu tu chakula yangu.
Tulichagua hawa watu tukiamini watatusaidia, kumbe ndio tulitia kidonda kwa miguu sasa.
Shughuli za masomo na kilimo pia zimeathirika pakubwa kutokana na hali mbovu ya barabara za eneo hilo.
Tuko na miwa huku, tinga huku hata zinakwama, barabara zimekuwa ni mabwawa, sio njia. Ningetaka kuuliza, huku tuna shule, na hiyo shule inatakana wavukishe vitu wakati wamefungua shule. Je, magari zitapita wapi? Walimu watapita wapi? Walimu wameresign Utiri wakiomba transfer ni kwa sababu ya njia.
Mvua ikinyesha hauwezi fika nyumbani. Watu wameumia katika hii barabara and you are there earning salary. Sisi kama watu wa Alati tunalaani kitendo kama kiki, na huyo mama ambaye aliumia jana tunataka atibiwe.
Wameonya kuandamana hadi afisi za kaunti ya Busia kushinikiza serikali ya kaunti kutengeneza barabara hizo. Wanji Sostin, TV47.
Na michezoni ni kwa shirikisho la soka nchini FKF limetakiwa kutoa malezi ya vipaji hususan wakati huu wa janga la corona ambalo limelazimu shule kufungwa na wanafunzi kusalia nyumbani. Kwa mujibu wa mbunge wa Saboti Caleb Amisi, hatua hiyo itakuza vipaji vya vijana kando na kuwaepusha na uraibu wa mihadarati. Boniface Barasa na kina cha habari hiyo.
Akizungumza kwenye uzinduzi wa kombe la Amisi, mbunge wa Saboti Caleb Amisi ameitaka shirikisho la soka nchini FKF kutilia maanani swala hilo, ikizingatiwa kuwa vijana wengi wamesalia majumbani baada ya kufungwa kwa shule kutokana na virusi vya corona.
Nimeandikia Federation of Football, nimewaambia tuko na vipawa hapa Saboti, lakini msipokuja muone wakicheza watapataje siku moja kuingia kwa zile maclubs. So wakuje hapa waangalie wakati wa finals, kama mtu ako sawa aende Sofapaka, kama ako sawa aende Gor Mahia, kama ako sawa aende FC, akitoka FC anaenda kule Harambee Stars.
Amisi anahoji kuwa licha kuwepo kwa virusi tandavu vya corona, pana haja ya vijana kujihusisha na michezo kunoa vipaji vyao ili kujiepusha na utumizi wa madawa ya kulevya.
Tuko yes na corona, lakini hawa vijana wako shuleni, wako secondary, wako university, wako college, wako nyumbani. Tusipowaweka kwa mpira, si watakuwa wezi, si wataanza kuvuta mabangi. The cost of award ya hii tournament, it will be 1.2 million.
Kombe la Amisi linahusisha na ubunge zima, wadi ya Matisi, Tuwani, Machewa, Saboti na Kinyoro zikishiriki, huku mshindi wa mashindano hayo akitarajiwa kutia kibindoni takriban shilingi milioni 1.2 katika fainali. Boniface Barasa, TV47 Michezo, kaunti ya Trans Nzoia.
Namna mpenzi mtazamaji, tukiwa tumepokea taarifa yake Boniface Barasa ambayo ni ya michezo, sina budi kukamilisha upeo wa TV47. Jem Kim ama Jemo Kim anasema nikiwa Kikima Mbooni, napenda taarifa zenu zaidi. Rono Chibatek anasema tupo pamoja, na kuna Waliaula anasema napenda zaidi taarifa zenu. Lakini kufikia hapo mpenzi mtazamaji, sina budi kukamilisha upeo wa TV47, ikiwa na maana kwamba kuanzia mida hii hadi mida ya 2:30 tutakuwa tukiingia katika kipindi Mfahamu Kiongozi, na hii leo nitakuwa nikizungumzia swala kuhusiana na seneti na masuala ambayo yanakumba bunge lile la seneti na viongozi wa maana. Hivyo basi usikose. Mimi nafahamika kama Elizabeth Mtuko, mfasiri wangu wa lugha ishara amekuwa ni Ano Erimo. Tupatane upande wa pili. Kwamba mara tena mzima popote pale ulipo, umekuwa na siku njema. Hujambo na karibu katika kipindi Mfahamu, pale ambapo nakupa nafasi kuweza kuwafahamu viongozi mbalimbali huko nchini na hata katika mataifa ya kigeni. Na hii leo tutakuwa tukizungumza moja kwa moja na kiranja wengi katika bunge la Senate ambaye ni Irungu Kang'ata, kuhusiana na maisha yake na vile vile kuhusiana na masuala ya seneti. Na baada ya bunge la Senate kukosa kuafikia uamuzi kuhusu mfumo wa ugavi wa fedha za bunge hilo, liliunda kamati maalum ya maseneta 12 ili kutatua utata huo. Kamati hiyo imeanza vikao vyake rasmi hilo wiki jana. Katika kikao maalum kukishuhudiwa majibizano makali kati ya maseneta, jambo ambalo baadaye kilionekana kama kushusha hadhi ya bunge hilo la seneti. Mheshimiwa Kang'ata, karibu sana katika Mfahamu Kiongozi. Asante kupata nafasi kuwa nasi, na nitaanza moja kwa moja. Ulizaliwa eneo lipi ndio tupate kukufahamu?
Asante. Mimi nilizaliwa mwaka wa 1980. Hiyo 1980. Ndio 1980.
Miaka tu ya hivi majuzi.
Ya miaka 40 iliyopita.
Katika familia ya watu wangapi?
Familia ya watu 8, na mimi nilikuwa wa 7.
Kumaanisha kwamba wasichana wangapi na wanaume wangapi?
Wasichana walikuwa 2, mmoja anaitwa Veronica, mwingine anaitwa Hana, na pia wavulana walikuwa 6.
Wavulana 6.
Ndio, mimi nilikuwa sasa wa nambari 7.
Maisha yalikuwa namna gani? Labda kidogo unipe taswira, maana watu wengi watakwambia nilikuwa katika maisha umaskini, wengine wakakuwa katika maisha ya sawa. Kwako ilikuwa namna gani?
Sasa mimi sijui nisemeje. Sema tu maisha ya mtu wa kawaida. Kwani nimelelewa tu kwa wazazi ambao walikuwa mechanics. Wanafanya kazi ya mechanics. Sijui tuseme inaitwaje kwa Kiswahili sanifu?
Ni masuala ya uhandisi.
Sema ni mafundi.
Mafundi, sawa, tuseme hivyo kwa neno ambalo ni sahihi.
Katika uraibu kama kutengeneza magari, kutengeneza milango ya chuma, kutengeneza madirisha katika mji ambao unaitwa Murang'a. Hapo ndipo nimezaliwa na nikaenda shule ya msingi ambayo inaitwa Murang'a Township. Siku hizi imegeuzwa jina ikaitwa Vidhu Ramji.
Maisha ukasema yalikuwa tu ya mtu wa kawaida, kumaanisha kulikuwa na kukosa na kupata.
Ndio, kwa upande mmoja niseme ya kwamba wazazi wangu walikuwa ni wanabiashara. Lakini pia waliishi maisha ya kawaida. So siwezi sema ya kwamba kuna siku nilikosa chakula. Lakini siwezi sema kuna siku nilikosa kwenda shule haswa ati juu ya shida nyingi mno. Lakini pia ilikuwa ni maisha ambayo si ya juu, ni ile ya kawaida. Ile unaishi, unakula tu chakula cha kawaida. Unaishi nyumba ya si ya mawe, una televisheni. Hiyo tu maisha ya kawaida, ile ya mtu wa kawaida.
Ndoto yako wakati huu ilikuwa gani?
Sikuwahi kuwa na ndoto kubwa vile niseme kwamba kuna wakati nilikuwa na ndoto fulani. La, sifikiri. Of course nakumbuka kuna wakati juu nilitaja kama ningetaka kuwa profesa. Ila tu najua nilikuwa mtu ambaye anapenda kufuata mambo ya siasa mno.
Kwa hivyo siasa hujaanzana nazo hivi majuzi, ni kitu ambacho ulipenda tangu utotoni?
Kusoma magazeti. Nilikuwa ambaye mtu anasoma sana ile gazeti ilikuwa inaitwa Taifa Leo.
Na ni nani mwenye alikuwa anakuvutia sana katika siasa? Maana siku zote wakati ambapo unajipata unataka kuwa katika kitu fulani, lazima kuna yule ambaye unaangalia unasema nataka kuwa kama huyu. Iwapo unanipata, ni nani ambaye alikuwa anakuvutia zaidi ili kuweza kuwa kama yeye? Naona tumempoteza. Nimesema na kipindi Mfahamu Kiongozi, na ambapo tunazungumza moja kwa moja na kiranja wa wengi katika bunge la Senate ambaye ni Irungu Kang'ata kuhusiana na maisha yake, akinieleza kwamba alikuwa anafurahia kuwa masuala ya siasa tangu utotoni, na bali tu na kufurahia masuala ya kisiasa, alikuwa hana ndoto yoyote kubwa zaidi kuhusiana na maisha. Lakini cha muhimu ni kwamba wakati mwingine hata ukikosa ina maana kwamba bado ikifikia mahali fulani unaweza kuwa. Lakini kumbuka zaidi ya yote tutakuwa tukizungumzia masuala ya Senate. Hiyo ina maana kwamba tutakuwa tukizungumzia masuala ambayo yamekuwa yakitokea katika siku za hivi majuzi katika bunge lile la Senate, kukiwemo kukosa kukubaliana katika vikao 7-8 ambavyo vimepita. Sasa bunge hili likielekea katika kikao cha 10, na bunge hili likiwa limepata kuunda kamati ya watu 12. Ina maana kwamba baadaye vile vile tutakuwa tukisikia kutoka kwa viongozi wengine, lakini kwa sasa nitaendelea tu kuzungumza naye Seneta wa Murang'a ambaye ni kiranja wengi katika bunge lile la Senate, Irungu Kang'ata. Mheshimiwa, nafahamishwa kwamba umerejea. Nilikuwa nimekuuliza ndoto yako, ukaniambia ndoto yako ilikuwa tu ya kawaida, na ukaniambia masuala ya siasa ulianzia pale chini. Lakini ni nani alikuwa anakuvutia katika masuala ya siasa?
Yule ambaye alikuwa mbunge wetu Kenneth Matiba. Wakati alikuwa anapiga siasa nzito, hasa siasa za kutetea Wakenya mambo kuhusu demokrasia. Nilikuwa nampenda sana. Nilifuata siasa zake kwa karibu na
alifuata siasa zake kwa karibu na akawa anazifuatilia Kenneth Matiba. Naamini ni itilafu tu kidogo za kimitambo, lakini tutakuwa bado tunafuatilia. Maana katika mfahamu kiongozi ni wakati ambapo masuala si rahisi kuhusiana na COVID-19, lakini cha msingi ni kwamba baadaye nimesema tutakuwa tukilizungumzia moja kwa moja lile swala la seneti na ambalo limezua mgawanyiko na sawa na sintofahamu baina ya maseneti, lakini kwa sasa bado tu tunaendelea kusikia historia na maisha yake kiranja wengi katika bunge lile la seneti, ambaye ni Irungu Kang'ata, kinieleza kwamba ndoto yake bado ilikuwa katika masuala ya siasa. Kiniambia kufikia hapo amezaliwa katika familia ya watu 7, na hawa watu 7 ina maana gani? Ina maana kwamba watu 2 tu ndo wasichana, wale wengine ni ndume kama yeye. Akinieleza kuwa maisha yake hayajakuwa rahisi. Iwapo unazungumza nasi, kumbuka kunieleza ni wapi 22047 na katika mitandao ya kijamii @TV47KE sawa na ukurasa wetu L_Liza. Ninaarifiwa kwamba amerejea. Umesema kwamba mheshimiwa aliyekuwa anakuvutia zaidi ni Kenneth Matiba.
Bila shaka.
Na baadaye ni wapi uliingililia siasa?
Siasa zimeziingia tuseme ya kwamba baada ya kutoka kidato cha 4 pale shule ya Thika High, hapo ndiposa nikaingia katika ulingo wa siasa. Baada ya kuingia katika shule la University of Nairobi kusomea sheria, nikachaguliwa nikakuwa yule ambaye ni vice chairman wa chama cha wanafunzi ambao wanasomea sheria. Kwa kimombo inaitwa Kenya Law Student Society. Nilikuwa naibu wa mwenyekiti, nyuma ya kuwa naibu wa mwenyekiti ya chama cha wanafunzi wote wa University ya Nairobi. Kwa kimombo inaitwa basi hapa ndipo nilibobea mambo za siasa kidogo.
Na hapo ndo ukajipata katika siasa hizi za useneta miaka hii?
Nyuma nilienda.
Naamini hizo itilafu bado ni kutokana na simu yake kuweza kupigwa na kuendelea kupigwa na watu tofauti. Mwenyiriwaya ananiambia anafurahia zaidi ile taarifa, sio taarifa mbali historia yake Irungu Kang'ata, ambaye ni kiranja wengi katika bunge hili la seneti. Kuna huyu ambaye Likima ananiambia anafuatilia kwa ukaribu. Kuna Kibiwot ananiambia anafurahia zaidi vile vile swala hili kuhusiana na historia yake. Ni watu wengi ambao wanafuatilia katika 22047 na vile vile katika mitandao yetu ya kijamii @TV47 Kenya sawa na ukurasa wetu rasmi na ukurasa wangu binafsi L_Liza. Watu wengi naona wakizungumzia swala hili la kiranja wa wengi wakisema kwamba lakini kuna masuala ambayo wananituma katika ukurasa huu wetu ambao nitakuwa nikimuuliza kuhusiana na masuala ya siasa. Nitakuwa nikiuliza baadaye, manake kwa sasa bado anapotea ile itilafu ya kimitambo, na sio yeye tu peke yake. Siku hii leo vile vile nilikuwa nizungumze moja kwa moja ambaye ni seneta wa Bomet Christopher Langat kuhusiana na vile vile swala hili la seneti. Je, bunge hili liko huru? Na iwapo una swali, kumbuka unaweza kututumia kwa 22047 na katika mitandao yetu ya Facebook. Kuna huyu Esther anasema, na je, amesaidia nani kuingia katika siasa? Sio mimi ninasema. Mary anauliza, na ni wapi ana watoto ama sio mimi, ni masuala ambayo ninaulizwa katika mitandao, lakini atakuwa akinijibu. Naambiwa kwamba wanaendelea kumtafuta kuhusiana na hitilafu hizo za kimitambo. Wengi wanauliza kama ako na familia, sio mimi, lakini atakuwa akitujibu kama ana familia. Wengine wanauliza kulikoni mheshimiwa, kuna hili swala ambalo nimekuwa nikisoma hujaniambia, je, una familia?
Ya, bila shaka nina bibi na nina watoto 3. Mmoja yaitwa Rita, mwingine anaitwa Yuna na mwingine anaitwa Etana.
Wote wa bibi mmoja?
Watoto wangu haina haja nyingi.
Sawa.
Waswahili walisema kwamba pilipili isiloila ya kuashiani.
Sio mimi nimesema nimeuliza tu manake nimeulizwa. Lakini sasa tuingie katika swala la Seneti. Je, kwa msimamo wako kama kiranja wa wengi, unaweza kusema bunge hili la Seneti lipo huru?
Bila shaka lipo huru. Wale ambao tumechaguliwa katika Senate tumejaribu na watu wameleta maneno fulani na sisi tumeendelea kuwa watu ambao tutapatia kila seneta uhuru wa kujiongea na kuleta maneno yake.
Swala la hivi majuzi kiranja wa wengi ambalo limesababisha watu wa maseneta watatu kukamatwa. Je, unaweza kusema ilikuwa njia moja ya kuwashinikiza kuweza kuunga mkono upande wa serikali?
La, nisema ya kwamba wale waliokamatwa wengine ni wafuasi wangu. Kwa mfano yule ambaye ni seneta wa pale kutoka Senate ile, kwa mfano yule kutoka Bomet, ukiangazia katika hili swala sugu ambalo liko kwa Senate, ameweza kuniunga mkono takriban mara 2, kumaanisha sifikiria naweza shikwa kutokana na msimamo huu, kwani yeye ametoka mahali ambapo wengi wanaunga mkono hili jambo.
Zilikuwepo tetesi kwamba Mheshimiwa Christopher Langat na wengine walikuwa wamevuka upande huu wa hawa ambao wanajiita Team Kenya, na ndio sababu kuu ya yeye kuweza kuwekelewa, siwezi kusema kuwekelewa, ama kuweza kukua kati ya maseneta ambao walikamatwa.
La, hajaingia, hajaondoka, na sijui mtu angejuaje ameondoka na hajapiga kura. Yaani mmoja wale ambao walipiga kura na akakuwa anaunga mkono huu mswada.
Wakati ambapo unasema bunge la Seneti mheshimiwa alipo huru, na nyakati nyingi tumekusikia ukisema msimamo wa chama ni huu, ina maana kwamba wakati unasema msimamo wa chama ni huu, umetumwa na wale viongozi wa chama ili kuhakikisha kwamba hii miswada imepita. Na je, utasema bado bunge la Seneti linafanya maamuzi yake kwa uhuru wote pasi muingililio kutoka kwa wale viongozi wa vyama?
Vyama katika demokrasia ya Kenya zimepewa nguvu fulani. Ukiangazia katika kipengee cha 38 cha katiba, kimesema ya kwamba vyama vina umuhimu wake, na vyama pia zina mafikira yake, na bila shaka lazima kama nyapara wa pale bunge niweze kuleta hapo fikra, nielezee wananchi, niwaambie haya ndio mafikira ya chama.
Ina maana kwamba hata kama chama kitakuwa ama wale viongozi wa chama wanataka swala ambalo aliendani na wananchi, lakini huu ndio msimamo, hata ina maana kwamba wewe utaunga mkono likokuwa tu ni msimamo wa wale viongozi wa vyama pasi mabadiliko yote?
Bila shaka utakuja katika bunge na utakuwa na mkutano na wale ambao hawaungi mkono, wataleta maoni yao na watakataa, na hiyo ni uhuru. Bora ukuja kwa mkutano, ujieleze na useme yale ambayo huyataki, una huo uhuru.
Kuna matamshi ambayo, na nitakukumbusha mwenyewe, uliyataja wakati mmoja ukiwa eneo hili la Mlima Kenya, kwamba ambao wanakosa kuunga mkono mfumo huu wa tatu husiana na ugavi wa fedha za county, wanyima watu wa Mount Kenya ama wa Mlima Kenya fedha, na hii ndio maana sio marafiki zenu. Bado msimamo wako ni huo?
Nisema ya kwamba huu mfumo hausaidii watu wa Mount Kenya, haswa tukiangazia zile county ambazo zitafaidika zaidi. Za Mount Kenya ziko mbali sana. Utaona ni county kama ya hapa Nairobi, utaona ni county kama ya Kakamega, utaona ni county kama ya Nandi, Uasin Gishu, Kiambu inakuja hapo nyumaye. In fact kutoka zile tunaziita top 10 hakuna hata moja ya kutoka Mlima Kenya isipokuwa Kiambu. Hizi zingine ni za Western, za Rift Valley, Nairobi na kwingine mahali ambapo kama Nyanza ambapo kuna wananchi wengi. Kuonyesha wale ambao wanasema huu mfumo ni wa Mount Kenya ni uongo.
Na wewe mwenyewe ndio ulisema wale ambao watapiga kura kinyume na huu mfumo, ina maana kwamba sio marafiki wa Mount Kenya na sio marafiki zenu, na wakati wa BBI utakuwa ukichukua hatua kuhusiana na hili. Ndio maana nikakuuliza iwapo msimamo wako bado ndio huo.
Wale ambao ni wafuasi wa BBI wamekuwa katika mstari wa mbele kushika mkono huu mswada. Kwa mfano, kiongozi walio wachache yule tunamuita wakili Senator James Orengo ametusaidia sana na ameweza kupiga jeki huu mswada, na tunasema asanti, kumaanisha BBI na handshake zote zinaenda kifua mbele.
Ina maana kwamba kuna baadhi ya maseneta na baadhi ya watu ambao watasema uongozi wako katika nafasi hiyo ya kiranja, wengi watasema kwamba unaongoza kiimla ama dictatorship. Ni kweli ama si kweli?
Bila shaka kila kiongozi ana ile tunaita uhuru wa kujieleza. Kumaanisha hayo ni maoni mawili ambayo anaona hiyo, lakini singetaka kuongea mambo ni kujihusu. Ningetaka wale ambao wako huko nje waweze kusema yale ambao wanaona mimi nawaongoza, lakini nikianza kujisema, wajua Waswahili walisema kwamba mgema akisifiwa tembo hulitia maji.
Ina maana kwamba unakubali wewe ni dikteta.
Ina maana ya kwamba mimi sitaki kujiongea mambo kujihusu. Wacha wale ambao wengine wako huko nje waweza kuongea mambo yangu.
Kuna baadhi ya maseneta katika hilo swali mheshimiwa, ambao waliteta kwamba wewe kama kiranja wa wengi umewatishia kuhusiana na swala la huu mfumo wa tatu. Wengine ukao ukiwashawishi lakini kwa vitisho kwamba kumbuka kwamba sisi ndio tuliwateua, kumbuka kwamba sisi ndio tuliwaweka katika nafasi hii nafasi. Je, unahisi hii ni mojawapo ya mbinu bora katika uongozi?
Hakuna ushahidi kuna mtu ambaye tuliweza kutisha. Yale ambayo yametajwa ni mambo ambayo hayana uhakika, hayana ushahidi.
Kwa hivyo kwa hayana ushahidi huwezi kusema kwamba nitaachana na hilo, lakini nitakukumbusha hili. Kuelezea
ni uongo, ni maneno ambayo yaporoja, haina ushahidi.
Kukamatwa kwa hawa maseneta watatu kiranja wa wengi, je, kulikuwa na uhusiano wowote, wala wewe na uongozi wa hili bunge la Senate mlikuwa na uhusiano wote kukamatwa kwa hawa maseneta watatu?
La hasha. Sisi ambao tuko katika serikali tunaamini na uhuru. Tunaamini ya kwamba kila seneta ako na uhuru wa kujisema na kusema yale ambayo angetaka yaweze kuendelea mbele, na hakuna chochote ambacho kiliweza kuletwa kama ushahidi kuonyeshana ya kwamba walishikwa ili wasije hapa bunge kujisemea.
Unahisi vipi ukiongoza bunge ambalo kidogo unaona lina mgawanyiko, na haswa kuhusiana na mswada ambao wewe kama kiranja wengi unahitajika kupata suluhu ndani yake?
Niseme ya kwamba naomba viongozi waweke siasa kando, waweze kukaa chini na waweze kuongea, na tuweze kuwa na msimamo mmoja, na tuwe sote tuko pamoja na tunaongea kitu kimoja. Sisi ni watu ambao tunashikamana vizuri, na ni watu ambao tuko na urafiki mkubwa.
Katika hii nafasi yako mheshimiwa, ni kipi ambacho utafanya kuhakikisha kabisa awama seneta na ni bunge ambalo wewe unaongoza na viongozi wengine wanakuja katika msimamo mmoja ama wanaongozwa katika umoja?
Tutajaribu kuwaita mahali fulani, tuwe na kongamano, tuweze kuongea kinagaubaga, na nafikiria tukimaliza huu mjadala tutaweza kuwa na kongamano ambalo litaweza kuleta kila kiongozi pamoja. Nafikiria kwa mfano tuende mahali kama Naivasha ama Mombasa, maybe tuondoke hapa Nairobi, tuite washauri ambao ni wasomi katika masuala fulani, watuweze kutupatia mawaidha ambayo yatafanya tuweze kushikamana zaidi.
Kwa sasa mpenzi mtazamaji, utaniruhusu nipokee mapumziko kidogo, lakini tukirejea tutakuwa tukiyazungumzia mawili matatu bado kuhusiana na hili. Kumbuka bado unawasiliana nasi kwa 22047 na katika mitandao ya kijamii @TV47 Kenya. Usicheze mbali. Irungu Kang'ata, na sababu za kiufundi ndio maana tukachukua mapumziko hayo ya muda mrefu. Ni radhi kwa hilo, lakini nilikuwa nimekuahidi kuhusiana na hili swala la Senate ni lazima nipate kuzungumza naye seneta wa Bomet ambaye ni Christopher Langat, ili nipate kusikia kuhusiana naye kukamatwa na wengine. Je, hili lilikuwa na maana gani? Ni kwa kuwa walibadilisha msimamo wao kuhusiana na kura katika mfumo huo wa tatu wa ugavi wa fedha za kaunti au kulikoni? Mheshimiwa, najua unanipata kwa njia ya simu, manake umenielezea hitilafu ambazo zimekuwepo, lakini nikuulize hili, unahisi kwamba kukamatwa kwako kulikuwa na uhusiano wowote na huu mfumo wa tatu na jinsi ambavyo nyinyi mngepiga kura?
Yes, sasa nataka kukujibu ya kwamba kulikuweko na uhusiano kubwa sana kati ya sisi kushikwa na kutezwa na msimamo wetu kwa hili jambo linaendelea hapa Senate kuhusu mambo ya revenue allocation. So there was a direct connection because why was it so coincident that myself, Malala and Delekwe were to be arrested the night before election the following day, which was to take place at 10 a.m. So there was a direct connection. Hata kwangu mimi, I want to say there was a direct connection because already they had identified somebody to vote on my behalf. That was Senator Milko, who is a nominated member. In Kakamega, the same way, for Senator Kakamega, they had already identified somebody. So they knew very well that the moment we arrest Dr. Langat, the moment we arrest Senator Malala, they would already had applause because they prepared two nominated senators to vote for them. So you see, they had raised their number from 20 to 22, which they were very sure. And then after arresting now, the senator from Samburu, they were sure that they would bring now their numbers to 23. And the other time, there were two senators who had abstained, who were not there. That is the Senator Lamu and the senator from Kajiado. So they were sure that the moment the Senator Kajiado, the Senator Lamu vote in their favor, plus the two votes from our side, then already they knew that they would get 24, and that was the minimum required number for them to win.
Wakati mheshimiwa, naomba nikukatize kidogo. Wakati nikizungumza na kiranja wengi ama majority whip, Irungu Kang'ata ameniambia kwamba wewe ulikuwa katika ile kampu yao, ndio maana alikuwa hana shida na kukamatwa kwako. Je, ni nini ambacho kilikufanya ukatoka katika huu upande wao ukaenda upande huu wa Team Kenya?
Yenye ilinitoa kwa upande wao, one is that tulikuwa tumeshindwa safari tatu na ule mrengo mwingine mwenye wanataka fairness. So it reaches a time that I decided that we must go the fairness way. Why can the government increase the minimum of 316 so that no country will be a loser, despite the fact that other countries may become gainers, depending on the new formula which was working with the new population census, the number of the population census of 2019. So I had reviewed the former one because it was very unfair for counties that had budgeted some money for their development and for their regarding expenditure to be taken away from them. And the government has a lot of money. Why couldn't they come up and increase this particular shareable revenue so that both losers and no gainers? It was going to divide the country. And what I did want from Kang'ata is the fact that he has been going to the media and saying we wanted this particular formula to pass because the president wants to make sure that when he retires, the counties from Central are going to be stable. That is not what the president wants. The president that I elected in Jubilee even went ahead to meet Raila and had a handshake for the sake of uniting this country. And he wanted to leave a legacy for the whole country.
Ina maana kwamba
president of a particular group of people is a symbol of the national unity, and he cannot reduce the interest to only Rift Valley and Central Province. So we want us in our city, we want the president to look as the symbol of the national unity and be a country which is united, and live in 2022 a country which is more united than its power. And that is what he believes on. So I don't think Kangata was right. He wanted to the president as a tribal king, as a tribal chief. So we want to protect the name of the president. People like us, we want to stand with the president's ideology of putting Kenya as a one united state. But this particular formula will divide this country and will make some regions to hate other regions. And I'm so sure that is not the objective of the President of the Republic of Kenya.
Kwa neno lako la mwisho mheshimiwa, unaweza kusema bunge la Senate liko huru kwa vyovyote?
I want to assure Kenyans that as of now, the executive has been trying to make sure that the Senate does not work independently. If today we are left to work independently, the Senate would have during this particular time of a debacle, we could have gone somewhere and then talk like what they did in 2016. And by the time they are coming out of that particular retreat, the solution would have been arrived at. When we were adjourning Senate last week, at the time, because of the same problem, we had been promised that we were going to make to go for a retreat, and by the time we finish retreat, this particular issue would have become resolved. But do you know what happened during that time? Kangata went round inviting us to his house, that he has slaughtered a goat, ati kuna mbuzi amechinja, anataka kutupeleka kwake tukule mbuzi na tumalize hii maneno. That was driving us, and we rejected what he was deciding. We expected an official retreat from the Speaker of the Senate, so that we all go, invite the experts, and then we reach as a solution. We didn't want to be invited by Kangata to his house. That was not a retreat.
Asante sana mheshimiwa kupata nafasi kunijibu, lakini bila shaka tutauendeleza huu mjadala mimi nawe hapo kesho katika jarida lingine ndani ya upeo wa TV47. Shukrani za dhati mpenzi mtazamaji kuchagua kutegea TV47 na mfahamu kiongozi. Kuna huyu msichana ama Mireba na Sicha anasema nawezana na maseneta, atawezana na maseneta wengine, na kuna huyu ambaye anasema nimefurahia zaidi mfahamu kiongozi. Hadi hapo yanafahamika kama Elizabeth Mutuku. Samahani kwa changamoto zote, lakini naahidi kwamba wakati mwingine itakuwa nzuri zaidi, manake ndani ya mfahamu kiongozi mambo huwa ni bomba.
Mother, your father, your sister. Akana advise pia, akanambia mother kama mother kuna pressure, achana naye. Kama mzee ni mtu wa maji sana pia, achana naye story. Yeah, and if they're above 55 years, lenga your story. So my sister was the one who was really willing. My sister was ready for everything. My younger sister, ako the age of 21 years. Yeah. So tukakuja tu hivyo tukaanza tu matest na yeye from 2019.
Sasa serikali imesema wale watu wenye wako na diabetes wako na a very high risk ya kupatwa na COVID-19. How does that information, as someone who is living with diabetes, who has had a kidney transplant, how does that information make you feel?
Inatupanikisha kwanza, first of all inatufanya hiyo ina worry sana. Such that hata you are limiting people kukuona nini, you can't move out. The only place mimi natokaga hapa hivi kama naenda hospitali. Yeah. So unaona sasa imeinzuia. In the long run pia unaona pia hivi diabetes ina affect. Wale job nilikuwa nafanya January walikataa tena kuniregesha job since that January. So unaona pia hii mbakini pia inafanya I'm becoming a liability to people and to companies pia. So hii corona hii ina affect sana because unajua everything una panic. Ukiambia mtu ameenda underlying factor kwanza diabetes. So inasemekana iti corona inapenda watu sukari. So unaona sasa inatupatia it is making us to be in a very high panic mode always. Yeah.
What happens when you visit friends? Huwezi kula, huwezi nini? Hata hu visit?
Si visit. Mimi ni hapa tu. Yeah. Ku visit friend bado. Unajua say I'm 6 months old. 6 months old since I did the dialysis, the kidney transplant. So bado sijaanza kuzunga sana.
Umetuambia utoki nje sana. Pia una limit wale watu wanakuja. Kuna vitu vingine extra unafanya kujiprotect?
Yeah. Unaona kama kuna hiyo sanitizer hapo, mask ni mimi kama dress code yangu. Pia naangalia pia diet yangu pia. Unajua pia diet yangu ina matter pia a lot. Yeah. So unajua protection anza tu na wewe kwanza peke yako. Wezi tegemea watu wengine kulinde kama wewe ujilinde peke yako. So hata yule mtu ambaye nakaa naye hapa hivi, yule ambaye tumepatana naye hapo, pia lazima unajua nikimwambia akitoka lazima nimwangalie amevaa mask. Akiingia lazima asanitize kwanza. Yeah.
Naona dawa hapa zimejaa, ziko mingi. Nini yako iko aje? Schedule yako ya madawa, ya chakula?
Ya madawa. Ya madawa yangu, dawa kwanza first tablet naanza kumeza 6. Unajua sasa unasahau. So unaweka alarm. Niko na alarm ya 6, niko na alarm ya 7, niko na alarm sasa umesikia na saa 6, na niko na alarm ya 6 in the evening, na kuna alarm ya 7 pm, na kuna alarm tena 10 pm. So unaweza pata these drugs are timely. Ufai kurukisha tena dakika 5. So hapo hivyo kuna mchanganyiko wa insulin ya diabetes, na pia kuna za pressure, na pia kuna za kidney. Yeah.
Okay.
Haya, hii nayo ni acidity. Hii ni acidity ya kupunguza acidity in the body. Hii ni ku increase, ku reduce potassium in the body. Unajua pia another thing, when you have so much potassium in the body, ina affect pia kidney. It leads to kidney failure pia. Hii pia ni nyingine pia ya tumbo, ya acidity pia. Hizi za kidney sasa hizi. Yeah. Challenge moja ya kidney drugs ni they are very expensive. Hiyo ndio the first disadvantage ya kidney drugs. They are very expensive. Na unajua sasa vile tu niko hivi jobless, it's very hard. Unajua ukiwa jobless hauna medical cover. Yeah. So ni hiyo. Hii pia ni acidity pia. Hii pia na mezaga jioni once in a day at 6 pm. Hizi nazo za pressure. Unajua nimekuambia pia niko na high blood pressure. Hizi na meza 6 in the morning. 6 in the morning. Pia kuna hii na meza 6 in the morning. Saa 6 kama pressure iko juu, na meza pia 10 at night. Hii ni hydralazine. Hii ni kwa sasa ni kuspray hapa, lakini kazi yake ilishaga. Hii ni prednisolone, ni steroids pia. Ndio kusaidia pia kidney functioning pia hizi. Yeah. Hii inaitwa Amlosan, pia ni pressure. Yeah. So unaona these drugs zote hizi pamoja na cost kama over 60,000.
Thank you so much for staying with TV47. This is Body Garage. My name is Tracy Mukami, and today I want us to understand kidney diseases, what causes them, and what next for patients who suffer from kidney disease during this COVID-19 era. Now, we are talking to Dr. Hussein Baga, who is a consultant physician and nephrologist here at Mpisha Hospital. Thank you so much, Doc.
Thank you.
All right. One of your patients, actually, his name is Jason. We have spoken to him here, and we have had issues that he has been dealing with and how his condition has evolved over time. Maybe we can begin with just trying to understand, for one person to have diabetes and hypertension and kidney disease.
I first met Jason in 2018. He was referred to me by another colleague of mine, and he is known to have had diabetes for some time, and was also discovered to be having hypertension as well. And during one of his routine checkups, he was found to have chronic kidney disease. So that was when he was referred to me, and unfortunately by the time he came to me, he was already in end-stage kidney disease requiring some form of what we call renal replacement therapy. So technically his kidneys had failed and his body was not able to remove all the toxins that the kidneys normally do. So we had to start him on hemodialysis, which is a form of therapy for patients with kidney failure. Now, as you rightfully mentioned, that he was suffering from diabetes and high blood pressure. And unfortunately, if you are not careful, when you have diabetes and high blood pressure and they're not well controlled, one of the problems that we tend to get is our internal organs, especially the kidneys, the heart, they tend to get affected quite a bit. And unless if your blood pressures are very, very high and your blood sugars are extremely high as well, you will not know that your blood sugars and blood pressures are high, and you can be walking around with blood pressures as high as systolic blood pressures of 200, or your blood sugars can be as high as 20 and you're not feeling any symptoms. And this is why these two conditions are known as the silent killers. So eventually over time, if you're not careful and if you're not checking your blood sugars and your blood pressures and you're not controlling them and visiting your doctors regularly, it can lead to what we call end organ damage. So it can affect your heart, it can affect your kidneys, it can affect your brain, it can affect your blood vessels. So patients tend to get what is called a peripheral arterial disease because of these conditions, which can lead to gangrene as well. So for Jason, basically his kidneys failed and he had to be put on the form of renal replacement therapy, what we call dialysis.
And are these the only causes of kidney disease?
Diabetes and high blood pressure are the most common causes of kidney disease. This is in our setup in sub-Saharan Africa as well as in the first world countries as well. But of course there are many other conditions that can cause kidney disease and kidney failure as well. Things like genetic causes like polycystic kidney disease. We do have it here in Kenya as well. Things like kidney stones as well, if they're not discovered on time and if they're not treated appropriately, it can cause kidney failure as well. We have these infections, what we call glomerulonephritis, which normally tend to affect young children and young adults as well, mostly, which is an inflammation of the kidney. And if it's not picked up on time, because again, as I say, that these are going to be asymptomatic, it can cause kidney failure as well. And in our setup, of course, we have a high prevalence of HIV disease. This can also cause kidney disease, chronic kidney disease as well.
Then how will we know that you are potentially suffering from a kidney disease?
So they will have some very minor symptoms, like some people will come in with swelling of the legs or swelling of the face early in the morning, or they will feel tired most of the times. Now by that time, of course, quite significant damage has taken place. So once you start having those symptoms, or if you find that your urine output has gone down, then you need to come and see a doctor and tell them that, yeah, these are my symptoms, and then the doctor would advise you to have your kidney functions checked out. Of course, if you have diabetes or if you have high blood pressure, then it is imperative that you go for regular checkups with your doctor, even if it's once every 3 months, because that way we'll be able to know that whether your blood pressure is being controlled or if your blood sugar is being controlled. And we do checks for the kidney function and for the heart as well on regular basis, depending on your symptoms. So at least once every 6 months or annually, for those patients who have diabetes and hypertension, we do checks. We check your urine, we check your kidney function tests in the blood, So that's one way of knowing it as well. The other way is, of course, if you have a family history of kidney disease, especially the genetic conditions that predispose you to kidney disease, like polycystic kidney disease, then you need to come for regular checks to see your doctor, because most of the times it is passed on in the family as well. Yeah.
The government has recently announced that people who are suffering from diabetes are at a high risk of contracting COVID-19. Yeah? Is it the same case for patients who have chronic kidney disease?
Yes, it is. They are at a higher risk, the patients with chronic kidney disease, for two reasons. One, as I mentioned, the most common cause of chronic kidney disease is diabetes. If you look at the studies that have been done, including the ones in Kenya, 3/4 of the patients in the dialysis units actually have diabetes. So when you are diabetic, your immunity is lowered because diabetes causes immunosuppression. So generally these patients with diabetes are at a higher risk of contracting infections. And this is why they always have to be very careful. Now when you have chronic kidney disease, it also causes immunosuppression as well. Now when you have diabetes and chronic kidney disease, you can imagine how much of immunosuppression that you have. So these patients always have to be extra careful, maintain their social distancing, wear a mask, make sure that they always sanitize their hands and wash their hands as well. Yeah.
All right. What exactly does the kidney disease, yeah? What exactly does it do to your body? So you have a patient who has presented with swollen legs and a puffy face, as you say. What exactly is not functioning in these bodies?
So the kidney has got multiple functions in the body. Yeah. I mean, all the water that we drink, that's excess water. So the body actually regulates how much fluid you take in, and the kidney regulates how much fluid remains in your body. So one of the functions of the kidneys is to remove the excess fluid from the body. Remember that the fluid, that the water comes in from the water that you drink, from the coffee, tea that you drink, even from the food that you eat, it also contains a certain percentage of water. Now if the kidneys are not functioning, all that excess water remains in your body, and this is how you tend to get the swelling of the feet and the puffiness of the face that I talked about. That's one of the functions of the kidney. The other function of the kidney is, of course, removing the toxins from the body. So the body is continuously generating toxins because it is active, it is metabolically active. So all those toxins that are being produced in the body, most of them are removed by the liver and the kidneys. So the kidneys play a very important role when it comes to removal of these toxins. So when these toxins are not removed, they accumulate in the body, and this is now when the patient with kidney disease starts feeling tired all the time. He starts having nausea and vomiting because of uremic gastritis, and if it goes on and if it becomes advanced kidney disease and the patient is not treated on time, it can also affect the brain as well, and the patients actually present with seizures and sometimes even in a comatose state as well.
All right. Jason mentioned that there was a time he was restricted to consuming 500 ml of fluids. Yeah. Does this mean that people who are suffering from kidney disease should not drink as much water, or what is the medical explanation to the reduced fluid intake?
So you see, for Jason, he was having end-stage kidney disease. There are different stages of kidney disease from stage 1 to stage 5. So stage 5 is end-stage kidney disease. Now by the time you're reaching stage 5, and there's a formula that we use to estimate how much your kidney is functioning at. Normally when your kidney is functioning at less than 10 mils per minute of your estimated glomerular filtration rate, we have to start you on dialysis, because by that time there's a lot of toxins that are built up in the body. Now there are some patients who, by the time they're reaching stage 5 chronic kidney disease, their kidneys shut down completely and they don't produce any urine. Now the most ideal situation would be to get a transplant immediately when that happens, but of course we know that it is not feasible because one is that patients do present late to us. Number 2, we have to get a suitable donor. Number 3, there's a workup done. So it takes around 3 months for us to actually do a transplant for those patients who are ready. Remember that there's also the financial aspect to the transplants as well. So for those patients who come in late and they don't have any, their kidneys have shut down completely and they're not making any urine, they're started on dialysis. Now, our National Hospital Insurance Fund only caters for twice weekly dialysis, whilst for a kidney it's supposed to be functioning round the clock. Even as we are talking right now, our kidneys are functioning. They're filtering the fluid, they're filtering out the toxins and maintaining the electrolyte balances and the acid-base balance as well. So if somebody is only doing twice a week dialysis or sometimes thrice a week dialysis, remember that the patient is still eating food, is still drinking water, so all of that tends to accumulate. And if you're not making any urine, there's no other way for us to lose the excess fluid apart from sweating, and we don't tend to sweat a lot because we don't exercise too much. So in such patients, we do tend to restrict their fluid intake so that they are comfortable until the next session of dialysis. Sometimes it's very difficult because we do tend to get calls at night that the patient has come in with significant volume overload, the patients cannot breathe, and we always advise them to reduce their fluid intake, because if you're only doing twice a week or thrice a week dialysis, there's a very high risk of you getting fluid overload and your lungs getting flooded with excess fluid.
All right. Let's talk about dialysis during this COVID-19 times. Yeah, a lot of people have been avoiding hospitals. There has also been an increased load of patients from COVID-19 as well. Why is the balance between the kidney patients coming into hospital and the hospital as well being able to manage these cases?
All hospitals have their protocols on how to deal with dialysis patients, especially those who have the dialysis units. We have our organization called the Kenya Renal Association. It has written some guidelines, of which I was part of as well, for dialysis patients in this COVID-19 era. And if you look at MP Shah Hospital, we have our protocols in place. So we have advised all of our dialysis patients, number one, not to miss the dialysis sessions. Number two, to always inform us beforehand if they develop any fever or if they develop any difficulty in breathing, so that they don't come straight to the dialysis unit. They go to the accident and emergency or the casualty, so that they are assessed there first. And of course, I'm called to assess them as well. We have our dialysis being done in shifts as well, and our staff are all wearing the personal protective equipment as well. The patients, it's mandatory for all patients to be wearing their masks as well, and to sanitize their hands once when they enter. So all precautions are in place, of course, and this is why I always urge and all the patients who are undergoing hemodialysis or any other form of renal replacement therapy not to miss the sessions. It is very dangerous to miss the dialysis, because remember that the toxins build up in the body and it can be quite dangerous if you miss your dialysis session.
Okay. You mentioned the fact that COVID-19 and immunosuppression, yeah, they do not go hand in hand, yeah. When the kidney patients, the chronic kidney patients, are exposed to COVID-19, yeah, do you need to change their therapy? Because you mentioned that you use immunosuppression, yeah, that's what you called it, yeah.
So the immunosuppression is used for the transplant patients.
Oh, just
transplant patients. For those undergoing dialysis, we don't use any immunosuppression. But remember that naturally, because of the chronic kidney disease, they are immunosuppressed. Yeah. So they are at a higher risk of contracting the COVID-19, and when they do contract it, it does become a bit more severe than the other patients as well. So that's why we are extra careful with our dialysis patients.
All right. All these ailments sound like things that are very serious, yeah, and I think for every normal person, they'd really want to avoid getting to extents where you might require dialysis or require kidney transplant. How can we protect ourselves from contracting these diseases?
So number one, remember what I said is that the two most common causes of developing chronic kidney disease is diabetes and high blood pressure. So number one is 90% of diabetics are what we call type 2 diabetics. So it's a lifestyle disease. Okay, even hypertension, there is an element of lifestyle attached to it as well. So we need to alter our lifestyles. most importantly, we need to exercise on a regular basis. We need to eat healthy. We can't just be eating junk all the time. We can't be ordering food just because of the fact that now food can be delivered home. So you don't want to cook. It's just KFC or Java or whatever it is, and burgers and sandwiches and all that. We need to learn how to eat healthy. We need to learn to reduce the amount of salt that we're taking. We need to learn to reduce the amount of processed food that we're taking. We need to learn to eat more of fruits and vegetables. We need to learn to keep ourselves more hydrated as well. And as I mentioned, exercise is very, very important. Every day for half an hour, at least 5 days in a week, is what the American Heart Association recommends. Simple walking, you don't need to join any fancy gym. Just brisk walking until you sweat. Number 2, if you have a strong family history of diabetes or high blood pressure, it is very important for you to be checked on a regular basis. Yes? 3 is that if you do have diabetes and high blood pressure, number 1, please be very compliant to your medications. Please follow up with your doctors on a regular basis, and try as much as possible to go for regular checkups of your blood pressures and your blood sugars. That's very important as well. And if you already have developed chronic kidney disease, depending on the stage, then you need to see a nephrologist immediately, so that we can now then advise you on what needs to be done, because there are certain drugs that cannot be used in patients with chronic kidney disease. And avoid herbal medications. I know there's a lot of herbal medicines going around, and people tell you that, yeah, this can cure diabetes, this can cure kidney disease, this can cure blood pressure. There's nothing that has been found to work, and these things are not even tested as well. So what will happen is you will actually end up damaging your kidneys and livers as well if you start taking herbal medicines. There are the over-the-counter medications, the painkillers especially, like Brufen, diclofenac. Please avoid those, because those are not friends to the kidney. Those actually lead to kidney damage if taken for a long time.
Right.
Inappropriately.
Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned 2 things that I want us to delve deeper into. The herbal cures.
Yes.
We have, of course, there are many people out here who are purporting to sell these cures, yeah? Yes. But is there nothing that we can do from home? For example, I want to keep my kidneys as healthy. Maybe I have been diagnosed with kidney disease as well. There are no herbal things to take that actually help alleviate the problem?
No. There are no herbal medicines that can cure diabetes, that can cure high blood pressure, that can cure kidney disease, that can cure cancer, that can cure heart disease as well. Because remember that, I know there are some people who will come up with conspiracy theories that yes, the West and the pharma companies are just making you take these medications, and these medications have side effects, and it will perpetuate your kidney disease and worsen your hypertension and worsen your diabetes. That is not true. Okay? If there were herbal medicines that were curing this, then I'm sure, everybody is smart. People who just take this and get cured. But I've had real life case scenarios where I've been handling somebody with diabetes and high blood pressure, and then somewhere along the line they meet a herbalist who tells them that he can cure this, and they stop, and he advises them as well to stop checking their blood pressures and their blood sugars, and he gives them concoctions, and they come back 2-3 years down the line with heart failure or kidney failure or a stroke. Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right.
So these things are real.
So no amount of juice therapy or blended concoctions is gonna work?
It does not work out. The important thing is to keep yourself well hydrated. Mm-hmm. Always. Yes. Always keep on, especially if you're diabetic or hypertensive, monitoring your blood sugars at home, monitoring your blood pressures at home, exercising regularly, regular checkups with your doctors, and being compliant to medications.
All right. Something else you mentioned is the fact that people take a lot of over-the-counter medication. Now, on top of that, there has come a new crop of people as well who are selling detox therapies and aloe vera juice and all these other types of detox things. Do we really need this, especially for weight loss? I have seen people who are actually selling those detox therapies, yeah?
We actually don't need any of that. And some of these therapies are quite harmful. There's something called the keto diet, and I've had patients admitted because of that. Yes, it's actually quite serious as well. And a lot of people are, going online and checking these things out and then starting them off, and then they actually end up quite sick and ending up in the hospitals. So, as I told you, most important is to eat healthy, and I always advise my patients that always divide your plate into two. The first half of your plate is supposed to be filled with vegetables. The other half you divide it into two again. One is proteins, the other one is starch. And always start with the vegetables first, number one. Number two, so that you get full and you don't eat more of the starch and the proteins. Number two, always exercise. Yeah, try to avoid using lifts. Try to avoid using your cars. Yeah, brisk walking every day for at least half an hour. Make it a routine, and you'll see that eventually, yes, you do tend to get the weight that you so desire through that. There's no magic trick to that. I mean, it has to be done through hard work. Of course, there are those very obese patients, morbidly obese patients who are diabetic. Those ones we do recommend what is called bariatric surgery, but that is under the supervision of a consultant. Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned keto. What is so wrong about keto diet?
You see, the keto diet has been there for quite some time now, and people have actually modified it quite a bit, and there are those extremes, and I've seen patients who do the extreme keto diets actually come with quite a bit of medical conditions, and they actually have to be admitted and rehydrated, and
Right. Okay. Thank you so much, Doc. I think we will require another episode, just to be able to understand, because we've talked about dialysis now, and when you spoke of end-stage kidney disease, there is need for transplant, So I think next week we can continue with this conversation, but you guys are gonna have that conversation next week. My name is Tracy Mukami, and that's all the time that we had for Body Garage today. Remember, you can send in your questions, your feedback as well at TV47 Kenya on Facebook. On Twitter, we are at TV47KE, and until next week, stay safe, enjoy the rest of your week.
The senators are under pressure to reach a consensus that will be agreeable to the larger house. Plus, COVID-19 measured reprieve. The curve is still up, but it is falling. Not so good news for now, and it may be a lukewarm feeling for some time before we can say the virus has been slayed. We shall tell you why experts warn the drop in numbers of new infections could spike unnoticed. And administrative shake-up. Interior CS Fred Matiang'i has transferred 15 county commissioners and appointed 6 new ones. Matiang'i also moved 98 deputy county commissioners and appointed 84 new ones.
Good evening. Tonight of all nights, Anne Wairimu is our sign language interpreter. TV47 News Tonight with me, Abu Bakr Abdullahi, begins right now. To our top story. Discussions on whether the COVID-19 curve in the country is flattening has continued to elicit numerous opinions from various stakeholders. Whereas the Ministry of Health says that the curve is not going down just yet, experts say that Kenya may just have managed the pandemic with a steep slope in COVID-19 infections. Zainab Mohammed begins our broadcast tonight.
The ensuing discussions on whether or not the COVID-19 curve is flattening continues to elicit different opinions from different players. According to the Ministry of Health, we are not out of the woods just yet. However, experts say we might have just managed the pandemic with a steep slope being experienced in the past few weeks.
We are well aware that our curve has not yet flattened.
I think the worst is behind us, at least for Nairobi and Mombasa.
According to Lancet CEO Dr. Ahmed Kalebi, the reducing number of positive cases is not about the reduced number of sample size as many claim, but as a result of a change in the number of patients visiting the hospitals and even the number of people testing positive for the virus.
Even the number of people coming in with flu-like symptoms, respiratory illnesses have reduced. the number of cases that they have to follow up as positive contacts, through contact tracing is reducing. So even their requests, the number of tests that they're requesting is reducing.
Dr. Kalebi further says a huge number of people have already tested positive for the virus, leaving very few people who have a possibility of turning positive.
Of people who got infected already and cannot infect others anymore. In other words, it's like a fire. If the bush has already burned, there's nothing more to burn.
This is as the number of COVID-19 cases in the country rose to 31,015 cases after 379 more people tested positive for the virus in the last 24 hours. 244 more people have recovered after receiving treatment from various hospitals across the country, as 19 more people succumbed to the virus. Zainab Mohammed, TV47.
Elsewhere, Meru Governor Kiraitu Murungi has reiterated the Council of Governors' view to scrap off the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA's monopoly, saying it's crippling health services at both local and national levels. Kiraitu wants the government to allow counties to buy medical services from other companies instead of having to procure the services from KEMSA. David Mudhoka reports.
Since 2013, the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA, has been the sole procurer, seller and distributor of medical supplies in all 47 counties in the country. But KEMSA's monopoly is in the eye of the storm lately, with leaders criticizing the medical supplies body for failing to deliver on its mandate. Speaking at the Meru Youth Service Training Center, Meru Governor Kiraitu Murungi has joined the bandwagon of fellow governors who want KEMSA demonopolized.
Let Mutaikawe relax the rules they have put to us so that we can be able to source our drugs from the cheapest suppliers in the market through a tender system. So let there be competition.
While accusing KEMSA of selling drugs and personal protective equipment PPEs at double the market price in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic, Kiraitu has said the introduction of more companies as suppliers will enhance competitiveness and quality delivery of medical products.
Sometimes we have seen drugs, even PPE equipment in KEMSA, costing much more than what private sector suppliers are offering.
Kiraitu has further cited recent waves of alleged corruption within the KEMSA hierarchy as a stumbling block in the efficient delivery of medical supplies to counties that are battling a rise in COVID-19 infections.
Mheshimiwa Mutaikawe, who talks straight, a very clean man, saying Afya House is no longer Afya House. Afya House is Mafia House. And he has said he's going to deal with the criminals and thugs in that house so that we can improve our delivery.
This as the KEMSA board is expected to appear before the Parliamentary Committee on Health following recent claims of corruption and mismanagement of up to 2.5 billion shillings meant for the purchase of PPEs on behalf of counties. David Mudhoka, TV47.
Thank you, David Mudhoka, for that report. Moving on, the Kenya Private Schools Association and Absa Bank Kenya have struck a deal to accelerate the adoption of virtual learning across private primary and secondary schools. This happens as the Ministry of Education urges parents to embrace learning programs initiated by the government and the private sector. Eli Logova now reports.
As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to put the fate of more than 15 million learners in jeopardy, the Kenya Private Schools Association has launched a virtual learning program that will see students benefit from e-learning. The initiative, dubbed Masomo Iendelee Linda Mwalimu, seeks to ensure continuity of learning for students while boosting the financial position and sustainability of schools. Schools and teachers will need to be registered and activated on the KPSA platform. However, teachers registered by the TSC are the only ones who will be allowed to teach through the platform.
We have started a platform. This platform may not be 100% complete, but we know it is ready for takeoff. We will continue to improve on it because we want this system to be used now and in the future.
Kenya Private Schools Association has further urged the government to fast-track the process of releasing 7 billion shillings meant to cushion the schools, even as they are set to commence the virtual learning program. According to the association, the money will be channeled to recurrent expenditure and other expenses.
We are not just looking at this period of the pandemic, but we are looking at even after the schools reopen, how are we going to use this particular system to support education? Because when we eventually reopen in 2021, it is not yet very clear of how we are going to reopen. We have not been told that everybody will go back to school.
Meanwhile, the possibility of learners remaining home beyond January 2021 is now looming as Education CS George Magoha hinted at the poor preparation of schools and the increasing number of COVID-19 cases in the counties. The Ministry of Education now urging parents and students to embrace the community-based learning program.
Do we then decide to open because people are saying so? His Excellency the President must then decide himself whether he can take the risk. And I think perhaps you can guess what he's going to do, because he's going to look at what is happening elsewhere. And since he listens to professional advice, I think we are on a good path. Let us take care of our children. We produce them with our blood. Why are we afraid of the children? There's so much to teach them.
With the 2020 academic calendar clearly lost, it now seems like the more than 15 million learners in primary and secondary schools in the country will have to wait longer before resuming normal learning. Eli Logova, TV47.
Elsewhere, ODM has proposed changes in its leadership in the Nairobi County Assembly days after the election of a speaker. The Orange Party is proposing Geoffrey Majiwa for the position. Muhammad Ali has the details.
The newly elected Speaker of the Nairobi County Assembly, Benson Mutura, has received a letter from the Orange Party, which contains the party's proposed changes in the House minority leadership. The party's Central Committee made changes in the minority leadership in what the party termed as part of its efforts to create a harmonious environment in the House. Some of the people who have been proposed to run the party business in the House include Geoffrey Majiwa, who has been proposed as the Deputy Speaker, Michael Okumu as Leader of Minority, Mela Batema as Deputy Leader of Minority, Peter Imwatok as Minority Whip, and Moses Ogeto as Deputy Minority Whip. The committee is also proposing changes in House committees, proposing Maurice Gari as the Chair of ICT Committee and Nimo Haji as Deputy Chair of the Budget Committee. Muhammad Ali, TV47.
Thank you, Muhammad Ali, for that report. Elsewhere, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, has made several changes in the State Department for Interior and Citizen Services, including the appointment of new regional commissioners and county commissioners, as well as a myriad of transfers. Mwangi Maina explains the transfers.
In a press release sent to newsrooms Wednesday afternoon, Dr. Fred Matiang'i appointed Mufat Kangi as a Principal Administrative Secretary and Wilson Njega as a Secretary Internal Affairs. Previously, Njega was serving as a Nairobi Regional Commissioner and has been replaced by James Kianda, who has been serving as a Nyanza Regional Commissioner. Anne Ngetich has been seconded to the office of the President from Western Region, where she has been serving as a Regional Commissioner. Esther Maina, who was a Machakos County Commissioner, has been appointed Western Regional Commissioner, and Magu Mutindika appointed Nyanza Regional Commissioner. At the same time, Onesmus Kiatha has been transferred from Mombasa to Mandera as the County Commissioner. Joshua Kanatha from Kajiado to Marsabit, Banza Choki from Marsabit to Kajiado, Michael Tialal, Siaya to Garissa, Gilbert Kitiu, Mombasa to Mandera, Stephen Kihara, Kisii to Uasin Gishu, Mwangi Meru, Garissa to Narok, George Omoding, Bomet to Kakamega, Samuel Kimiti, Narok to Bungoma, Olaka Kutswa Nandi to Kilifi, Boaz Cherutich Nyandarua to Migori, Abdirazak Jaldesa from Uasin Gishu to Kisii, David Kipkemei from Homa Bay to the office of the President. Joseph Rotich has been transferred from Migori and appointed personal assistant to the Nyanza Regional Commissioner. Abdi Hassan has been transferred from Bungoma to the office of the President. Frederick Dunga has been appointed new County Commissioner to Machakos. Paul Rotich Siaya, Matthias Mbogai Tana River, Moses Leland Homa Bay, Benson Lepar Morijo Nyandarua, and Josephine Uko Bomet. Matiang'i has also transferred 98 deputy county commissioners and appointed 84 new ones. These changes take effect immediately. Mwangi Maina, TV47, Nairobi.
You're watching TV47 News Tonight with me, Abu Bakar Abdullahi, on the county's television, TV47. Remember, as always, you can be part of our broadcast. Send us a message on 22047. Inform us, tell us of where you're watching us from. We are taking a short break. We still have a lot lined up for you. We'll be back after this break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to TV47 News Tonight. Thank you for, as always, making time for us and choosing to be part of our bulletin. Quite a number of your feedback is already streaming in on 22047. Michael says he's watching from Naivasha. On Facebook as well, James Bond says he loves the news live from Nakuru. He's watching from Nakuru, Rongai. Anderson Mugendi Gatimbu says he's watching from Meru County. And Nasiche Mirembe Nasiche on Facebook as well says he or she is watching from Madagascar. Welcome back. Let's get to more news. Journalists were barred from covering the Senate Security Committee grilling of Interior CS Fred Matiang'i over the arrest of 3 senators. Matiang'i, however, said the arrest had nothing to do with the revenue standoff, as has been claimed. Joash Onsare has the details.
After the arrest and detention of 3 senators on Monday, ahead of Senate sitting to debate the revenue standoff, Senate summoned Interior CS Fred Matiang'i, Inspector General of Police Hilary Mutyambai, and DCI Director George Kinoti to appear before the House Security Committee.
Both the committee and the Committee on National Security will inform us of what is happening.
The 3 were summoned to explain the circumstances that led to the arrest of the 3 senators, Cleophas Malala of Kakamega, Christopher Langat of Bomet, and Samburu's Steve Lelegwe. On Wednesday, the media was barred from covering the grilling of Matiang'i, who appeared before the Yusuf Haji-led committee, a move that has been criticized by senators and media stakeholders. The Media Council of Kenya has condemned the barring of the media by the committee, claiming there was no justifiable reasons. MCK is calling on the Speaker of the Senate, Kenneth Lusaka, and the Clerk of the Senate, Dr. Jeremiah Nyengenye, to urgently address this issue with a view to protecting the freedom and access of journalists to crucial information on the work of the legislative body in the public interest. Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei, through his Twitter account, has said the decision by the Senate committee to kick out media during grilling of Interior CS Fred Matiang'i, Inspector General of Police Hilary Mutyambai, and DCI boss over arrests of Senators Langat, Lelegwe, and Malala is retrogressive and illegal. Elgeyo Marakwet Senator Kipchumba Murkomen says the Constitution prohibits exclusion of the public, including the media, from parliamentary sittings unless in exceptional circumstances determined by the Speaker. He adds that committee chair doesn't have powers to exclude the media from its sittings. Senate Security Committee erred in law. The sentiments were echoed by Makueni Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., who disagreed with the decision of the Senate Committee on security barring media from grilling of the CS Interior, IG Mutyambai, and DCI Kinoti on the unlawful arrest and detention of Senators Malala, Lelegwe, and Langat. Joash Onsare, TV47.
Elsewhere, the government intends to remove container trucks along the busy Nakuru-Kisumu highway as the rehabilitation of the Nakuru railway line is set to kick off. Defense Chief Administrative Secretary Peter Odoyo says that the government is working to restore the line back to pave way for cheaper and safe transportation of goods.
Kenya Port in Kisumu, rehabilitated by the Kenya Navy under the guidance and direction of the President. That port will remain a white elephant unless this railway is done. This railway will carry the cargo that's going to the port. So I cannot overemphasize the importance of this railway line from Nakuru to Kisumu.
Well, part of those leases was if the land is needed for rail transport, it shall be surrendered to KR within 90 days. So we are legally on course and we shall recover all the land which has been leased. About the cultivation, This land is just, they were cultivated on the operational land. We have communicated to them that now the government need to reclaim and revamp the railways. So these people, we have stopped cultivation from today going forward.
The budgets that have been set aside for Nakuru Kisumu line is 3.8 billion. And passenger is also considered. As we construct the line, we are also looking at what we are going to do to the people along the corridor and passenger.
All right, someone says I said Naikuru instead of Nakuru. Forgive the banter of where I'm from. But nonetheless, let's move on. The 12-member Senate committee, which was set up to get a consensus on the revenue sharing formula, has started its sittings today. The committee is discussing 4 proposals on the disputed formula. Our parliamentary affairs reporter Elizabeth Mutuku now explains.
The 12-member committee started its sitting on Wednesday in the Parliament buildings. The committee discussing at least 4 proposals that were tabled in the House.
But both the committee and the Committee on National Security will inform us of what is happening, so that as we reach next week, there will be no cloud surrounding our debate over this very important issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that is all I have to say, because if I say anything else, it will be beyond what has been agreed. Thank you.
The 12 members have promised to reach a consensus on the revenue share standoff after 9 adjournments. The committee is led by Bungoma Senator Moses Wetangula and Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja.
Wabunge watatu ambao wako na mjadala muhimu sana unaohusikana na kitaifa.
The committee says it will come up with a win-win formula on revenue sharing, which has delayed funds to the counties. Deputy President Dr. William Ruto applauded the Senate leadership in coming up with the committee to ensure no county loses its share.
The clerks.
Monday's special sitting was adjourned after arrest of 3 senators opposed to the formula.
Okay, leader of majority.
The House is set to sit once the committee completes its report. Elizabeth Mutuku, TV47 Nairobi.
Now listen to this. A Kenyan woman traveled from Kenya to New Delhi in 2019 seeking work, but says she was forced into prostitution to pay the traffickers who took her passport and demanded, guess what, 900,000 shillings. She returned in March 2020 with the help of the International Organization for Migration, who now say that her case illustrates the dangers of a growing sex trafficking route to India.
Susie, not her real name, was promised a job by her cousin as a housekeeper in India. Instead, she ended up in a brothel 5,000 kilometers away from home. The United Nations says her story illustrates the dangers of a rapidly expanding trafficking route between East Africa and India. East African victims of trafficking have traditionally gone to the Gulf, but a clampdown on visas means more Africans, especially women like Susie, are being lured to India under false pretenses.
Mimi nikienda huko kitu ya first hata venye nilisikia kuna job India, kuna vacancy, nilifurahia sana. But hata familia yangu ilikuwa inajua mimi ni mgonjwa. 2017 nilikuwa nimepimangwa nikasemekana niko na cancer sana, nikaona familia yangu hakuna mwenye anaweza afford kunipeleka hosi nini. Mamangu ni hatuna baba sana, nikaona hii ni opportunity poa, nitaenda nijipendemia wenyewe alafu tena nijitreat. Tena nikirudi home hakuna mwenye atajua mimi nilikuwa msiki ama nini.
Instead of a housekeeping job, Susie's passport was confiscated and she was forced into sex work to pay off the 900,000 shillings debt that her traffickers charged her for her travel and lodging.
Lakini vile nilienda huko nikapata mambo ni tofauti. Kapelekwa street. Kaambiwa sasa huko ndio tutakuwa tukifanya kazi. Mimi nikawauliza,
International Organization of Migration, the UN's migration agency, says before last year they had never been asked to help bring home Kenyan women who had been trafficked from India, but last year they repatriated 12.
One of the biggest challenge would be to identify a victim of trafficking, to know who is a victim. And the reasons or the challenges why it's difficult to identify, in most cases, you can't easily tell that this person is a victim of trafficking when you have not had time to interact.
IOM flew Susie home weeks before Kenya shut its borders against the spread of the coronavirus in March, temporarily halting any traffickers. But Kenya's borders reopened on August 1st, and IOM fears that the economic slump means more women are desperate and vulnerable to trafficking.
So we have to put our efforts together and ensure that we protect these people. Of course, human rights has to be at the center of every intervention. If we put like human dignity and human rights at the center of every intervention, I'm sure we would be able to protect these very vulnerable.
Susie says that her experience should be a warning to Kenyans that they should not jump at job offers abroad because they might be a trap.
Mimi kitu naweza waambia, ukisikia tunaenda majuu, usifurahie ama ufikirie life yako ni kusheji na shege ati venye tunafikirianga tu sawa, ukipanda ndege life imesheji utakuwa na life poa. Haikuangi hivyo. Naweza waambia mtu mwenye nafikiria kwenda majuu, asidhubutu. Kaa tu huko Kenya. Furahia tu na Kenya kidogo unapata.
Nearly a third of low-income Nairobi residents lost their jobs in the past month, and another 15% who had been self-employed are without work. A July survey from Nairobi-based market research firm TIFA Research showed. For TV47, I'm Nancy Kimuyu.
Indeed, the grass is not always green, as some will always intend to promise. You're watching TV47 News Tonight with me, Abu Bakar Abdullahi. Time for us to take another short break. But when we come back from the break, we will make sense of the late resignation of who is now former ANC Secretary General Barack Muluka and Eliud Owalo, who separately resigned. Could this be indicative of political undertones and happenings within ANC? After we come back from the break, we'll be speaking to the chairman of the Amani National Congress, Kelvin Lunani. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back to TV47 News Tonight. Thank you as always for making time for us. And as earlier promised, let's bring in our guest tonight, the chairman of the Amani National Congress, ANC, Kelvin Lunani, joins us on the broadcast now to make sense of the latest happenings within ANC, the party itself. Kelvin, good evening. Thank you for making time for us tonight on TV47.
Good evening to you, Abubakar.
Kelvin, when Eliud Owalo and Barak Muluka tendered their resignation, they pointed out to the space near the party leader being quote-unquote crowded. As the party's chairman, how crowded is the space near the party leader?
Absolutely. I really don't understand when you say it's crowded. You know, for you to become a president of this country, you need a crowd around you.
So when they say the space near the party leader is crowded, yet they know the party leader intends to vie for the presidency, it could be wrong? That's what you are saying?
Yeah, absolutely, they would be wrong. One, I really want to understand. You know, here there are two issues and there are two resignations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is a resignation of Barak Muluka.
Mm-hmm.
You know very well Barak Muluka was our standing Secretary General before his resignation.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, he had his terms, and I remember in his resignation letter, he was very categorical. Yes, he said he would like to free space around His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi. You know, everybody is to his opinion, and I believe that Barak did all he could. We appreciate him for the time he's been there for the party and His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi. So it varies. And for Walo, I really would understand because his letter looks a duplicate of Barak. So I really would understand. Maybe he didn't have time and he
Kelvin, as the party's chairman, are you tonight ruling out the prospect of these two members of the party being edged out from the party? All right, it seems we have a connection hitch there with the chairperson of the Amani National Congress. Of course, we are making sense of the political observations that we have observed in the ANC in as far as the resignation of the party's Secretary General, Barak Muluka, is concerned. After Muluka, of course, we saw the resignation rather of Eliud Owalo, who also cited out as though the space around the party leader is decongested. And for that matter, we were speaking to Kelvin Lunani, who is the chairman of the Amani National Congress. Of course, remember the party leader is Musalia Mudavadi, who has already declared his interest to vie for the presidency come 2022. Do you have Kelvin back? Well, it seems we will solve that in a bid. Nonetheless, let's get to some other stories so that we be in a position to link up with Kelvin. Now, Wajir County Assembly has embarked on an impeachment move against Governor Mohamed Abdi Mahmoud. The MC has tabled the impeachment motion today in which they accuse the governor of gross violation of the provision of the Constitution. I understand Isadin Haji, our correspondent from Wajir, who serves the larger northern region, is working on that story. Time for us to take a quick break here on TV47 News Tonight. We'll be back with this discussion after this break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to TV47 News Tonight with me, Abu Bakar Abdullahi. Let's get back to our discussion and bring back our guest, Kelvin Lunani, by way of phone. He's the chairman of ANC. Kelvin, before we went on a break, we talk of how crowded or otherwise the space near the party leader, as alluded to those who have left the party, claim. As the chairman of the party, are you ruling out the prospect of these leaders leaving the party because probably they have been edged out?
Well, I believe there's no edging. You know, for you to become a president of this country, you need people around you.
Mm-hmm.
And not just around you, you need people from across the country. So I don't see the issue of edging. What I know, my friend and my elder Barack Luka has done his part. And we will respect him for what he's done for the party and the party leader. But otherwise, about being crowded around the president, to my knowledge, for you to become a president of this country, you really need people around you. You need Kenyans around you, across the country, from coast to western, northeastern, to all that. So basically, maybe they stand a better chance if conducted, maybe to explain how crowded it is.
All right, let's move away from the question of the crowd near the party leader and get to the party elections. 2 months ago, there was a lot of debate on the term of those who are still serving in the leadership capacity of the party is concerned. Given that the party was founded in 2015 and issued its certificate on July 13, 2015, with a term of 5 years, and that 5 years, as some say, has lapsed, are the leaders who are holding these positions in the party there then illegally there?
Yeah. Let me put it so clearly, and I think this is very important for the nation and the members of my party across.
Mm-hmm.
You see, we had a constitution that we were to be in the office for the 5 years. But because of the corona virus, the COVID-19, we were not able, we had put all the system, everything in place for the election of the officials.
Mm-hmm.
But you remember very well that even the IEBC, they have by-elections that they're supposed to conduct.
Yes.
And yet these by-elections cannot go on because of the COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Same to us. But at the same time, we managed to have the NGC at that time, which was the second body command that managed to seek leave and grant us some time as we planned. But at the same time, get to know that we have gotten a new constitution, for which we saw some things going on. The new constitution which allows for a new chapter, a new dispensation for this party. And this new constitution is basically taking the powers to the grassroots. And you see, the new constitution allows the transition.
Mm-hmm.
There are officers that they were allowed to transit to the new constitution. And this was the party leader, the chairman, and the branch chairman, who allowed to transit into the new constitution.
All right. All right, Kelvin, is there any time frame of when the party's elections and primaries will be conducted then? Or is the party waiting for the curve to flatten, then conduct its elections?
Yeah, as I was telling you, we have already put an election board in place and all that is going on. Now, if you look at this, some parts we already have restructuring and harmonization of the branches. And one reason why we are doing all this is because the new constitution has given the branches the power and the authority of the party. And we are there are some parts we are already doing the election. And the new transition, the transition into the new constitution says that within 2 weeks, we ought to have brought in Secretary General, of where it says the party leader will present 2 names, to the Amani Council, which is the second highest organ in the Constitution, to elect a Secretary General. That the Secretary General will put in place, a secretary, which will have 6 directorates to run the party.
All right, all right, Kelvin, given that the current party leader has declared his interest in the 2022 race, will it be fair to say then that the answer already exists in as far as who will bear the flag of ANC is concerned come 2022 without even elections?
Last Friday, as I've told you, that the Constitution allowed the transition of the office bearers of the party leader and the chairman into a new constitution, and it endorsed the party leader to go for the presidency, not even the deputy president. So Musalia Mudavadi is automatic, and he was sworn in for the next 5 years as per the new constitution, of which they mandated him to run for the presidency and seek or get into partnership, and gave him the authority also to disengage in some of the existing coalition.
All right, we've talked of the party leader's interest come 2022 as a presidential candidate. Is there a possibility of him being a deputy to anyone, as some say?
No. This is what I want to... Mheshimiwa Musalia Mudavadi is open to any kind of coalition. The Amani Council gave him the mandate to go and pick like-minded people to make coalitions. But one clear thing that people need to understand, be it the members, be it the nation, be it IDP, is that Musalia Mudavadi has been mandated to go to the ballot come 2027. And any coalition will be looking for is people to support her, or to support ANC on its mission to get to better.
And that definitely rules out the prospect of any other person being the head and Mudavadi being a deputy to him, just for purposes of clarity. So,
absolutely. He's looking for a running mate. He's not looking to be a running mate.
One name that has been fronted in the political discussion is the current DP and Ruto Mudavadi ticket as the party chairman. What are your thoughts on that?
You're getting paid. Do you say that was the name that has been fronted?
Pardon?
Yeah, I didn't get you right.
No, I'm saying one ticket or somewhat a coalition that has been fronted between Ruto and a Mudavadi ticket by some in political quarters. What do you make of that as the party's chairman?
I'm wondering who is fronting that, because the Kenyan Constitution stipulates very clearly that the deputy president cannot go for a second term of deputy president. Unless he becomes the chief campaigner, or maybe if BBI goes through and we have a position of premiership, but since Mudavadi is getting onto the ballot, he cannot have the deputy as his running mate. He can only have him as his supporter or as his chief campaigner.
All right, the answer is there to that question. Nonetheless, I understand we are out of time, but one final question. Is ANC still part of NASA?
Yeah, I want to put this so clearly, because there was an argument and NASA is still alive. And there's an exit clause in the NASA coalition where any member of NASA who wishes to exit, there is a clause, and it says hello?
I can hear you, Kelvin, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, unless 3 parties exist from NASA, NASA still exists. But one thing I must accept is that there's never been a follow-up or meeting of NASA. So NASA is still there, but we know some members of NASA who are very selfish, that are bringing up some stalements, those who don't want to share the political funding. So, there are all sorts of intrigues that are being played in there. But we are still NASA, because we are the founders of NASA.
All right, Kelvin, you say not unless 3 withdraw, the coalition legally stands and holds foot. Nonetheless, given that the party leaders of the other three coalitions or parties have already signaled the death of NASA, does it then become a coalition of a single party?
No. You see, they're just verbatim. None of them is put it in the writing. I think the NASA coalition agreement is in public domain, and I would advise that most media houses should get to read and read it, because nobody has put it in writing. Nobody has served any NASA member that here we are complying with the exit clause and bye-bye.
All right, Kelvin, I understand we are out of time. Thank you once again for making time for us on TV 47.
Sorry, Sana. God bless you.
God bless you too. That's Kelvin Lunani, the chairperson of ANC, the Amani National Congress. Of course, we made sense of the politics in ANC and the party leaders' intention to vie for the presidency come 2022. That brings us to the end of tonight's edition of TV 47 News Tonight. On behalf of the entire team that made this production possible, tonight of all nights, enjoy the rest of our programs.
We value your feedback, welcome any comments, queries or complaints regarding our programming content. You can get in touch with us on 0768095491 or send us a message on 22047. You can also send us